Yiyu has been reborn, and in his quest to save his ostensibly frigid wife, he sacrificed his own life. A beauty brings disaster. To preserve his existence, he resolved in this life to distance himself from Chu Menghan. However, the unfolding events seemed to spiral beyond his control. Unexpectedly, Chu Menghan has also been reborn, and in her new life, she possesses the uncanny ability to perceive Yiyu's innermost thoughts. To rectify the regrets of their past, she ardently begins to seduce him, vowing to make Yiyu fall in love with her. Moreover, with Chu Menghan's rebirth, her rivals begin to emerge in swift succession, and everything appears to have changed. My dear husband, you belong to me, now and forever. Yiyu, just surrender to me. Yiyu, don't even think about escaping. Yiyu, if you disregard me today, I shall ensure you remain bettered in tomorrow. Chapter 82. The first time? The second time? As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, after a day filled with toil, Yiyu finally completed all the formalities for Shenxinyue. Being hospitalized is truly a hassle, Yiyu lamented with a look of exasperation. Gazing at the payment slip and various examination forms in his hand, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Such are the complexities of large hospitals, with their myriad departments and intricate pathways. Navigating a single examination felt akin to traversing a labyrinth. One moment he was on the first floor, and the next he had to dash to the 10th. If fortune was not on his side, he might miss a procedure and have to return, and if luck was even worse, all paperwork could be in order, yet the doctor would have already clocked out, requiring him to return the following day. For an ordinary person, seeking medical attention could prove to be such a daunting endeavor. Yet, for someone like Shenxinyue, a lady of privilege, such issues simply did not exist. Su Xiaoxiao had long prearranged matters with the hospital. However, requisite procedures still demanded someone to attend to them. Thus, the task of running errands fell squarely upon him. The tales of gallant heroes rescuing damsels and beauties pursuing their affections are not but fabrications of online literature. In the inpatient department, room 303, as he neared the entrance, he caught the sound of 2 girls laughing within. It appeared she was recovering quite well. Yiyu gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, instantly capturing the attention of Su Xiaoxiao and Shenxinyue. Yiyu, you're back, Shenxinyue exclaimed with delight. Yiyu, you've worked hard. Have a glass of water, Su Xiaoxiao said with enthusiasm, not only handing him a bottle of mineral water, but also guiding him to sit in a chair. This unexpected gesture left Yiyu somewhat bewildered. He placed the documents on the table, accepting the water with a puzzled expression. As for Shenxinyue, were he and Su Xiaoxiao truly that familiar for her to address him so intimately? Unbeknownst to Yiyu, during his absence, he had naturally become a topic of conversation between the 2 girls. With Shenxinyue's deliberate embellishments and his performance that day, it was only natural for Su Xiaoxiao to accept him. Consequently, if her sister called him Yiyu, it was only fitting that he reciprocate. Thank you, Yiyu said politely upon receiving the water, tentatively taking a sip. His gaze then fell upon Shenxinyue, who lay upon the bed. Although her complexion was pale and her eyes weary, her spirits had evidently improved. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled. Yiyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. You're all right, aren't you? Upon hearing his words, Shenxinyue was immediately flooded with memories of rippling images, causing her heart to race. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and shook it, too shy to meet Yiyu's gaze. What does this head shake signify? Is there an issue? Or is there none? Did I say something wrong? Why is she shy? The voice in Shenxinyue's mind left her utterly perplexed. I have truly overstepped. Yiyu was so forthright that it surely was unintentional back then. Yiyu scratched his head, utterly bemused, and turned to Su Xiaoxiao, hoping she could provide some clarity. Ahem, Su Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. What Shenxinyue was thinking, she could hardly be privy to. However, as her most intimate confidant, it was imperative that she intervene at this moment. What's the matter with her? Yiyu inquired softly of Su Xiaoxiao, his concern evident. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, and in an instant, she hatched a plan. Yiyu, tonight, I entrust Shenxinyue to your care. The housekeeper just called to inform me that there was a fire at my home. Yiyu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand and quickly exited the hospital room. Before departing, she didn't forget to wink at Shenxinyue, casting her a suggestive glance that seemed to say no need to thank me, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Shenxinyue was left utterly flabbergasted. How could this girl take such liberties? If she didn't wish to be a third wheel, she could at least conjure a better excuse. Was she not intentionally putting her in an awkward position? Now, Yi would undoubtedly believe it was her suggestion. As she watched Su Xiaoxiao disappear from view, Yi finally shifted his gaze back. What is this? Seeing Yi looking at her, Shenxinyue hurriedly turned her head away, flustered. Observing Shenxinyue's anxious demeanor, Yi couldn't help but smile. He seemed to grasp something, shaking his head slightly. Su Xiaoxiao must have misunderstood something. Strangely, This situation reminded him of someone, Zhou Tao. That guy was always setting traps for him, laying hidden dangers whenever he was not paying attention. Do not misinterpret. Xiao Xiao is not usually like this. Haha, I know. She seems lovely, quite evidently a rather innocent young girl. Shen Xinyue released a sigh of relief, realizing that Yi Yu did not mind after all. She exhaled in relief, wishing to rise and draw closer to him. Allow me to assist you. Upon witnessing this, Yi Yu approached the bedside, extending his hand to support Shen Xinyue as she sat up. The familiar sensation compelled Shen Xinyue to shudder involuntarily, her nerves tingling. Gazing upon his handsome, sunlit visage, her heart began to race unexpectedly. Throughout her life, aside from her parents, this was the first time she had engaged in such intimate actions with a member of the opposite sex. No, it should be the second time. Even previously, she had only held hands with her parents. At least that was how she recalled it deep within her memory. Yet Yi Yu's touch evoked an unfamiliar sensation within her, as if her entire being was electrified with a tingling warmth. Yi Yu remained oblivious to Shen Xinyue's unusual state. He carefully placed a pillow behind her back, adjusting her position to ensure her utmost comfort. There we go. That should be a bit more comfortable. Thank you, Brother Yi Yu, Shen Xinyue murmured, her gaze lowered, hesitant to meet his eyes, for their current posture was undeniably too intimate. Yi Yu, satisfied, released his hold on Shen Xinyue's shoulder, his alluring presence retreating and leaving her with a sense of emptiness. Shen Xinyue shook her head, chiding herself for her lack of modesty, striving to regain her composure. Noticing that Yi Yu seemed unaware of anything amiss, she sighed in relief and murmured, It's nothing, nothing, Yi Yu replied, observing Shen Xinyue's hesitance with curiosity, sensing something was off. After a moment of deliberation, Shen Xinyue bit her lip and slowly turned her head. Mustering her courage, she addressed Yi Yu. Brother Yi Yu, I can manage on my own. You should return to rest. Emotionally, she certainly wished for more time to spend with him. However, reason admonished her. She could not be so selfish. After all, Yi Yu bore no obligation to care for her. The fact that he had rescued her in a moment of crisis and continued to accompany her was already a tremendous cause for gratitude. She could not impose further upon him. Chapter 83. You promised to marry me. Yi was not taken aback by Shen Xinyue's words. Although his childhood friend seemed somewhat reliant on him, she was inherently a very strong and independent young woman. I am fine. You need to rest well. I will stay with you, Yi Yu softly assured, drawing the blanket up to cover Shen Xinyue's abdomen. Really, it's unnecessary. I am truly fine now. Isn't Aunt Sun also hospitalized? Shen Xinyue quickly declined. If you stay here, what will happen to Aunt Sun? Her tone was somewhat agitated, her pitch elevated, clearly not wishing to burden Yi Yu. In truth, while Shen Xinyue had fully recovered, she was essentially no longer in serious danger. Even if Yi Yu were to leave, nothing significant would occur. Nevertheless, this was still excessively cruel for a lonely young girl. If Su Xiaoxiao had not departed, Yi Yu would naturally have no cause for concern, but now that she had slipped away, Yi Yu truly could not simply walk away, for he was now Shen Xinyue's sole support. As for Chu Menghan, although she had stated she would return, under these exceptional circumstances, he believed she would understand. Yi Yu shook his head with a resigned smile. Do not be stubborn. Rest assured, I've already spoken to my mother. She is nearly recovered now and can take care of herself. There is no issue. All right, I understand. I shall heed your advice. Her voice diminished significantly, yet her gaze retained a hint of defiance. Yi replied with satisfaction. Then, he meticulously adjusted the bedding to ensure Shen Xinyue was more comfortable before standing up to draw the curtains, blocking out the light. After completing these tasks, Yi prepared to exit the room, but just as he turned, Shen Xinyue called out, Brother Yi Yu. He halted, directing his gaze towards Shen Xinyue, waiting for her to continue. Shen Xinyue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly gripping the hem of Yi Yu's shirt, whispering, Thank you. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? I took care of you plenty when we were young. Upon hearing him mention their past, Shen Xinyue lifted her gaze to meet Yi Yu's, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Brother Yi Yu, do you remember what I once told you? She inquired softly. Her voice was delicate, akin to a feather, gently brushing against Yi Yu's heartstrings. Her words carried a hint of anxiety. Shen Xinyue's hand gradually tightened in a place where Yi Yu could not see, her palm dampening with sweat. She was afraid. What if she heard a disappointing response from Yi Yu? How would she bear it? If he remembered, everything would fall into place. She could unabashedly allow herself to love him. Originally, Shen Xinyue did not wish to express her feelings so soon, but upon seeing Yi Yu's face and hearing his gentle words, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Moreover, following the unexpected events of today, her impatience grew even stronger. She believed that perhaps her bravery and persistence could grant her a glimmer of hope and expectation. for no one knew what the future held, nor dared to assert that it would remain unchanged. If the conclusion had long been predetermined, she would still choose to take a leap of faith. She intended to alter the destinies of both herself and Yiyu. Observing Shan Xinyue's demeanor, a peculiar sensation surged within Yiyu's heart. It appeared that Shan Xinyue harbored a unique affection for him. He could not ascertain whether this sentiment truly existed, so he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What are you talking about?" "Brother Yiyu, you promised you would marry me." She summoned her courage, meeting Yiyu's gaze earnestly. Yiyu was momentarily stunned, not anticipating her to broach this subject. However, at that time, they were barely 10 years old. How could the words of children be taken seriously? While Yiyu had not forgotten his previous statements, he had consistently chosen to overlook them. After all, no one would regard such childish games as true love, except for Shan Xinyue. Suddenly, vivid memories of playing with Shan Xinyue during their childhood flooded Yiyu's mind. It had been a sunlit day. He wore a cerulean short-sleeved t-shirt, rushing into the classroom with his backpack. Shan Xinyue, dressed in a blue and white striped school skirt, entered through the back door with 2 braids, her smile radiant. They sat together in the back row, leaning over their desks to discuss their studies. At that time, Yi was not the academic underachiever he was now. His performance in school was quite commendable. However, Shan Xinyue was rather pitiable, always teetering on the edge of passing. One day, she suddenly wept bitterly, causing Yiyu, the warm-hearted young man, to panic and hastily inquire about the reason. With her eyes swollen from crying, Shan Xinyue sobbed, "Brother Yiyu, my mother says that with such poor academic performance, no one will want you when you grow up." "Brother Yiyu, do you not want me anymore?" Yiyu recalled the image of the little one, her face brimming with tears, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. This stirred a wave of compassion within him, prompting him to gently pat her head and offer her continuous comfort. He seemed to have uttered these words at the time, "I will never abandon you. If necessary, I shall marry you in the future." Upon hearing his words, Shan Xinyue finally broke into a smile. Yet, that was not enough. She grasped Yiyu's hand and insisted, "Let's make a pinky promise." At that moment, he thought the little girl was quite naive. "All right, pinky promise." Nevertheless, he reluctantly acquiesced. As soon as his words left his lips, Shan Xinyue immediately extended her finger to intertwine with Yiyu's. "Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Yay, it's settled. I shall marry Brother Yiyu in the future and become your wife." This incident remained vividly etched in Yiyu's memory. He never anticipated that so much time had passed, and Shan Xinyue still recalled it so clearly. Observing her hopeful demeanor, Yiyu couldn't help but sigh. How could this girl be so foolish? Did she not comprehend? Those were merely the whimsical utterances of childhood, and how could such sentiments become a prison for her thoughts? Could it truly be that a single promise was enough to inspire unwavering affection for someone? Love is not such a simplistic affair. Faced with Shan Xinyue's sudden inquiry, he felt a twinge of panic, subconsciously reluctant to believe this was love. He preferred to think that their bond leaned more towards familial affection, lacking the courage to disrupt the delicate balance of their relationship. After all, he had been a failure in love, and to embrace it again required time. Yi was unwilling to dwell on the matter further and diverted the conversation, saying, "It's getting late. I'll go prepare something for you to eat." As Shan Xinyue watched Yiyu's silhouette retreating from the bedroom, she bit her lip. A profound sense of disappointment welled up within her. She had always believed that if she persevered, one day Yiyu would be moved by her efforts and freed from the sorrows of his past life. Yet, reality had proven her wrong. His heart remained perpetually encased in ice, impervious to anyone's approach. Even if she exerted all her strength, she still could not reach the icy core of his heart. Chapter 84. A meeting of 2 women. Yiyu was taken aback when the typically well-behaved and understanding Shan Xinyue suddenly broached the subject. Perhaps she was merely jesting or attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Regardless, Yiyu did not dwell on the matter, dismissing it as a fleeting whim. Whether he genuinely failed to grasp Shan Xinyue's intentions or was merely feigning ignorance remained uncertain. As he exited the hospital, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Why had he been encountering such situations so frequently lately? He muttered under his breath, shaking his head with a wry smile. Could it be that his reincarnation had brought him a fate entwined with romantic entanglements? While the extent of his romantic fortunes was debatable, one thing was certain. He was indeed having a streak of misfortune. To evade the earlier incident, he seized upon the excuse of procuring food. At that moment, he found himself at a restaurant, casually selecting a few dishes. Just as he was about to find a place to sit, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure by the window, disappearing almost instantaneously. Yiyu squinted, his brow furrowing. Who was that woman? Why did her profile resemble? Yiyu shook his head, suppressing the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind. He chastised himself for being so foolish as to suspect that a mere resemblance could mean anything. A sudden sneeze escaped him. prompting him to rub his nose before continuing to eat. However, the food in his mouth tasted like cardboard. His mind occupied solely with the image of the woman he had just seen and her retreating silhouette. The more he thought, the more it felt like her. Enough of these fanciful thoughts. I should finish my meal quickly and return to the hospital. Yiyu tapped his head, striving to dispel the chaotic musings in his mind. After dinner, Yiyu hurried back to the hospital, carrying a takeout bag intended for Shinshiniue. Considering her current frail condition, he had taken care to advise the restaurant owner seriously. He had ordered light and easily digestible dishes, also requesting to minimize the spiciness. He certainly had not forgotten her disheveled state the last time she had indulged in street food. Peering into the takeout box, he noted the assortment of home-style dishes: tofu, shredded potatoes, minced meat, sweet radishes, and even 2 servings of chicken soup. He had made an effort to select dishes devoid of strong flavors since she was, after all, a patient. Nevertheless, given her upbringing, she was likely accustomed to sumptuous delicacies. He wondered if she would find these dishes acceptable. As he walked, he muttered to himself. Although Shinshiniue had not been overly pampered during their childhood together, her affluent background rendered her a delicate young lady, leaving Yiyu uncertain as to whether she might turn her nose up at the food. After contemplating, he shook his head slightly. It was unlikely she would be displeased, as she had relished the roadside snacks on their last outing. Indeed, Yiyu's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. How could Shinshiniue possibly be dismissive? However, she had little time to ponder food matters at present, for the person she despised most had arrived, standing right in front of her. Let us rewind time to half an hour earlier. In the wake of Yiyu's avoidance, Shinshiniue felt a pang of sorrow. Yet she understood that she had perhaps been too hasty. After all, her Yiyu brother was oblivious to her feelings. How could she expect him to accept her so boldly? Alas, it was my fault. I must have frightened him, or else he would not have fled. Shinshiniue sighed. She recognized that matters of the heart could not be forced, so she had to choose her moments wisely. Surely, the words she had just spoken would plant some seeds in his heart. Shinshiniue gazed vacantly at the ceiling, her hands intertwined, feeling a mix of disappointment and budding hope for the future. At last, she had taken a step forward. This should give her an edge over that other woman, right? She admitted that her earlier display had been rather uncharacteristic, perhaps due to the overwhelming emotions of that moment. Yet so what? Love was love. There was no need for her to conceal it. As long as Yiyu harbored the slightest affection for her, she would have a chance to pursue him. After all, Yiyu was her everything. Lost in these thoughts, a vision of her dreams coming to fruition danced in her mind, and a gentle smile graced her lips. However, she quickly regained her composure, covering her flushed face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. It was crossing the line. With small, purposeful steps, she exited the ward, seeking a cool place to collect her thoughts. Just as she stepped outside, she collided with someone, nearly losing her balance. Ouch! They exclaimed in unison. Shinshiniue stumbled back several steps, wincing in pain, particularly where the impact had been most severe. In an instant, she recognized the nature of the collision, a soft, elastic rebound, with a woman on the other side. "I'm so sorry. My apologies," came a melodious voice, accompanied by the sight of a girl clutching her forehead, wearing a pained expression. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Shinshiniue to lift her gaze. A charming face came into view, with smooth, fair skin and delicate features, particularly a pair of captivating, soulful eyes that ensnared one's attention. Most strikingly, she was so astonished by the person before her that she momentarily forgot to react. After receiving Yiyu's call, Chu Menghan had been restless, which is why she had come to find him. How did she know which hospital Yiyu was in? It was simple enough, thanks to her family's wealth. She could easily access surveillance footage and ambulance records. Initially, she had only been concerned for Yiyu and wanted to ensure he was not hiding anything from her. Yet, she had not anticipated that he was concealing far more than she had imagined. Upon learning from the nurse the room number of the patient who had fallen into the water that morning, she was eager to surprise Yiyu. However, she had not expected to receive a shock herself. As Chu Menghan rounded the corner, she had been lost in delightful fantasies of Yiyu's surprised expression upon seeing her. For a moment, she became so engrossed that she failed to pay attention to her surroundings, resulting in the unfortunate collision. With a startled gasp, she quickly extended her right hand to steady herself against the wall. Aware that she was in the wrong, she hurriedly apologized. Just as she uttered her sorry, she turned to find a girl in a hospital gown and a baseball cap staring back at her with wide, innocent eyes. Their gazes met, and the air suddenly thickened, as if time had come to a standstill. This face, Chu Menghan would never forget. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor she once possessed. Every smile and frown exuded allure, and her once melancholic eyes now sparked a desire to protect. But why was she here? Why was she here? The two girls, in their shock, found their thoughts remarkably synchronized. Chapter 85, Confrontation. The simultaneous appearance of the two stunning beauties, Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan, drew the attention of many patients and their families passing by. Beautiful women are always captivating, especially extraordinary ones like Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan, who attracted countless gazes. After all, for ordinary individuals, particularly ordinary men, if they cannot possess beauty, then what harm is there in merely gazing? Of course, it is preferable to admire them when alone. If one is accompanied by a girlfriend and cannot restrain their eyes, then they deserve the consequences. For instance, a certain gentleman happened to stroll past Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan. Tall and robust, with thick brows and bright eyes, he bore a standard square face, a prominent nose, and full lips, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses. He exuded an air of refined elegance, accompanied by a girl who was presumably his girlfriend. Given that he stood there with one hand on his hip, looking somewhat drained, it seemed his stamina might have been lacking. However, when he turned his gaze towards Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a fervent light. How beautiful! And there are two of them. If only they were his girlfriends, then. He silently contemplated, casting a furtive glance at the woman beside him, and his expression instantly fell. Being in the presence of his girlfriend, he dared not act out, merely stealing glances at them with his peripheral vision, his heart racing, breaths becoming labored, and an undercurrent of anxiety coursing through him. However, these subtle movements did not escape the notice of the woman. As a woman herself, she was naturally quite sensitive to such matters. Despite having a girlfriend, he was sneaking glances at other women, particularly at one who was more beautiful than herself. Ugh, what a cad! When jealousy surged within her, it became uncontrollable, disregarding any rationale. She pinched him hard and exclaimed, "Hey, where are you looking?" The man, stung by the pinch, furrowed his brows and turned to her with a displeased expression, questioning, "Why did you pinch me? Why did I pinch you? You filthy man. Where are your eyes wandering?" She retorted defiantly, "What nonsense are you spouting? How unreasonable!" The man, caught in his own thoughts, felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger. "Do you dare to yell at me? It's your good fortune that I choose to be with you, and yet you still have the audacity to scold me? Just wait. We're breaking up," she declared furiously, throwing her hands and storming off. The man stood there, seething, unable to articulate his frustration for a long while, finally muttering angrily, "Insane." After cursing, he noticed the curious glances from those around him, realizing his fault, and turned to leave. Yet, this was merely a minor episode. The real battleground lay elsewhere, as the onlookers had gathered in anticipation. Those with a keen sense could already detect the palpable tension in the air. Observing the silent standoff between the two women, it was evident that there was a story to tell. Moreover, the protagonist of this tale undoubtedly involved a man. After all, unless there were emotional entanglements, how could two stunning beauties possibly clash? Is that even conceivable? Absolutely not. Thus, the crowd speculated whether these two goddess-like women were vying for affection, embroiled in a fierce confrontation over a man. Although their imaginations were wild, they were not far from the truth. This only fueled their curiosity further. What kind of extraordinary man could incite such rivalry between two women? After all, two women, particularly two breathtaking beauties, typically held themselves in high regard. Furthermore, judging by the poise of both women, it was clear that their backgrounds were far from ordinary, and they did not seem to be materialistic types. In this day and age, natural beauties are indeed a scarce resource. Who could be so unscrupulous as to monopolize two at once? Who could argue otherwise? Though such beauties felt out of reach for the likes of them, the mere thought of someone managing to earn their affection stirred discontent within. This man entangled with two women must surely be a rogue. Ashu, Yeyu, at the center of the crowd, couldn't help but sneeze, rubbing his nose. Why had he been sneezing so much lately? Was he truly coming down with a cold? "Young man, are you up to the task? If not, just concede." As he momentarily lost focus, a chorus of elderly gentlemen surrounding him urged him on. "No ruse. No ruse. Jumping horse general." Indeed, Yi was engaged in a game of chess with a group of elderly gentlemen at the park. Initially, he had intended to return to find Sun Xinyue, but on his way back, he happened upon the gathering of old men strategizing over their chessboard. Unable to resist, he lingered for a couple of minutes, particularly as he had not played since his rebirth and felt a twinge of nostalgia. In his previous life, he often frequented the park to seek out elderly men for chess matches, primarily to stave off boredom. After all, with a wealthy wife supporting him, he needed something to keep himself occupied. In time, he grew fond of the activity. It was a rare opportunity today, so he could not help but indulge in a couple of rounds. However, He likely did not anticipate that, in such a short span, chaos had erupted within the hospital. Not bad, young man. You've already won 2 in a row. Truly a hidden gem. The elderly gentleman opposite him exclaimed with a broad smile. Haha, just luck. Just luck. Yi replied modestly, ensuring to leave the old man some dignity. Young man, your skills are far superior to mine. Where did you learn such unconventional strategies? Deviating from a norm? The old man added. Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. He certainly could not reveal that he was reborn. That would be too shocking and might frighten the old man. Oh, come on, old Wang, that's not fair. Such matters are surely the young man's secret. Don't think about stealing his techniques. Another elderly gentleman comforted old Wang with a pat on the shoulder. Alas, you cannot say that. Young people should engage with us old fossils. Only through such exchanges can we elevate ourselves. You're just envious. Listening to the banter among the elderly, Yi felt both amused and exasperated. He truly wasn't hiding any secrets. Rather, his experiences were not replicable. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, he quietly slipped away, for he had others awaiting him. However, had he known that those waiting were not just one person, but 2, he might have regretted his hasty departure. Chapter 86. Mutual Testing. Shen Xinyue? What surprise. Chu Menghan spoke first, gazing at the girl opposite her. Though momentarily taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. Long time no see, Shen Xinyue replied, nodding with a smile. Under normal circumstances, their relationship could not be deemed antagonistic, as both families were prestigious in Kyoto, often crossing paths. Although they were both renowned and dubbed the double beauties of Kyoto, they were not well acquainted, merely nodding acquaintances. Of course, all this was prior to their rebirth. The current dynamic was quite different. After all, both retained the memories of their past lives, and the ensuing story held a certain intrigue. Chu Menghan maintained her icy demeanor before others, her expression neutral as she scrutinized Shen Xinyue. Internally, she pondered, why was this woman present in this hospital? It struck her that the woman saved by Yi Yu in the surveillance footage bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Xinyue. Could it be? She suddenly felt a foreboding sense that someone had encroached upon her territory. Contemplating this, her expression grew somber. Shen Xinyue remained stationary, her eyes glimmering with intelligence as she regarded Chu Menghan, a faint smile gracing her lips, even in the face of her counterpart. Her gentle demeanor exuded an air of elegance and composure, a stark contrast to Chu Menghan's colder disposition. The 2 women's energies were entirely distinct. Shen Xinyue embodied the quintessential noble lady, poised and graceful, radiating a refreshing and refined aura, a quintessential intellectual beauty. In contrast, Chu Menghan emanated a strong repulsion, her every movement imbued with a commanding presence. Yet her frosty demeanor and exquisite features often ignited a desire for conquest in men. A keen observer would note that while their styles differed, their inner essence was strikingly similar. Both were the type whose every smile, every gesture, brimmed with allure. In every regard, they were equals. This was precisely what worried Chu Menghan, as she was uncertain whether the other was already intent on Yi Yu. After all, Shen Xinyue's appearance felt a tad premature. In a normal scenario, she should have emerged only after Chu Menghan's marriage to Yi Yu. With this thought, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. She resolved to probe further, her gaze on Shen Xinyue sharpening. Miss Shen, what brings you to Jiangbei, and why in a hospital? Shen Xinyue pressed her lips together, observing Chu Menghan with narrowed eyes. She too found the timing and location of Chu Menghan's appearance rather coincidental. Was she also here for Yi Yu? However, it seems implausible. How could she have come into contact with him at this moment? As soon as Chu Menghan's words fell, Shen Xinyue noticed that quite a number of onlookers had turned their attention towards the 2 of them, seemingly intrigued by their conversation. Shall we perhaps find a different place to talk? Shen Xinyue suggested, her tone tinged with a hint of aloofness. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan's brows furrowed even more tightly as she scanned the surroundings. Noticing the gathering crowd, she quickly understood that this location was ill-suited for a private discussion. Let us go. She nodded and turned away first. Shen Xinyue cast a deep glance at her. This young lady seemed somewhat different. She had so readily acquiesced. Based on her knowledge, she was not one to easily comply, nor was she the type to be easily directed. Shen Xinyue followed in her footsteps. The 2 found a quiet cafe to sit in, choosing a window-side table where they could conveniently observe the entrance of the hospital. Of course, the primary reason for selecting this place was the comfortable atmosphere. Waiter, Chu Menghan called, and a young man promptly approached with a notepad in hand. The waiter stood respectfully to the side and inquired, "May I take your order?" Chu Menghan glanced at Shen Xinyue and casually stated, 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee. "Thank you." "Certainly," the waiter replied politely before departing. Chu Menghan turned her gaze to the window. The sun poured warmly onto the earth, creating a cozy ambience. Yet her heart was filled with unease. Is Miss Shin unwell? Chu Menghan reined in her thoughts and tentatively probed, fixing her gaze on Shen Xinyue. Shen Xinyue flashed a faint smile, brushing her hair behind her ear, and replied leisurely, I was merely startled. It's nothing serious. And you, Miss Chu? What brings you to Jiangbei? And what a coincidence to run into you. Her eyes seemed to pierce into Chu Menghan's thoughts. Chu Menghan tuke lai di. I happened to pass by and heard that Jiangbei boasts beautiful scenery, so I came to take a look and clear my mind. Shen Xinyue raised an eyebrow at this. The woman certainly had a high sense of vigilance. Clearing one's mind at a hospital? Who would believe that? A brief silence enveloped them, and an undercurrent of tension wafted through the air. Neither of them broached the subject of Yu, as neither could ascertain if the other had indeed encountered him. If she hadn't wouldn't that just complicate matters? Thus, in this duel of wits, patience was paramount. They must not reveal any cracks in their facades. The two remained in a stalemate, sipping their coffee while discreetly observing each other from the corners of their eyes. After a while, Chu Menghan could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Miss Shun, is there a matter that brings you to Jiangbei? Me? I am here to visit an old acquaintance. With your capabilities, it should be easy for you to investigate. I grew up here after all, Shen Xinyue said, setting down her spoon and elegantly wiping her mouth as she began to speak slowly. Over time, I find myself missing some friends from the past. Chu Menghan was momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous shift. Her fingers tightened around her cup, turning white at the knuckles. Observing her expression, Shen Xinyue felt a jolt of apprehension. She had only subtly hinted at coming to find Yu. Yet Chu Menghan's reaction was so pronounced. Could it be? Both harbored suspicions, yet clung to a flicker of hope. Suddenly, Chu Menghan lifted her head, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Shen Xinyue. Are you here to find Yu? Shen Xinyue was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such directness. It wasn't surprising that Chu Menghan could uncover her relationship with Yu, but why did she know him? Chapter 87, Destined to be My Husband. Shen Xinyue furrowed her brow. How had matters escalated to this point? She shouldn't be here. Something must have gone awry. Had her rebirth altered the course of this world? Or had she, too, experienced a rebirth? The more she pondered, the more her heart raced, and her complexion shifted. She fixed a determined gaze on Chu Menghan and slowly inquired, why? Chu Menghan remained silent, her mind racing to comprehend the reason behind Shen Xinyue's premature appearance. Her hands clenched tightly as she faced Shen Xinyue's probing questions, refusing to back down. This woman was here to vie for her husband. And you? What is your relationship with Yu? Chu Menghan asked flatly. A shadow of sorrow crossed Shen Xinyue's face as she lowered her gaze, avoiding Chu Menghan's scrutinizing stare. What was the nature of her relationship with Yu? It seemed merely a childhood friendship, a tenuous connection. Beyond that, all was one-sided longing on Shen Xinyue's part. Strictly speaking, their bond was even less direct than that between Chu Menghan and Yu. At least they had a marriage certificate to show for it. You two really have no substantial connection, do you? Chu Menghan interrupted, her eyes sharp and demanding. Shen Xinyue opened her mouth, glancing at Chu Menghan, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. There was indeed no tangible relationship between her and Yu, but Shen Xinyue's expression grew complex, and, after a pause, she finally whispered, I like him. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed slightly. But remembering that her rival sat across from her, she quickly straightened up, determined not to appear weak. Even if she couldn't team-match Chu Menghan in some aspects, she must not be outdone in spirit. Oh, Chu Menghan smiled, the corners of her lips curving in mild surprise. She understood Shen Xinyue well. She had always been the obedient type, her character inclined towards gentility. For her to so openly declare her affection for someone indicated a serious commitment. While she hadn't anticipated this, having foreseen such developments since her rebirth, she was not shocked. Yet, a twinge of anger stirred within her. How could Yu, that insufferable man, provoke others when he already had such a beautiful wife? Others didn't concern her, but Shen Xinyue was different. The threat she posed was substantial. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly choose a wife who was both beautiful and virtuous. Thus, despite her prior vigilance, the moment she encountered Shen Xinyue, she admitted to feeling a pang of anxiety. Particularly that last statement had shattered the final barrier in her heart. In this lifetime, no matter the effort required, she must safeguard her own happiness. My apologies. I also have feelings for him. So could you please keep your distance? Chu Menghan said after a brief silence, her tone remaining calm and unperturbed, devoid of anger or sorrow, as though she were merely stating a mundane fact. This left Sun Xinyue momentarily speechless. She had never witnessed such an unusual demeanor from Chu Menghan before. She actually admitted it. No, it was impossible. How could she, who had not yet matured, harbor feelings for Yiyu? This was a declaration from her own lips. I don't believe it. You, Miss Chu, have always been so proud. How could you possibly like Yiyu? Sun Xinyue clenched her teeth, struggling to suppress the bitterness rising within her as she pressed on. Believe it or not, Chu Menghan replied, raising her eyelids to glance at her. In any case, the matter between him and me is quite complicated. However, the outcome is already predetermined. I will not relinquish him to you. You two are impossible, so do spare yourself the effort and seek someone else. You. Sun Xinyue was rendered speechless, unable to counter Chu Menghan's words. She was not adept at verbal sparring. How could she possibly contend with Chu Menghan? She lifted her cup and took a sip of coffee, finding it somewhat bitter, her expression reflecting her displeasure. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued. Why should I back down? What is your relationship with Yiyu? As Sun Xinyue regained her composure, her thoughts became remarkably clear. Given that Yiyu and Chu Menghan were not yet married, why should she retreat? There was no reason for her to feel insecure. They were all on the same starting line. There was no reason for her to withdraw. Happiness must be fought for on one's own accord. Initially overwhelmed by Chu Menghan's imposing presence, Sun Xinyue had momentarily remained trapped in the misconception of her past life, where she and Yiyu were married. However, upon awakening to the present reality, she realized that they had no relationship whatsoever. As Sun Xinyue's words fell silent, Chu Menghan arched her lips into a faint smile, a rare expression she seldom displayed to anyone other than Yiyu. Her smile accentuated her exquisite features, particularly her striking almond-shaped eyes, which captivated anyone who dared to gaze upon them. I live in his house. What do you think our relationship is? Chu Menghan elegantly sipped from her crystal teacup, raising an eyebrow in retort. She spoke with deliberate intent, fully aware of Sun Xinyue's innocence. Though intelligent, she was undeniably naive. In her previous life, when they clashed fiercely in the business arena, Chu Menghan had discerned this vulnerability, yet at that time, she had deemed it beneath her to exploit it. However, matters concerning Yiyu were an entirely different realm, and she intentionally spoke in ambiguous terms to prompt Sun Xinyue to withdraw voluntarily. After all, for Yiyu, employing a few subtle tactics, as long as they did not contravene moral principles, was quite justifiable. What? You? Sun Xinyue gasped, her face pale with shock. Springing to her feet, the surrounding onlookers were drawn to their commotion, all eyes converging on Sun Xinyue. Her heart raced, her mind consumed by Chu Menghan's words. Shaking her head in disbelief, murmuring, impossible, impossible. Ha! Chu Menghan chuckled softly, setting down her teacup and sauntering closer to her. Each deliberate step seemed to press against Sun Xinyue's heart, inducing a sensation of suffocation. She approached, halting before Sun Xinyue, leaning in to whisper tantalizingly close to her ear, her alluring gaze fixated on Sun Xinyue, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Do you know why I chose him? Let me enlighten you. It is fated that he is my husband. Sun Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being frozen in shock. Had she just misheard? What did Chu Menghan say? Yiyu is her husband. Chapter 88. Fair competition, what do you mean by that? Sun Xinyue stared incredulously at Chu Menghan. This was something that should only be known to her, the reincarnated self. And Yiyu, why would she say such a thing? Had Yiyu and Chu Menghan grown so intimately close that he had divulged their future to her? Sun Xinyue shook her head, dismissing the notion. Yiyu would never do that. She understood perfectly that their relationship was merely nominal, devoid of substance. There was undoubtedly a secret she was unaware of, for there was no reason for Chu Menghan to have any prior contact with Yiyu. She had to uncover the truth. Seeing Sun Xinyue's anxious expression, Chu Menghan felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing her words had struck a chord. I mean it literally. She returned to her seat. I don't want you to get hurt. So, I don't need that. I won't give up. Sun Xinyue interrupted vehemently, looking defiantly at her. What destiny? You don't understand what love is. Though Sun Xinyue did not know Chu Menghan very well, her past interactions suggested that she was not one to forsake everything for love. Sun Xinyue was uncertain why Chu Menghan had changed, but she absolutely would not allow this situation to unfold. This was her chance to rectify the regrets of her past life. She would not relinquish it. Chu Menghan frowned slightly, clearly surprised by the depth of Sun Xinyue's determination. After all she had said, Sun Xinyue remained resolute. However, if she cherished Yiyu so dearly, why had she allowed herself to be at a disadvantage in her past life? Was there an underlying issue? With a sigh, she patiently counseled, Sun Xinyue, you are right. I didn't understand love before, but now things are different. People can change. Sometimes it is surprisingly simple to change someone, isn't it? Chu Menghan's tone shifted to one of calmness, no longer aggressive. She found herself reminiscing about the moments shared with Yiyu, regretting the opportunities she had let slip by. Still don't believe me? Shen Xinyue was taken aback, unsure of what Chu Menghan's words meant. Yet, her tone suggested a genuine transformation, distinctly different from the Chu Menghan she had known. The woman before her was revealing an unexpectedly vulnerable side. So, what exactly are you trying to convey? After a lengthy silence, Shen Xinyue finally conceded. If you are suggesting I should give up, then you needn't bother. Chu Menghan shook her head, having abandoned that line of thought. Shen Xinyue's character mirrored her own as an adult, difficult to contend with. Although she appeared gentle, she was, in fact, more stubborn than herself. Chu Menghan no longer believed words could compel her to retreat. Truth be told, we have no enmity. It is merely unfortunate that we both admire the same man. Shen Xinyue stared at Chu Menghan in shock, this being the umpteenth time she had heard her admit such a thing today. How could she remain so poised and gracious? If only she could be as brave, perhaps this moment would be avoided. Chu Menghan continued, of course, if you persist in vying for Yiyu, I have no objections. Let's compete fairly. Struggles and conflicts flashed in Shen Xinyue's eyes. She had thought she was ahead of the game, only to find herself entangled in the current predicament. They sat in silence, neither daring to break the quietude, while the whispers of the wind rustled through the tree branches outside. From the depths of each other's gazes, they discerned a shared resolve. Having come this far, they would fight with all their might. After all, having made the effort, they would not be left with regrets. Would they? After what felt like an eternity, Shen Xinyue lifted her head, her gaze fierce as she declared to Chu Menghan, regardless, I will not give up. Yiyu is mine. All right, I feel the same, Chu Menghan replied, indifferent as she shrugged. In truth, despite their prolonged standoff, both women felt far less confident than they appeared. After all, neither was certain of Yiyu's true feelings. Ultimately, the most crucial question remained. Whom would he choose? From Chu Menghan's perspective, she felt a twinge of concern, as Yiyu still harbored some reservations about her. Although their relationship had been progressing positively, uncertainties lingered. In contrast, she believed Shen Xinyue held an advantage, given their shared childhood bond. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyue was worried that Chu Menghan's proactive approach would undermine her chances, especially since she had been married to Yiyu in her previous life. If that outcome were immutable, then her efforts would be in vain. Even without considering such distant possibilities, there was still something pressing on her mind. The two fell into a stalemate once more. Shen Xinyue's gaze wandered nervously, her fingers nervously toying with the rim of her coffee cup. Do you have something you wish to ask? Chu Menghan inquired playfully, bemused by how easily Shen Xinyue could be read. Had it not been for their rivalry, she believed that the two could have forged a wonderful friendship. Shen Xinyue offered an awkward smile, lowering her head to stir her coffee in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, you mentioned earlier that you and Yiyu are cohabiting? Gathering her courage, she posed the question, for such matters are often difficult to broach, regardless of who one might be. Chu Menghan, observing Shen Xinyue's nervous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's adorableness. Nodding, Chu Menghan replied, yes. We've been living together for quite some time, and it was even Aunt's son who approved. Shen Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend Chu Menghan's words. Each syllable she uttered sent shockwaves through Shen Xinyue, who had clung to the hope that Chu Menghan was merely jesting. But now, it was evident that she spoke the truth. They were indeed cohabiting, and with Yiyu's mother's blessing, this meant that Shen Xinyue was falling even further behind. Cohabitation implied a myriad of uncontrollable circumstances. Her mind raced with vivid scenarios. How could this be allowed? Chu Menghan, noticing Shen Xinyue's reaction, found it amusing. She merely spoke the truth. How others interpreted it was of no concern to her. Chapter 89. The victor must be oneself. Yiyu strolled into the hospital, humming a cheerful tune, visibly excited to finally showcase his skills after a long hiatus. After all, not everyone could triumph over the old masters of the park, a place filled with hidden talents. However, his joy was short-lived. Upon reaching the ward, he noticed a throng of people dispersing, suggesting something significant had occurred. He intercepted a passerby, eager to inquire, brother, what happened? The young man, appearing nonchalant, pushed past him with a smirk. You must be new here, huh? Too bad you missed quite the spectacle. Yi frowned. What do you mean? The young man glanced at him lazily. Just now. Two stunning beauties nearly came to blows over a guy. Yi scoffed. Such trivial matters seemed utterly mundane to him. He thought, let them fight. It was of no concern to him. Brother, let me tell you, you won't believe it. Those two ladies are exceptionally beautiful. The young man rambled on, dramatically sighing, who knows which lucky guy gets to be with him. Yu, uninterested, made his way towards Shun Xinyue's room. Brother, are you sure one of those beauties is in this ward? The young man followed, a look of astonishment on his face. Yu halted, suddenly realizing something. He turned back, asking urgently, are you saying there's been a confrontation involving someone from this ward? His tone was laced with anxiety as he gripped the young man's shoulder, startling him. Yes, but why are you so worked up, brother? Do you know her? Yi released him and dashed into Shun Xinyue's room. To his dismay, she was nowhere to be found. The young man scratched his head and muttered, could it be that the man they were fighting over is him? The goddess has such peculiar tastes, considering he's not even as handsome as I am. He sneered, preparing to leave, but Yi suddenly approached him again. Hey, take it easy. Yi was oblivious to the young man's discomfort. Shun Xinyue was delicate, and having been startled, she wouldn't stand a chance against anyone else. How could he not be anxious? Where had she gone? Did she leave with another beauty? Yi was taken aback. Left? Where to? How would I know? I was just here for the commotion. Wait, you just mentioned another beauty? Yi suddenly grasped the situation. The young man blinked in confusion. Yeah, didn't I say there were two girls? Yi inhaled it deeply. As long as it was a woman involved, perhaps it wouldn't lead to anything too serious. But who could it be? Did she have acquaintances in Jiangbei? Yi racked his brain, but he would never guess that Shun Xinyue and Chu Menghan had known each other since childhood, as this had never been mentioned to him. A big brother. Can I leave now? The young man asked timidly. Yi snapped back to reality. Oh, it's fine, thank you. No problem, just a small favor. The young man waved and hurried away, clearly intimidated by Yi's imposing demeanor. Yi watched him leave, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at him. He felt something unexpected was about to transpire. Just then his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he saw it was Chu Menghan. What could this young lady want now? He quickly answered, hello. Chu, what's the matter? On the other end, Chu Menghan's melodious voice chimed. Humph. What? Am I not allowed to call you if there's nothing going on? Haha, of course. I have no pressing matters. Just want to let you know to finish your business before heading home. I'll take care of Aunt Sun here. Yi sensed something off in her tone, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. All right then, bye. After hanging up, he scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden whims. What did she mean by finishing her business? In the cafe across from the hospital, only Chu Menghan remained. Shun Xinyue had vanished, presumably having left. Holding a cup of coffee in one hand, she ended the call with the other. Although she had spoken with bravado moments ago, her heart felt reluctant. Even if she chose not to inquire, upon seeing Shun Xinyue, she had already surmised what Yi was up to. She ought to have disregarded everything and taken Yi back with her. However, knowing Shun Xinyue was in distress, she had noticed the girl's pale complexion and couldn't bear to pull Yi away from her side. She lifted her gaze, casting a lingering look towards the hospital, her feelings a tumultuous blend. I'll settle the score with you later. Chu Menghan set down her cup and rose to leave. Waiter, the bill, please. Miss, please hold on. As Chu Menghan reached for her wallet to retrieve her card, the cashier glanced at the bill and said, Miss, the other lady at your table has already settled the bill. Chu Menghan paused, her hand halting mid-motion as she grasped the situation. This woman was indeed, just like in her previous life, unwilling to owe her a favor. All right, I understand. Thank you. Chu Menghan tucked her wallet away, nodding at the cashier. The server returned a polite smile and resumed her duties. Chu Menghan gathered her belongings and stood to leave. However, at the doorway, she hesitated, her gaze fixed on the flowing traffic outside. Her attention was drawn to a faint silhouette behind the high walls. Meanwhile, Shun Xinyue, who had just entered the hospital, seemed to share an unspoken connection as she turned back. Though they could not see each other, both sensed the thoughts of the other. Each harbored an inexplicable confidence, believing themselves to be truly unique, reborn individuals, endowed with the ability to hear Yi's innermost thoughts. Did not believe for a moment that they would be outmatched by a mere girl in her teens. Thus, they found themselves murmuring in unison that the victor would undoubtedly be themselves. Chapter 90. Shun Xinyue's discharge from the hospital 3 days later. Shun Xinyue was finally discharged from the hospital. During this time, Yi had been utterly swamped, juggling responsibilities for both his mother and the young lady in question. Fortunately, he had the assistance of Chu Menghan, and with his mother being discharged the day before, he felt a sense of relief. The sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow upon Shun Xinyue's fair and delicate visage in the back seat. Yi glanced at her through the rearview mirror and noticed her lingering melancholy. Ever since her return that day, she had remained in this state, sitting vacantly and rarely uttering a word, her appetite for meals significantly diminished. Yi had attempted to inquire a few times, but she had remained reticent. Initially, he assumed her mood was a result of the shock she had endured, but it seemed to be something deeper. He had hoped that her spirits would lift upon her discharge, yet the situation remained unchanged. By the way, why hasn't Su Xiao come to pick you up? It seems strange for her to be absent during this time. Yu deliberately introduced the topic, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue looked up at him and replied, Xiao has some matters at home and has been busy these past few days. Oh, I see. Yi responded nonchalantly, though internally he couldn't help but scoff at her timing. Shall I take you directly to her house? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue hesitated, as if contemplating something. After a moment, she shook her head. Forget it. It wouldn't be right to trouble her too often. This left Yu perplexed. If she wasn't going to Su Xiao's, then where was she intending to go? Shen Xinyue seemed to grasp his thoughts, and, with a slight blush, said, I remember that when I was younger, there was a room for me at your house. What? Yi was taken aback by her revelation, nearly dropping his phone in surprise. He had never anticipated such a response from her. What do you mean? I offer you help, and you wish to move in my home? Yi scratched his head awkwardly, struggling to find words. Indeed, this was all part of Shen Xinyue's long-planned scheme, one she had deliberated over extensively before making this decision. Otherwise, why would she have been so distant with Yu? Ever since her confrontation with Chu Menghan, she had been brooding over the matter. She had intended to seize this opportunity to confess her feelings to Yu, but unexpectedly, Chu Menghan had intervened, claiming they were living together. Although Shen Xinyue recognized that this was a deliberate misrepresentation by Chu Menghan, it still left her feeling despondent. The thought of them being together daily, their relationship deepening, and the potential for more intimate gestures filled her with discomfort. Even though she knew it was merely her imagination, she found it intolerable. Therefore, she resolved to be more proactive and not allow Chu Menghan any further opportunities. She must prevent any unwarranted developments. Is it not feasible? Shen Xinyue inquired, observing Yiyu's hesitance and flickering expression. It's not that it isn't feasible. Yiyu coughed lightly, masking his internal tension and attempting to feign nonchalance. It's just that my mother has just been discharged, and my father is busy. We don't have time to prepare a room for you. The truth was, someone else had already settled in, but how could Yiyu bring himself to mention that? Should he candidly state that her room had been claimed by another girl, one who was particularly beautiful? It simply felt inappropriate. Shen Xinyue, understanding that it wouldn't be easy, recognized the true reason behind his refusal. What do you mean, busy? That's merely an excuse. It's clearly because of Chu Menghan. She lowered her head, letting out a silent sigh, choosing not to say more as she leaned against the back of her seat. Witnessing her dejected demeanor, Yiyu felt a pang of guilt. How about you consider a different room? Ultimately, Yiyu could no longer suppress his thoughts and uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue's eyes brightened. Really? Is that possible? Yiyu nodded, albeit with a wry smile. Yes, it is. At this point, how could he refuse her? The room you used to occupy, Yiyu hesitated, unsure how to explain. You'll understand when the time comes. He regretted having so readily agreed to Chu Menghan's earlier request. Who could have anticipated Shen Xinyue's return? Yiyu rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. He could only wonder what sort of dynamics would unfold between the two young ladies when they were together. Could he not simply focus on preparing for a good university? Shen Xinyue cast a furtive glance at the somewhat troubled Yiyu, not wishing to be so willful. I'm sorry, Yiyu. She silently apologized within her heart. Driver, turn right ahead. Yiyu directed the driver towards his home, altering their course. Understood. The driver replied cheerfully, promptly adjusting the steering wheel as instructed. White handkerchief. Why isn't that guy returned yet? Could he truly be lost in bliss? At Yiyu's home, Chu Menghan cradled a small orange cat, playfully teasing it while muttering to herself. Meow. The little cat expressed its dissatisfaction, wondering why she couldn't simply focus on petting it without her hands becoming increasingly restless. Chu Menghan remained oblivious to its discomfort, continuing her musings. Could Shen Xinyue be employing her charms to captivate him? She shook her head, swiftly dismissing her own thoughts. She wouldn't have the audacity. If she did, I wouldn't have any say in this. As Chu Menghan's thoughts spiraled, her hands remained busy, lavishing attention on the cat, especially its little tail, which she found utterly irresistible. However, the small feline was not particularly cooperative, keeping its tail tightly tucked between its legs, as if shielding something. Meow, 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 why are you hiding? Relax. Chu Menghan jested while teasing the little cat. I'm not interested in your little bell. Meow. The cat, seemingly offended by her insinuation, let out an indignant cry before leaping off and dashing out of the living room, casting a disdainful glance back at Chu Menghan before fleeing. Meow, I once thought the most wicked creatures were dogs, but lo and behold, dogs will always be dogs. However, humans sometimes are not what they seem. Before Chu Menghan could decipher the cat's expression, the doorbell rang. Chapter 91. Still want more? Half an hour later, the living room was filled with an oddly tense atmosphere, resembling a stalemate. Nestled in Yiyu's arms was the small orange cat, rhythmically wagging its tail, its eyes half closed in bliss. Only Yiyu was aware of the inner turmoil he was experiencing. Before him, the two young women occupied opposite ends of the sofa, maintaining a distance of a meter or two, each seemingly content to keep to their own space. One sat elegantly, her demeanor composed, while the other leaned slightly against the armrest of the sofa, her gaze directed at Yiyu, radiating an air of hostility. With the little orange cat in his left arm and the remote control in his right, Yiyu hastily flipped through channels in an attempt to capture the attention of both beauties, hoping to alleviate the awkward tension. "Why don't you both chat for a bit while I prepare dinner?" he suggested. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Menghan shot him a piercing look, as if to convey, "Who would care to eat your cooking?" Under the weight of her icy glare, Yiyu fell silent. Taking the cat with him as he retreated to the kitchen, he found himself caught between the two women, a position that proved to be rather uncomfortable. His worst fears came to fruition unexpectedly. The two stunning ladies actually knew each other, a revelation he had never anticipated. Even more shocking was the apparent indifference in their relationship. Why was that so? He dared not ask. In a brief moment, the kitchen resonated with the clattering of pots and pans. Chu Menghan cast a deep glance into the kitchen before turning to confront Shen Xinyu. "What? Have you also learned to be a freeloader?" Shen Xinyu chuckled lightly, responding, "Just returning home, but you have taken over my place." She was already aware that Chu Menghan was residing in her former room, a scenario she had anticipated long ago. Thus, she did not make things difficult for Yiyu and instead settled into a vacant room next door. Hearing this, a subtle smile curved at the corners of Chu Menghan's lips. She had not expected the young lady Shen to possess such eloquence. Shen Xinyu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "I am merely stating a fact." With a restrained smile, Chu Menghan retorted, "How can I not know what you're thinking? I shall show no mercy." Likewise, Shen Xinyu shot back. Indeed, when women are serious, their combative spirit is not to be underestimated. With just a few exchanges, the two had turned the atmosphere prickly, even causing Yiyu, who was in the kitchen, to feel the tension. He cautiously peeked his head out from the kitchen, taking a careful glance at the two ladies. Fortunately, they were merely conversing, and no physical altercation had ensued. If things escalated, he wouldn't know whose side to take. Sigh. Why must women complicate matters for one another? The very instigator, Yiyu, lacked the awareness of his culpability, lamenting instead. He rubbed his hands together, intending to prepare a refreshing cucumber salad to ease the tension. As for the conflict between the two women, he decided to let them resolve it themselves. He was also uncertain of his mother's whereabouts, as she had mysteriously vanished at a critical moment. He worked swiftly, and before long, a sumptuous dinner was arranged. A standard 4 dishes and a soup, perfectly suited for the three of them, comprised of his signature dishes. The table was a delightful display of savory and sweet, elegantly plated and irresistibly appealing. "Wow, Yiyu, you can actually cook," Shen Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. This was indeed her first realization of Yiyu's culinary talent. Despite having investigated his challenging days when he worked at a street food stall, she had not anticipated that he could excel in home cooking. Just by the presentation, she knew it would taste superb. "Oof." Chu Menghan scoffed, her tone betraying her displeasure. "Did you need to mention that? I eat it every day." Yi rolled his eyes, refraining from exposing her exaggeration. He himself did not cook every day. It was usually his mother who took charge of the kitchen. Yet he also enjoyed her cooking daily. When had this young lady become so childish? Was she truly at odds with Shen Xinyu? He shook his head, understanding her perspective. A little immaturity is acceptable in youth. Otherwise, with his age, it felt as though he had been overshadowed by these young children for far too long. "You two, take your seats. How long do you plan to stand there?" You beckoned them to sit. Shen Xinyu glanced at Chu Menghan, and Chu Menghan returned the look. It appeared they had reached a silent agreement as they settled on either side of Yiyu. However, given that the table was square, their arrangement still maintained a certain distance. If they were to sit too close to Yiyu, neither would likely have the courage to do so. This arrangement was fair and just, with neither party at a disadvantage. The only one feeling uncomfortable was Yiyu as he watched their synchronized movements. His hand poised to serve rice, suspended in midair. He found himself in a predicament of whom to serve first. He glanced left and right, feeling overwhelmed by the decision. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, resolved to serve himself first. "You all can help yourselves," he declared, placing the filled bowl in front of him. He disregarded the reactions of the two women, diving into his meal, and thought to himself, not bad. Shen Xinyu, perceptive as ever, recognized Yiyu's intent and smiled, saying, "It's all right, Yiyu, I'm on a diet and won't eat rice." "Oh, then eat more vegetables, sir yourself," he replied. Upon hearing that Shun Xinyue wasn't eating rice, Chu Menghan thought, how could I possibly lose to her? I'm also on a diet. She retorted. Yiyu paused in his eating, turning with a puzzled expression. Weren't you devouring a hefty breakfast just a while ago? Chu Menghan. She shot a glare at Yiyu, who was bemused by Shun Xinyue's stifled laughter. Feeling frustrated. Can I not start my diet now? All right. Yiyu acquiesced quickly, having grown accustomed to such peculiar behavior. He resumed eating, hoping the conflict would not spill over to him. Although the two women were subtly competing, they didn't neglect their appetites and began to sample the dishes. Indeed, Yiyu's culinary skills did not disappoint. Each dish was perfectly seasoned. It was Shun Xinyue's first time savoring Yiyu's cooking, and it was an unforgettable experience. Leaving her wanting more. After some mental preparation, she hesitantly said, Yiyu, I want more. Yiyu stammered it, looking up to find Shun Xinyue gazing longingly at his plate, and it dawned on him. Chu Menghan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. Her teeth clenched in irritation. Before him lay a portion of sweet and sour ribs, Shun Xinyue's favorite dish and one of Yiyu's specialties. Noticing his silence, she added, It's just that Yiyu's cooking is too delicious. Yiyu was at a loss whether to feel pleased or to escape, as her words had rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. He could see that Chu Menghan was on the verge of an outburst. Then eat more, he said, unable to refuse, and added a few pieces of ribs to her bowl. Chu Menghan appeared flustered, thinking, is this girl intentionally provoking me? Shun Xinyue wore a sweet smile, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Menghan. Thank you, Yiyu, for your hard work, she said sweetly while eating, looking down at her plate. Chu Menghan suddenly found her food unappetizing, her spirits sinking. Chu Menghan, hurry and eat, Shun Xinyue urged, lifting a rib to her mouth, speaking with her mouth full. Chu Menghan gritted her teeth, poking at the ribs in her bowl, convinced it was a deliberate act of provocation. Why should I not eat? She shot back. Shun Xinyue giggled. Then you should try it. Yiyu, witnessing the unspoken rivalry, felt utterly helpless. He attempted to balance the situation by serving Chu Menghan a few pieces as well. Chu Menghan picked up her chopsticks and prodded the ribs in her bowl. While she typically disliked this dish, today she was determined not to lose to Shun Xinyue. She glanced at Shun Xinyue and murmured, I'll eat. If you can't. There's no need to force yourself, Yiyu said, observing her discomfort. Don't worry, it's fine, she replied, shoving the ribs into her mouth. Yiyu genuinely worried for her. She wouldn't choke, would she? Shun Xinyue shook her head, not intentionally trying to annoy Chu Menghan. She simply adored this dish, though she had a small ulterior motive, never expecting Chu Menghan to be so competitive. Suddenly, Chu Menghan emitted a strange sound, clutching her chest and rocking her body rhythmically. Chu Menghan, are you all right? Yiyu rushed to support her, anxiety lacing his voice. Yiyu, water, please. Chu Menghan ga pet. Water. Chu Menghan wore a distressed expression. Her words tangled and her cheeks flushed. Shun Xinyue, taken aback, inquired, what is wrong? Are you choking? Yiyu, disregarding all else, swiftly fetched a glass of water, gently patting her back to assist her in drinking. Gulping eagerly, Chu Menghan consumed the water as if it were a lifeline. Feeling better? Yiyu asked tenderly, his gaze resting on her fair, luminous skin, which glowed softly under the light. Yes, much better, Chu Menghan replied softly, her voice a melodious whisper. How embarrassing, utterly embarrassing. It was not only before Yiyu that she felt this way. The presence of Shun Xinyue magnified her humiliation. Her cheeks burned with heat, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. Facing Shun Xinyue afterward would only make her feel diminished. How infuriating. Seeing that Chu Menghan had regained her composure, Yi let out a sigh of relief. However, when he turned to Shun Xinyue, he found her gazing at Chu Menghan with a look of curiosity, clearly surprised. Miss Chu, you can be quite adorable at times. This was a revelation for Shun Xinyue. She had never witnessed such an expression from Chu Menghan, who appeared far more endearing in her childhood than in her adult years. Unbeknownst to the two women, Yi silently criticized. Indeed, women can be troublesome. And when two come together, the chaos multiplies. At this thought, Shun Xinyue and Chu Menghan exchanged glances imbued with indignation and resentment. Was he disparaging them? Seeing the two unite against him left Yi bewildered. What just happened? How did they so quickly form a coalition? Just moments ago, they had been at odds, and now they were united against him. The intensity of their stares made Yi's scalp tingle. Are you two still going to continue this? No, I'm full. Shun Xinyue waved her hand dismissively and, with a smile, left the dining table. Yet, the lingering glimmer in her eyes sent a chill down his spine. Chu Menghan, lacking her companion's restraint, shot Yiyu an open glare, huffed, and turned away. What on earth is happening? Yiyu mused, feeling utterly perplexed. Had he truly offended these two ladies? He had said nothing to warrant such a sour parting. Gazing out the window, he noticed the night had enveloped the sky, stars twinkling like jewels, lending a serene elegance to the community, alive with vitality. A few distant dog barks broke the tranquility, and Yi Yu frowned, exhaling a sigh. Those two ladies could at least help tidy up. Alas, he was resigned to his fate. The task of cleaning up the remnants of their meal and washing the dishes fell squarely upon him. As he grumbled, he efficiently wiped the table and swept the floor. However, by the time he had tidied the kitchen, the clock had already struck 8. I am exhausted. Yi Yu collapsed onto the sofa, stretching lazily, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, the television screen flickered to life, a news report capturing his attention. Our channel reports, the city government will host a citywide economic and industrial exhibition in 5 days. Yi Yu perked up at the announcement. If memory served him correctly, this was an annual event organized by the Jiangbei city government, inviting business associates to showcase their products. Many enterprises vied for a spot at this exhibition, which was not held every year due to the extensive preparations required and the attendance of numerous business magnates, politicians, and military leaders. This was an opportunity. Yi Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It could be the perfect chance to revive his family's factory. He needed to devise a plan to secure entry. Chapter 93. Chu Menghan's Night Visit. That night, the three retreated to their rooms. The sudden presence of an additional person creating a slight discomfort among them, prompting an early rest. Naturally, Shen Xinyue and Chu Menghan found no common ground for conversation, and Yi Yu had no intention of provoking either. Thus, an unspoken balance was struck among the three. Yet, such equilibrium could be shattered in an instant. Though the two women maintained a facade of harmony, their thoughts were a mystery to Yi Yu. In the dead of night, as Yi Yu slumbered soundly, he faintly heard a knock at the door. At this late hour, who could it be? Groggily, he stirred, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and flicked on the light. Who is it? Yi Yu gasped, startled to see a figure standing outside the door. Before he could react, the shadow slipped inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chu Menghan, and he let out a sigh of relief. What brings you here at such an hour? Yi Yu asked, bemused. What? Is there a problem? Chu Menghan shot him a glare. Keep it down. You'll wake Shen Xinyue. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, bemused. You, a girl, come to a man's room at this hour in a spaghetti-strap dress, and you're worried about waking someone else? Noticing the look in Yi Yu's eyes, Chu Menghan's expression shifted, and she quickly covered her chest. Pervert, where are you looking? Yi Yu seek hit in ekaspiraten. You're the one who came to me. Why am I to blame? He had merely appreciated the view, and what was wrong with that? Nevertheless, he complied and averted his gaze, perplexed. Why are you here so late? Crossing her arms defensively, Chu Menghan regarded him warily. Deep down, she was not entirely averse to his attention, but being scrutinized made even her blush. I should have changed before coming here, she murmured, her cheeks tinged with pink. You mustn't move, otherwise I'll scream. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Yi Yu's lips twitched. Did she truly think him a lecher? He shook his head, conceding, I don't understand. Do as you wish. He raised his hands in surrender, seeking to prove his innocence. At this, Chu Menghan's face hardened, and she gritted her teeth. Speak properly. This rascal. Yi Yu shuruk, feignin innocence. Wasn't this a request? Chu Menghan shot him a fierce glare, then gracefully made her way to the edge of the bed, slowly sitting down, revealing a slender, delicate foot. Her skin was exceptionally fair, glowing under the light as if dusted with a fine golden powder, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was undeniably alluring. At the sight of her movement, Yi Yu swallowed hard, silently cursing, enchantress. Chu Menghan seemed to sense his gaze, looking up with a smile in her eyes. Not enough yet. As her words fell, she extended her foot, as if inviting him for a clearer view. Her demeanor was markedly less reserved than before. Was it acceptable to gaze at her legs, but not her face? Yi Yu mentally sukofut, shifting his gaze elsewhere and choosing to lie back on the edge of the bed, deliberately maintaining some distance. He pondered how habits could be so confounding in the past. He would never have allowed himself to be so close to her, nearly sharing breaths, able to discern the subtle fragrance she exuded, even noticing her long eyelashes fluttering. What's going on with you today? Yi Yu inquired, sensing something off about her. Off, is it? Chu Menghan blinked, though her tone betrayed a hint of awkwardness. I feel just the same as before. Yet, her thoughts were far from that. This guy brought home her lifelong rival. How could she possibly be in good spirits? The more she considered it, the angrier she became, which is why she had come at this late hour. Oh, is that so? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Chu Menghan. Chu Menghan hesitated for a moment, ultimately conceding with a huff. Speak. What is up with Shen Xinyue? Why is she here? Chu Menghan confronted him with an air of indignation, questioning. Haven't we already clarified this? She has just been discharged from the hospital with no one to care for her, so it is more convenient for her to stay at my home. Moreover, I had mentioned before that she used to live here, and her return is hardly a matter of concern. Yi Yu attempted to deflect the issue, yet his efforts proved futile. He was utterly unaware of their prior confrontations. No matter how much he tried to argue, it was evidently in vain. Chu Menghan shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Do you think I cannot discern your thoughts?" Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What have you figured out?" "You." Chu Menghan glared at Yi Yu, nearly exasperated to the point of spitting blood. This fool, despite her clear expression of intent, feigned ignorance. Was he genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? "Forget it. I can't be bothered to converse with someone as dense as you," she huffed. "In any case, you are not permitted to entertain other thoughts." Although she technically had no grounds to constrain Yi Yu, given their past as husband and wife, it did not seem excessive to impose a psychological restraint on him. She could not bear the thought of watching that girl snatch Yi Yu away from her. She was not that magnanimous. Yi Yu was utterly perplexed. Thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? Chu Menghan scoffed. "That's uncertain. You appear quite honest. Yet who knows what thoughts swirl in that head of yours?" Yi Yu sighed helplessly. "I swear, I truly have not entertained any thoughts. I regard her as a sister." "Don't you find her pitiable? Just like you, alone in Zhongbei, with no relatives. If you were in her position, wouldn't you also feel compelled to help her?" "Oomph." Chu Menghan pursed her lips, remaining silent, yet internally, she had already formed her own judgments. It was precisely because she had empathized that she understood Shen Xinyue's intentions. After all, she was well acquainted with such tactics. Yi Yu shrugged. Regardless of whether Chu Menghan believed him, he genuinely had not contemplated much. If it were not for necessity, would he have allowed these two women to reside in his home? The two fell into a brief silence, and Yi Yu, glancing at Chu Menghan's profile, suddenly sensed that the girl before him had changed considerably. At the very least, he could now perceive a variety of expressions on her face. Of course, her temper still left much to be desired, especially in comparison to Shen Xinyue. However, she was no longer as rigid and impassive as before. She seemed infused with a touch of warmth, and perhaps a hint of playful vivacity. This was a positive change. It would make her life somewhat easier henceforth. "Why are you staring at me?" Chu Menghan suddenly turned around, meeting Yi Yu's intense gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she retorted, "It's nothing." Chapter 94. Shen Xinyue arrives. The moonlight was hazy, casting a silver glow over the two individuals on the bed, each lost in their own thoughts. The air was thick with a subtle ambience of intimacy. Chu Menghan fidgeted uneasily, her fingers lightly twisting the bed sheets, her toes idly brushing against her slippers. Her gaze flitted about, unable to meet Yi Yu's eyes. Perhaps it was the proximity between them that caused her to faintly catch the unique scent emanating from Yi Yu. The sudden silence seemed to amplify the tension, and Yi Yu too sensed an unease in the atmosphere. The presence of a lone man and woman in the same room inevitably bred a sense of romantic tension. Although Yi Yu harbored no improper thoughts, his body's instincts left him feeling somewhat uneasy, especially when gazing upon Chu Menghan's bashful and alluring demeanor, which sent his heart racing. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell the tumult within and spoke in a subdued tone. Do you have something to discuss?" "Huh." Chu Menghan paused for a moment, seemingly puzzled by Yi Yu's inquiry. It took her a few seconds to register, and her lovely face flushed crimson, even her ears taking on a rosy hue. Biting her lip, she stammered, I should be going now." Chu Menghan bit her lip in distress, awkwardly rising to her feet and slowly making her way to the door. "Wait, Chu Menghan halted, turning back with a look of confusion. Yi Yu looked at her, enunciating deliberately, "Good night." "Oh, good night." Chu Menghan nodded slightly before turning to leave. Watching her slender, graceful figure depart, Yi Yu exhaled deeply, feeling utterly tormented. However, just as Chu Menghan was about to exit, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Yi Yu-ge, are you asleep?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Menghan stiffened momentarily, a wave of panic washing over her. She quickly turned back to glance at Yi Yu, who was equally startled, leaping out of bed. Why is everyone coming in one after another? If Shen Xinyue were to see me with Chu Menghan in the same room, I wouldn't be able to explain myself, and my reputation would be ruined. He gazed at the flustered Chu Menghan, feeling a surge of urgency within him. "What should we do?" Chu Menghan whispered. Her cheeks flushed, looking at Yi Yu for help. She too felt a sense of panic, not out of fear of rumors with Yi Yu, but rather from not wanting to lose face in front of Shen Xinyue. If she were to see her proactively offering herself, wouldn't that put her at a disadvantage? Sure. Yi Yu moved closer, grasping Chu Menghan's arm and gently guiding her to the wall by the window. In his eagerness, he exerted a bit too much force, causing Chu Menghan to wince in pain. This sequence of actions left Chu Menghan feeling bewildered, gazing up at Yi with wide eyes. After completing his maneuver, Yi exhaled and cautiously peeked at the doorway. Stay hidden here, you. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan's expression was one of reluctance, but Yi swiftly drew the curtains, successfully concealing her figure. How infuriating! Chu Menghan muttered under her breath. Yi go. Shan Xinyu gently knocked on the door, careful not to make too much noise. She too didn't want to be discovered by Chu Menghan, hence she had to sneak around to find Yi. Yi go. You aren't really asleep, are you? Shan Xinyu hesitated, preparing to call out again. Who is it? Suddenly, Yi's voice, feigning a hint of confusion, came from within the room. Oh, it's me, Xinyu. Upon hearing Yi's response, Shan Xinyue's face lit up with joy, her voice turning soft and sweet, laced with excitement. Though she dared to respond only in whispers, Yi glanced at the curtain where Chu Menghan was hidden, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the door. As the door swung open, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Shan Xin, dressed in a relatively conservative manner, still revealed a glimpse of her fair, delicate shoulder. Her ample bosom accentuated, her waist slender, and her long legs partially visible, exuding an enticing allure. She appeared both elegant and sensual, perfectly aligned with her usual demeanor. Yi's gaze momentarily lost focus, swallowing hard as he redirected his attention elsewhere, feeling a bit awkward. Why is everyone so keen on testing my resolve? Shan Xinyu, catching on to Yi's thoughts, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the situation. She couldn't help but feel a touch of shyness, yet, simultaneously, a sense of secret delight surged within her. It seems I'm not without my charms after all. Meanwhile, Chu Menghan, concealed behind the curtain, sensed the palpable tension, her heart brimming with irritation, nearly making her want to leap out. This guy, why was he so serious when he was with her, but harbored such lecherous thoughts upon seeing Shan Xinyu? Was she not as good as Shan Xinyu? Infuriating. Pervert. Scoundrel. The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, yet she felt utterly helpless, merely glaring fiercely at the door. After a brief moment of distraction, Yi, noticing Shan Xinyue's bashful demeanor, quickly regained his composure. It's quite late. Is there something you need? Yi suppressed the turmoil within and attempted to keep his voice steady. May I come to talk? Shan Xinyue asked, her cheeks flushed. Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at the concealed Chu Menghan, hesitating for a moment before finally stepping aside. Come in. Thank you. Shan Xinyue lowered her head and followed Yi into the room. She curiously glanced at the decor, for it was her first encounter with Yi's private space. The boys' room was indeed quite simple. Aside from the essentials, there were hardly any superfluous items, laid bare for all to see. The walls were adorned with photographs and basketball posters, seemingly of NBA stars, yet she was not well versed in them. To her, those black athletes appeared rather similar. In one corner stood a computer, evidently the place where Yi spent his time online. Of course, there was also a bed in the room, but she dared not scrutinize it too closely, for a girl like her should not be so inquisitive about a stranger boy's domain. What if her Yi misunderstood her intentions? However, had it not been said that boys' rooms tended to be rather messy? Yet, as Shan Xinyue circled the room, she found no signs of disorder. Instead, it was meticulously organized. Yi sat at the head of the bed, pouring her a glass of water, saying, "Have a drink." "Thank you, Yi go," Shan Xinyue murmured as she cradled the cup. Observing Yi's tense yet handsome countenance, a sweet sensation surged within her heart. Meanwhile, this entire scene was witnessed by Chu Menghan, hidden behind the curtains, who felt a twinge of irritation upon seeing such a display. In her mind, she had already berated Yi thoroughly. How could you be so gentle and considerate with her, yet so cold towards me? Is this a double standard? Chapter 95. What is your relationship with Chu Menghan? Perhaps it was the chill of the night that made Yi feel a sinister gaze upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He subtly turned to glance in the direction where Chu Menghan was concealed, but saw nothing. She had hidden herself quite well. Though incensed, Chu Menghan had yet to lose her composure to the extent of exposing herself. Nevertheless, her clenched fists and predatory expression made it abundantly clear just how furious she was. "What are you looking at, Yi go?" Shan Xinyu inquired, puzzled, following his gaze, but aside from the curtains gently swaying in the breeze, there was nothing amiss. Yi hastily withdrew his gaze, sheepishly positioning himself to block her line of sight, shaking his head. "It's nothing." "Oh." Shan Xinyu nodded, her eyes scrutinizing him with a hint of suspicion. Why did she feel that Yi was acting rather oddly? Unable to withstand Shan Xinyue's gaze, Yi cleared his throat, attempting to mask his unease. "Ahem. So, Xinyue, what brings you here so late?" "I." Shan Xinyue stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, for it was her first time visiting a boy's bedroom at such an hour. In truth, she had come to ascertain the nature of Yi Yu's relationship with Chu Menghan, deliberately making her way here. Although the two had seemed quite ordinary during the day, appearing merely as friends, she could not suppress her desire to uncover Yi Yu's true feelings. Yi Yu noted her hesitance and felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Actually, I wanted to ask, what exactly is your relationship with Chu Menghan? Shun Xin mustered her courage, locking her gaze onto Yi Yu's eyes as she asked, "Are you two dating?" Just as Yi Yu took a sip of water, he nearly spewed it out in shock, choking on it instead. The abruptness of the question had caught him completely off guard. Cough, cough. Yi Yu, are you all right? Is something wrong? Shun Xinyue exclaimed, alarmed. Quickly moving to pat his back, her concern palpable. After a prolonged fit of coughing, Yi Yu finally managed to suppress it, offering a wry smile as he explained. "I'm fine, really." He cast another glance at the curtain's position, suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to curse. Damn it. How am I supposed to answer such a question in this situation? If I say I have no relationship with Chu Menghan, will the lady behind the curtain spare me? If I admit to having a relationship, then what exactly is it? Should I claim she is my wife from a past life? That would expose me. Behind the curtain? Chu Menghan's heart raced as she leaned in closer, straining to hear Yi Yu's response. She too desired to confirm her significance in Yi Yu's heart. Why do you ask such a question? Yi Yu took a moment to collect himself, furrowing his brow as he looked at Shun Xinyue in confusion. Because it seems like your relationship is rather special, Shun Xinyue replied, somewhat hesitantly. Of course, the true reason was far more complex than that. The room fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, their eyes locked in an awkward standoff. While a pair of hidden eyes lurked just behind the curtain, enveloping the trio in a veil of tension and silence. Outside, the night deepened. The cold wind began to howl, yet faintly, one could hear the cries of a cat. What's wrong, Yi Yu? Is this question difficult to answer? Shun Xinyue, noticing Yi Yu's prolonged silence, could not help but press on. She stood, leisurely walking towards him, exuding an aura of pressure. Yi Yu could not help but take a half step back, feeling somewhat uneasy, while Shun Xinyue's gaze remained fixed upon him, resolute in her quest for answers. Witnessing the two draw increasingly closer, Chu Menghan felt a surge of jealousy. Her lips pursed tightly in frustration as she gripped the edge of the curtain, tried to maintain her composure without making a sound. Yet, her expression revealed her agitation. How infuriating. If she was going to ask a question, why did she have to invade his space? This woman must be doing it on purpose. Why was she getting closer? It drove her mad. Why couldn't Yi Yu just openly acknowledge their relationship? Was it shameful for her to be his girlfriend? How vexing. You don't come too close, Yi Yu managed to stammer, swallowing hard as he endeavored to control his racing heart and tumultuous emotions. At least you were somewhat perceptive. Chu Menghan seemed satisfied with Yi Yu's admonition, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she resumed her eavesdropping. Answering this question was not inherently difficult. The real challenge lay in the context. In such a scenario, it felt as though he were being grilled over hot coals. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Shun Xinyue took a step back instinctively, her cheeks blooming with a blush as she exclaimed, "Oh, I apologize. I got a bit carried away." Yi Yu exhaled in relief. "It's all right." As he spoke, he picked up the cup on the table, taking a sip of water in an attempt to calm his racing heart. He then began to turn his head repeatedly, desperately searching for a suitable means to extricate himself from the current predicament. However, Shun Xinyue had no intention of letting him off so easily. "Then, Yi Yu go." Shun Xinyue bit her lip. "Can you tell me now?" Yi Yu gazed at her, feeling as if he were on the verge of tears, caught in a dilemma. It seemed he could not escape this confrontation today. He set down the cup, steeling himself. "If I must." Just then, a sudden noise erupted from the windowsill, startling Shun Xinyue, who let out a shriek and instinctively shrank into Yi Yu's embrace. Chu Menghan, concealed behind the curtain, also jumped at the sound, her eyes widening in alarm as she nervously regarded the window, her heart racing. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Yu inhaled sharply, though he could not discern whether it was fear of Chu Menghan's exposure or the warmth of the delicate figure in his arms that caused him to freeze in place. Shun Xinyue, oblivious to Yi Yu's unease, looked up, following the sound. "Yi Yu go, what was that?" At that moment, Chu Menghan was clutching a flower pot, her eyes wide with trepidation. She had been so engrossed in eavesdropping that she had neglected her own movements, accidentally knocking the pot over. Thankfully, she had reacted swiftly, but the noise had still caused quite a stir, and now trouble loomed. She carefully placed the flower pot back in its original position, contemplating how to circumvent the situation. However, upon turning around, she was taken aback to see Yi Yu embracing Shun Xinyue through the gap. How could this be? This was her future husband. How could he be so intimate with another girl? Although they were separated by a curtain, she could still discern Shan Xinyue's profile, her delicate, fair skin, elegantly arched brows, and the bright, captivating eyes that sparkled beneath her long lashes, complemented by a graceful nose and rosy lips. The blush on her soft cheeks added to her alluring charm. This woman must be doing this on purpose. The sight of Shan Xinyue's coy demeanor only deepened her frustration. And what was Yiyu doing? Standing there like a wooden post? Why didn't he push her away? He must be relishing this, that despicable man. Chu Menghan clenched her fists. Yet reason prevailed over impulse. Yiyu was indeed a bit distracted, but he was merely a passive participant in this scenario. He had already surrendered and cleared his name. What more could he do? Seeing that Shan Xinyue still appeared somewhat apprehensive and remained close to him, he couldn't help but say, "It's probably just a cat. You needn't be anxious. How about you let go of me for now?" It felt awkward with her leaning against him, and he feared that if someone found out, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Oh no! At that moment, Shan Xinyue realized she had been clinging to Yiyu, and her face flushed. Hastily retreating and lowering her head in embarrassment. Once Yiyu was free, he instinctively stepped back, increasing the distance between them. "Yiyu-ge," Shan Xinyue stammered. "I'm so sorry. I was just really frightened." With her head bowed, her mind was in disarray, leaving her with no time to ponder the earlier commotion. She forced herself to regain her composure, striving to calm her racing heart. She twisted the corner of her garment, her blushing face eliciting Yiyu's lingering gaze. "It's all right as long as you're okay," he reassured her. Shan Xinyue nodded in agreement. Chu Menghan, overhearing Shan Xinyue's tone from outside, could easily surmise how alluring that woman must be at that moment. Infuriating. Frustrated, she felt like she might lose her mind but dared not create a scene, opting instead to sulk in silence. Just then, Shan Xinyue's voice reached her ears again. "Yiyu-ji, with all that noise earlier, why is the cat silent? It hasn't fallen, has it? I'll go check." Saying this, Shan Xinyue stood up, heading towards the windowsill. Chu Menghan, hidden behind the curtain, felt a chill run down her spine. "No!" Yiyu, equally startled, quickly intervened, fearing that if Chu Menghan was discovered, it would mean disaster for him. He positioned himself in front of Shan Xinyue, hurriedly stating, "It's probably just hungry and has already run off." Shan Xinyue tilted her head, questioning, "Really?" "Yes, really. It likely left a while ago, so we needn't worry." Yiyu explained it. "Oh, all right." Shan Xinyue nodded and returned to sit by the bed. Yiyu released a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, casting a glance at Chu Menghan's hiding spot. The tension was palpable. It was indeed quite exhilarating. Chu Menghan exhaled softly, patting her chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped. She cautiously peered through a small gap to check outside, and upon confirming that Shan Xinyue had not approached, she finally felt at ease. Yiyu, noticing that Shan Xinyue had ceased her inquiries, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, his heart soon leaped into his throat again. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed from the window, startling both Yiyu and Chu Menghan. This mischievous creature really knew how to make an entrance. Yiyu turned to the window, spotting a scruffy little orange cat that had just crawled in, standing on the windowsill, curiously eyeing the corner where Chu Menghan was hiding. Meow. The cat, dirty and with a few tufts of fur sticking up, looked as if it had just returned from a wild escapade. Yet its bright, round eyes sparkled with life, as if it were capable of speech. It opened its mouth slightly, revealing sharp little teeth, and upon seeing its familiar owner, it continued to emit its characteristic mews, its tail swaying side to side, signaling that it posed no threat. Chu Menghan placed a finger to her lips, her expression earnest, silently urging the cat to remain quiet. Meow. The little cat blinked its big, watery eyes, appearing confused by the situation. However, this commotion had already piqued Shan Xinyue's interest. She recognized the cat from earlier that day and immediately approached it, not giving Yiyu a chance to intervene. Shan Xinyue pulled back the curtain, and Chu Menghan, in a state of panic, quickly moved towards the direction of the curtain-s folds. Yiyu, astounded, stared at Shan Xinyue, shocked at how fast she was. His heart raced, but thankfully the curtain was large enough to conceal a person, and since Shan Xinyue was distracted, she did not notice anything amiss. Shan Xinyue scooped up the plump little kitten, gently stroking its body with a radiant smile. "Sweet baby, you're so good to come back so late. You must be hungry. Tell your sister if you're starving." Meow, meow, meow. The little orange cat eagerly nodded, expressing its hunger. Hearing this, Shan Xinyue promptly reached into her pocket, pulling out a biscuit to offer to the little creature. "Here, eat up." The little one's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuit, wagging its tail and licking its lips. Seeing Shan Xinyue safely distance herself from the precarious situation with the kitten, Yiyu let out a long breath. Chu Menghan also felt a sense of relief, though her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. That wretched cat, just moments ago, it had been so indifferent to her, yet now it was all too familiar with her rival. She had once rescued it, brought it home, and treated it with kindness, and now it was in the arms of her competitor. Traitor, Chu Menghan guset inwa li, resolving to starve it for 3 days. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. She would never truly have the heart to mistreat it. Shen Xinyue played with the little one for a while, finding it quite entertaining as they engaged in playful antics. Meow, meow, meow. The little creature chirped joyfully, occasionally pawing at Shen Xinyue, which made her laugh heartily. Why were girls so enchanted by these furry beings? Yiyu pondered, bemused by her delight. Both Shen Xinyue and Chu Menghan seemed to share this fondness. Yiyu ji, is this little kitten yours? It's so adorable, Shen Xinyue asked with a smile. Yiyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. He could sense the tension between the two women, causing him to hesitate. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to speak the truth. It was rescued by Chu Menghan. Chapter 97. The mouse, so was Chu Menghan. She is truly remarkable to have found such a charming little cat. Shen Xinyue complimented. What is its name? Hearing her generous praise, Chu Menghan felt a rush of happiness. Yet she rolled her eyes in disdain. This girl had some discernment after all. When Shen Xinyue inquired about the kitten's name, Yiyu's expression turned a bit awkward, as the name was tied to Shen Xinyue. Meow, meow, meow. The little creature, perhaps feeling ignored or simply full, leaped from Shen Xinyue's arms and began frolicking about. Yiyu, observing its antics, swiftly grabbed it, holding it by the scruff of its neck. This little rascal is named White Handkerchief, a name given by Chu Menghan. Upon hearing Yiyu share the kitten's name, Shen Xinyue couldn't help but cover her mouth with laughter. White Handkerchief. Ha ha, what a peculiar name. What does it mean? Ahem. Yiyu cleared his throat awkwardly a few times. Indeed, the name seemed rather unreliable. Perhaps it was just something she had casually come up with. Chu Menghan, hidden behind the curtains, dared not make a sound, feeling somewhat humiliated by the two teasing her about the name she had chosen. If you had only been honest from the beginning, would she have settled on such a whimsical name? How infuriating. Oh, Shen Xinyue nodded, continuing to tease the little white cat, remarking that the name was rather adorable after all. Yiyu, with a resigned smile, muttered in agreement. Chu Menghan caught the insincere tone in Yiyu's voice, gritted her teeth in frustration, but could only harbor her dissatisfaction silently. Humph. Meow. Meow meow meow. The little white cat seemed to sense the insult, letting out a few cries towards Yiyu and struggling vigorously. All right, the name is quite nice, be good. Shen Xinyue quickly soothed it upon seeing its distress. Yiyu was left speechless, casting an exasperated glare at the orange tabby. Truly ungrateful. Had he known, he wouldn't have saved it in the first place. Meow, meow, meow. The little white cat, sensing danger, immediately became alert, its fur bristling as it dashed behind the curtains. When the male owner scolded it, it sought the protection of the female owner. Hiss. This left Yiyu and Chu Menghan utterly dumbfounded. They seriously suspected the cat was being deliberate. Chu Menghan watched as the cat suddenly appeared before her, its tail flicking and an expression of pitiful confusion on its face. Her heart crumbling. Meow. The little cat tilted its head, clearly perplexed by its owner's distressed expression. Did even the female owner find it despicable? With a bitter expression, Chu Menghan placed her index finger to her lips, signaling it to be quiet. With her other hand, she waved it dismissively, trying to shoo it away. However, the little creature took no heed and began to wail even more pathetically. Meow. Yiyu, why did you scare it away? Shen Xinyue asked, puzzled. She then walked toward the direction the cat had fled, calling out, Little kitty, come out. Sister will protect you. That direction was precisely where Chu Menghan was hiding. Yiyu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Shen Xinyue had already reached out, preparing to pull back the curtains. This startled Chu Menghan, who in a moment of panic, kicked the little cat out with her toes. Meow, meow, meow. The little creature seemed to be in disbelief, staring blankly at the space behind the curtains, its eyes wide with surprise. Upon seeing the cat emerge, Shen Xinyue's expression brightened as she knelt down. With the crisis averted, Yiyu let out a long sigh. He had been tormented throughout the night, and his heart could hardly bear it any longer. What was wrong with it? Yiyu was momentarily lost in thought when he saw Shen Xinyue crouch down, gently ruffling the little one's head. It's all right, don't be afraid. Sister will protect you, and one tea let you bully you. Meow, 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 meow. The kitten seemed disinterested in Shen Xinyue's comforting words, still dazedly pondering why its owner had kicked it out. Meow, meow, meow. The little one appeared to be seeking help. Shen Xinyue observed the cat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yu, is there something behind the curtains? This little one seems fixated on that spot. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Yu, awaiting a response. Just as Yu and Chu Menghan had finally settled down, they were startled by her question. And no, there's nothing. Yu stammered it. Meow. Hearing the male owner's reply, the little white cat cried out excitedly, as if protesting his earlier fib. Meow meow. It waved its paws incessantly, expressing its strong discontent. Yu. Shun Xinyue. She glanced at the little cat, then back at Yu, her expression one of disbelief. Nothing? Then why is the cat reacting so strongly? Perhaps it's a rat. Yu, in exasperation, could only fabricate an excuse. A rat? Shun Xinyue looked apprehensively toward the window, stepping back a pace. Yu, don't scare me. There shouldn't be any rats in the house, right? Observing Shun Xinyue's fearful demeanor, Yu silently mouthed an apology. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Who knows? It might just be a big rat. Otherwise, why would this cat be so cowardly? Yu's words carried an undertone, yet Shun Xinyue didn't quite grasp it. Her expression a mix of fear and confusion. Shouldn't we do something about it? No worries. It's probably just bravado. It's likely already run away. Oh, is that so? Meow meow. The little kitty seemed to understand Yu's words and angrily meowed at him. It's intentional. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Chu Menghan could easily discern that Yu was referring to her, instantly infuriated to the point of nearly jumping up, wishing to pounce on him and bite him to death. But she dared not move. If discovered, it would be utterly embarrassing. You're the rat. Full of bravado. You're such a scoundrel, Yu. Don't let me out. I'll deal with you once I do. Shun Xinyue was truly taking her time. How long was she planning to linger here? Yu, since there is nothing going on, I'll head back to my room to rest, Shun Xinyue said softly, glancing at Yu's expression. All right, rest early. Yu replied immediately. If she didn't leave soon, he would be mentally tortured to death. Oh, knock, knock, knock. Just as Shun Xinyue was about to leave, a knock at the door startled all three of them. Who is it? Yu lowered his voice to inquire. Shun Xinyue appeared flustered, at a loss for what to do. It's me. Yu opened the door. Mom made dinner. Come out and eat. A warm voice belonging to Sun Shui came from outside the door, increasing Yu's anxiety. If his mother found out his sister was in his room at this late hour, who knew what kind of trouble would arise? Mom, it's so late. Is there something you need? Yu replied, turning to glance at Shun Xinyue. At this moment, she was already in a fluster, unsure of how to react. If Aunt Sun found out she was in Yu's room, how would she ever show her face again? She would surely be misunderstood as a promiscuous girl. No, absolutely not. This couldn't happen. Shun Xinyue made a decisive choice. No matter what, she couldn't let this situation unfold. Her face turned pale with anxiety as she looked at Yu for help. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, Sun Shui frowned at the door, growing increasingly concerned as she heard the commotion inside. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Open the door. I need to talk to you. Yu. In this situation, how could he dare to open the door? He glanced at the panicking Shun Xinyue, signaling her to remain calm and silent. Shun Xinyue covered her mouth and nodded, suddenly realizing an excellent hiding spot. Mom, it's so late. I've already gone to bed. You should go to sleep too. We can talk tomorrow. Outside, Sun Shui was perplexed. When had her son developed the habit of sleeping early? She had just heard that Shun Xinyue was staying over and wanted to inquire about it. Yet he was shutting her out? This was unlike him. Could it be that he was hiding something from her? Or was she overthinking it? But this was too out of character. You, hurry up and open the door. I have something important to discuss with you. Sun Shui pressed her ear to the door, try to listen for any sounds. Yu, feeling helpless, realized there was no escaping this. He was about to suggest that Shun Xinyue find a place to hide when he saw her sneaking toward Chu Menghan's hiding spot. No, Yu hissed in a low voice. If they were caught, it would be disastrous. Unfortunately, Shun Xinyue paid him no mind and slid behind the curtains. This was a disaster. Yu buried his face in his hands, feeling defeated. Despite all his precautions, he had still failed to prevent this. Now, there was no way to explain things. Son, what were you just saying? Outside the door, Sun Shui seemed to have heard the voice of Yu, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Mom, wait a moment. Yu, at a loss for words, could only muster the courage to reply. I will open the door for you shortly. Given the circumstances, he felt there was little else he could do. Okay, just give me a moment. After confirming that there was no unusual activity behind the curtains, Yu took a deep breath and opened the door. At that moment, the silence in the corner was due to Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyue being taken aback by each other's unexpected presence. They had never anticipated being trapped in a man's room, especially under such awkward circumstances. Shun Xinyue's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. How could this woman be here? In the dead of night, hiding in Yiyu's room. What on earth were they up to? Moreover, did she overhear my conversation with Brother Yiyu? Shen Xinyue found it impossible to articulate her feelings at that moment. She felt that if she could turn back time, she would undoubtedly choose a different place to hide. What a coincidence, Chu Menghan said, slightly embarrassed, tugging at the corner of her mouth, unsure of how to proceed. She had only been startled when Shen Xinyue pulled back the curtain, and psychologically she was not as overwhelmed as Shen Xinyue, having anticipated this encounter. Yet, she still felt quite embarrassed, recognizing that her actions were far from honorable, especially when observing Shen Xinyue's disheveled state. Without needing to guess, she knew Shen Xinyue was thinking about something inappropriate. Why are you here? Shen Xinyue snapped back to reality, asking in a low, dazed voice. Her gaze fixed on Chu Menghan, and she suddenly felt utterly chaotic. Ahem. Well, if he could be here, why can't I? Chu Menghan, too, was at a loss for words, as the current situation was undeniably awkward. It felt as if they had been caught in the act, yet she was the legitimate partner. Thus, upon hearing Shen Xinyue's question, she responded with unyielding confidence. This is Brother Yiyu's room. It's the middle of the night. How can you come in here and hide? Why can't I come in? It's not my first time, Chu Menghan retorted with a light huff, crossing her arms defiantly. You're talking nonsense. Yiyu isn't that kind of person. Shen Xinyue's face flushed crimson, her indignation palpable as she glared at her. Clearly, Shen Xinyue had misconstrued the situation. Yet, it was hard to blame her. In the dead of night, a man and a woman alone in a room. Could they possibly be engaged in innocent activities? I'm not talking nonsense, Chu Menghan replied, intentionally speaking in a way that left room for misinterpretation. Since she was already being misunderstood, she figured there was no harm in deepening the misunderstanding. Shen Xinyue grew more agitated, furrowing her brow. I don't believe you. You're lying. Huh. Believe it or not. Shen Xinyue was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. In a battle of wits, she was no match for Chu Menghan in this moment. If it were the icy goddess, she might have had a chance to hold her own, for that version of Chu Menghan would not engage in such childish antics. Why you? Stop dodging. What are you doing here? Shen Xinyue retorted, her voice tinged with urgency. I heard everything clearly. Chu Menghan stepped forward, closing the distance between them in the already cramped space. Their noses nearly touched, and in the space where their breaths mingled, they could feel each other's warmth. Shen Xinyue jumped back instinctively, her heart racing. What are you doing? If you want to know how far Yiyu and I have progressed, just ask me directly. Why make it so complicated? Chu Menghan's smile carried a teasing quality, making Shen Xinyue's cheeks flush even deeper, leaving her momentarily speechless. Will you tell the truth? Shen Xinyue questioned, still skeptical of Chu Menghan. After all, she knew this woman too well. Trusting her would be naive. They had been rivals for years, and Shen Xinyue was acutely aware of Chu Menghan's cunning nature. Chu Menghan me vili stut, non komita. At that moment, Yiyu slowly opened the door, revealing Sun Shi's figure before him. The two women instantly halted their verbal sparring, presenting a facade of calm, while internally, they were both on edge. Chapter 99. No one bows down. Sun Shi paid no heed to her son's willingness or reluctance and entered his room, inspecting every corner. Mom, what are you looking for? As she searched, Sun Shi turned to him and made a shushing gesture. Yiyu understood, gently locking the door while keeping a vigilant eye on his mother, fearing she might inadvertently uncover something. As Sun Shi rummaged through the room, she muttered, How strange. Nothing here? Mom? What are you searching for? Yiyu koshis the ingredient. Inching closer. I'm looking for someone. Sun Shi shot him a glance, continuing her search. I saw you taking your time opening the door. Are you hiding a secret lover? Yiyu twitched at her words, fully aware that she was merely jesting. Yet her comments struck a chord of truth. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Yet, he could never admit it. Yiyu positioned himself in front of her as she approached the bed, guiding her to sit down, effectively quashing her curiosity. Why are you looking for me so late at night? He asked, grasping her hand. Of course, I'm here to check on my precious son. Sun Shi affectionately patted his head, smiling. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Didn't Teasing girl come over? I just wanted to see if there's anything lacking in that girl. Have you treated her well? Outside, the wind rustled, and hidden behind the curtains, Shen Xinyue overheard Sun Shi's words clearly. This revelation suddenly gave her a sense of confidence, and she raised an eyebrow at Chu Menghan. Chu Menghan was not one to back down, glaring back without reservation. However, considering that Shen Xinyue was receiving special attention from Aunt Sun, she felt a twinge of jealousy and couldn't help but murmur, Humph, what is there to be proud of? Her voice was so low that only someone close by could hear, otherwise, it would have gone unnoticed. Yet, Shen Xinyue caught her quiet complaint, feeling a rush of excitement. After all, it was rare to witness Chu Menghan in a moment of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Yu, upon hearing his mother's chatter, couldn't he help but pat his chest, declaring, "Don't worry, I've got everything under control." Sun Shui lightly swatted at Yu's playful hand. "You, my child, I'm being serious with you." Yu dropped his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression. "I understand. You needn't worry. You don't need to worry." Sun Shui glared at him with a look of exasperation. "With your emotional intelligence, how can I not worry?" Having observed that both girls in the house were clearly interested in her son, she realized that with Yu's obliviousness, he might never grasp the implications. Shaking her head, she poked his forehead lightly. "You're usually so clever. Why act dense at this moment?" "I'm not acting dense." Yu rubbed his forehead, blinking in confusion. "Did you misunderstand something?" "Ah." Sun Shui sighed, exasperated. "Forget it. I won't waste more breath on you. Just know that I won't interfere with your young affairs, but don't act impulsively." With that, she rose to leave. Yu watched his mother's retreating figure, utterly perplexed, uncertain of her true intentions. "All right." Sun Shui took a few steps but then turned back. Yu quickly assumed an attentive posture. "Mom, is there anything else?" Instead of answering, Sun Shui circled around him, heading toward the windowsill. "This won't do." Yu sprang to her side, blocking her path. "Mom, what are you doing?" Sun Shui glanced at him. "It's windy outside. I'm just helping you close the window." As her voice reached them, Chu Menghan and Shan Xinyue could sense how close Aunt Sun was to them, sending a wave of panic through both. Chu Menghan anxiously clutched the arm of Shan Xinyue, who swallowed hard in fear, pressing her lips tightly together in an effort to diminish her presence, hoping to avoid detection. The two of them were far too preoccupied with their precarious situation to consider any adversarial relationship. At such a moment, unity was paramount. If they were to be exposed, they would no longer be able to face anyone. However, the already confined space, coupled with the tense atmosphere, caused their bodies to instinctively draw closer together. Shan Xinyue's heart raced, and she struggled to suppress the frantic beating within her chest, endeavoring to calm her breathing and alleviate her body's rigidity. Chu Menghan was no better off. In fact, she was even more flustered than Shan Xinyue, as she could feel the trembling of Shan Xinyue's hand gripping her clothing tighter and tighter. Moreover, the predicament was exacerbated by their curvaceous figures, which, when pressed together, created an undeniable tension. Unintentional brushes of skin heightened their sensitivity, both acutely aware of the situation. Their breaths quickened, as if something was about to erupt uncontrollably. Yu, witnessing his mother's hand reaching out, could not help but shout in alarm. The sudden cry startled Sun Shui, causing her arm to tremble involuntarily as she turned to her son, exclaiming in annoyance, "What are you doing? I said I could handle it. You should go back and rest," she added dismissively. Sun Shui clearly had not given it much thought and turned to move forward again. Yet, Yi was determined not to let her succeed. One more step forward and pulling back the curtains would reveal the two women behind. At that point, no amount of explanation would suffice. Yi quickly intercepted his mother, gripping her shoulders and guiding her seemingly absent-mindedly towards the door. "It's getting late. I'll close the window. You needn't worry about it." As he spoke, he ushered his mother outside. However, Sun Shui turned back multiple times, still feeling uneasy. It's fine. Yi reassured her. "You should go back to sleep." With a hint of skepticism, Sun Shui was finally persuaded to leave, casting a few worried glances his way. "All right, but make sure to close the window properly. Don't catch a cold." Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he finally closed the door. Yet, just before shutting it completely, Sun Shui's gaze lingered on the window, as if she had noticed something. Why are there two pairs of ankles beneath the curtain? Unfortunately, before she could confirm her suspicion, the door slammed shut. Could I have been mistaken? Sun Shui murmured to herself, shaking her head, thinking perhaps it was just too dark to see clearly, and she turned to leave. Inside the room, Yu leaned against the door for a moment, exhaling deeply. Finally, that was a close call. Now, the focus shifted to how to handle the two women. What a hassle. Chapter 100, Regaining Ground. Yi returned to his room, observing the two shadows moving behind the curtain, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Oh dear," he sighed. "You two can come out now. The coast is clear." At his words, Shan Xinyue and Chu Menghan immediately emerged from behind the curtain, their eyes fixed on him with intensity. Chu Menghan's expression was predictably frosty, but even Shan Xinyue wore a hint of reproach. This left Yu feeling quite uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly suggested, "It's getting late. Perhaps you should head back to your rooms to rest?" His words were transparent, revealing his intention to deflect the situation. His reluctance to confront the issue head-on felt somewhat unmanly. Chu Menghan shot him a fierce glare, while Shan Xinyue hesitated. Wanted to inquire why Chu Menghan was in Yu's room, but felt it was not the right moment. "Are you so eager to send us away because you feel guilty?" Chu Menghan provocatively challenged him. Guilty? What could I possibly feel guilty about? Yi rolled his eyes, attempting to defend himself. After all, you're both girls. Isn't it inappropriate to linger in a boy's room for too long? Humph. Chu Menghan scoffed, secretly amused, yet maintaining her disdainful facade. What is wrong with being girls? Does it mean we're unhealthy just because we're in a boy's room longer than usual? Your thinking is rather twisted. Yi was left speechless, recognizing that Chu Menghan must have been particularly affected by the earlier events, and he chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyue, despite having many things she wished to say, did not want to put Yi in a difficult position. Brother Yi, you must be tired today. Perhaps we should not disturb him any longer? She said earnestly, seeking Chu Menghan's agreement. Chu Menghan pursed her lips, feeling she had become the villain. Nevertheless, it provided her with an opportunity to shift the focus away from the earlier awkwardness. As expected, all three of them tacitly avoided mentioning the previous events. Firstly, the timing was not right. Neither girl could comfortably inquire in the presence of the other. Secondly, even if Yi Yu remained silent, both women understood each other's sentiments. Yi Yu watched as the two women departed, relieved to see them go. If this continued, he would surely lose his sanity by the end of the night. Chu Menghan left first, casting a fierce glare back at him that sent a shiver down his spine. Shen Xinyue was much kinder, Brother Yi Yu. I'm heading back to my room now. You should rest early. And she seemed to want to say more, but upon seeing Chu Menghan's watchful gaze, she swallowed her words. It's nothing. With that, both women turned and returned to their respective rooms. Hearing the sound of their doors closing, Yi Yu finally exhaled with relief and retreated to his own room. He splashed some water on his face and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, his phone rang. Frowning, he picked it up and pressed the button to silence it without looking. Not long after, the phone rang again. Annoyed, Yi Yu sat up and answered. Who is it? After a brief pause, a melodious voice on the other end said, Oh, what is this? Just a moment ago, we were in the same room, and now you've forgotten about me? Yi Yu froze, recognizing Chu Menghan's voice, and felt a headache coming on. Sensing his discomfort, Chu Menghan continued. Hello? Are you even listening to me? With no choice but to respond, Yi Yu sighed, Miss Chu, after a long night. How can you still be so energetic? Chu Menghan hope fet like the. I didn't hold you accountable earlier to give you a chance. You haven't forgotten what you did, have you? Yi Yu rubbed his temples. Can I say I'm just really tired? Tired? When you were calling me a rat just a moment ago, you seemed quite alert. Chu Menghan's voice carried a hint of indignation. Why is this woman so vengeful? I was just joking. Yi Yu sighed, feigning ignorance. Was I? I don't recall. Just wait. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. With that, the call ended with a series of beeps. Listening to the tones of the busy signal, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl really is quite the temper. The following morning, Yi Yu opened his eyes, glancing at the clock on his bedside, which read around 6:30. Stretching, he slowly got up. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking startled Yi Yu. Who is it? Brother Yi Yu, it's me, Shen Xinyue. Oh. Yi Yu opened the door to find Shen Xinyue in a red dress, looking particularly cute and lively, making him feel a bit awkward as he tilted his head. Xinyue, why are you up so early? Shen Xinyue bit her lip, lowering her head. Brother Yi Yu about yesterday. Before she could finish, another lively figure appeared in their line of sight, interrupting her words. Are you both up so early? Chu Menghan asked, her tone curious. Shen Xinyue nodded. Yet she couldn't help but feel suspicious that Chu Menghan had appeared on purpose, just as she was about to speak. This time, Shen Xinyue was truly mistaken. Chu Menghan had merely just risen and fortuitously spotted them to exchange pleasantries. Chu Menghan turned her gaze towards Yi Yu and Shen Xinyue, inquiring, Are you two engaged in a discussion? Yi Yu shook his head, responding, No, we were just having a casual chat. Chu Menghan nodded. In that case, let's hurry. It seems there is an exam today. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Having not attended school for several days, he was unaware of this news. He nodded slightly, all right. Then he glanced at Shen Xinyue, wishing to inquire about her plans since she was not studying in Jiangbei. Sensing his unspoken question, Shen Xinyue replied, I'll just rest at home. You two go ahead. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan beamed at Yi Yu. Looks like it's just the two of us then? This remark, while not overtly insulting, carried a strong undertone. Shen Xinyue's brow furrowed slightly at the implication, realizing she should have leveraged her connections as well. Detecting the tension in the air, Yi Yu hastily changed the subject. Then let us have breakfast first. We can head out afterward. With that, he swiftly vanished from their sight. Observing Yi Yu's hasty retreat, Chu Menghan chuckled. This time, she had triumphed. Shen Xinyue bit her lip, gazing at Chu Menghan's triumphant smile. A flicker of envy coursing through her heart. Chapter 101. a long-awaited encounter after a considerable hiatus. The illustrious duo of Yi Yu and Chu Menghan returned to school once more. To be candid, a plethora of events had transpired during their absence, and Yi Yu had nearly forgotten his identity as a high school student. This exam was reputed to be the final assessment before the college entrance examination, and he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Even after several days away from his studies, the necessary knowledge remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Moreover, the school, in an effort to bolster students' confidence, typically refrained from presenting overly challenging questions during this period. This tactic had become a small ruse employed annually, and it proved effective against unsuspecting high school students, acting as a potent morale booster. As Yi Yu and Chu Menghan stepped through the school gates, an unexpected visitor from the past materialized before them. Su Fangzhe, the young master of the Su family, who had formally established a wager with Yi Yu. He stood with his arms crossed, surveying Yi Yu from a superior position on the steps, his gaze lingering on Chu Menghan. Internally, he marveled at her beauty, noting how stunning she appeared each time they met. Chu Menghan, aware of his scrutiny, frowned in distaste and leaned closer to Yi Yu. This action incited Su Fangzhe's displeasure, prompting him to redirect his ire toward Yi Yu. "Oh, is that not Yi Yu? Long time no see. I thought you were too frightened to come and honor our wager?" Su Fangzhe taunted, his eyes glinting with provocation. Yi Yu, unperturbed, cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Su Banzhong, you would do well to keep your eyes in check. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to see you lose everything." Yi Yu had noted Su Fangzhe's subtle gestures. While he had previously overlooked them, his growing closeness with Chu Menghan had stirred discontent within him upon witnessing the young master's inappropriate intentions. Chu Menghan regarded Yi Yu with surprise, not expecting him to stand up for her. It seemed that their time spent together had borne fruit. A smile crept onto her lips, though it vanished quickly, unnoticed by anyone. "Ha ha ha." Su Fangzhe was initially amused by Yi Yu's retort, but soon his expression darkened. Pointing an accusing finger at Yi Yu, he snarled, "Yi Yu, who do you think you are? You speak of losing everything. Let me tell you, I am not only destined to win, but also intend to make you kneel in public and beg for forgiveness." Yi Yu simply shook his head in response. He then turned to Chu Menghan, softly saying, "Let us go." At this moment, he had completely lost interest in Su Fangzhe, whom he likened to a rabid dog. Seeing Yi Yu's intent to leave, Su Fangzhe's fury boiled over, and he stepped forward to block their path, menacingly threatening, "Yi, I advise you to recognize your situation and concede. Otherwise, don't blame me." He continued, "I've heard your father's factory is struggling. Do you think I should take advantage of that?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yu halted, turning to face Su Fangzhe with a cold glare. In that instant, Su Fangzhe felt an icy chill enveloping him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his body bristling with dread. He had never witnessed such a look on Yi Yu's face before. Suddenly, he found himself afraid. However, he quickly regained his composure, snorting derisively, "What's wrong? Are you scared? If you are, then admit defeat in front of everyone." Clearly, he was unaware that Yi Yu was no longer the same person he once was, dismissing the petty tactics of a child. But if the threats extended to his family, then he would not hold back in retaliation. Yi remained silent for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, casually responding, "Very well. Since you enjoy playing games, I shall indulge you to the fullest." Su Fangzhe, taken aback by Yi Yu's calm demeanor, questioned, "Are you certain?" Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word, "I hope you won't regret this." Seeing the determination in Yi Yu's gaze, Su Fangzhe scoffed, scanning him with disdain, and mocked, "Ha! Arrogant and unaware of your own limitations. Just wait and see." With that, he stormed off, but in the moment of turning away, a flicker of intense anger shone in his eyes. In Jiangbei, it was the first time someone dared to challenge the Su family in such a manner. A short distance away, several classmates observed Yi Yu's actions, shaking their heads in disbelief. They felt Yi Yu was being foolish, fully aware that he was at the bottom of the social ladder, yet still agreeing to an unfair wager with Su Fangzhe. Alas, he was wagering his future, acting impulsively. Poor Yi Yu, merely trying to pursue a romance with the school beauty, had inadvertently courted disaster. Listening to the whispers around him, Yi Yu's demeanor remained unruffled, his heart tranquil. Chu Menghan, too, harbored no concerns, confident in Yi Yu's abilities to prevail. However, Su Fangzhe and the Su family had firmly secured a place on her blacklist. Initially, she believed Su Fangzhe to be merely a spoiled rich kid, yet she was appalled to discover he would stoop to using his parents to threaten others. He was utterly unworthy of respect. If he believed that the Su family could shield him from consequences, then he had no place in her world anymore. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Chu Menghan's eyes, as if she were making a profoundly significant decision. At that moment, Yi Yu shook his head and proceeded toward the classroom. Chu Menghan, noticing that he was leaving her behind, hurried after him. Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? In the distance, Su Fangzhe seethed with jealousy at the sight of Chu Menghan eagerly pursuing Yi Yu, further solidifying his malicious intentions. Little did he know, he was on the brink of calamity. Upon entering the classroom, Yi Yu disregarded the gazes of his peers and took his seat. Chu Menghan dutifully settled beside him. Though brimming with confidence in his abilities, she couldn't resist softly asking, "Are you truly prepared?" Yi Yu rolled his eyes. Retrieving his exam supplies, what preparation could possibly be needed to deal with him? Chu Menghan internally scoffed. This guy is becoming increasingly pretentious. Rest assured, Yi Yu lifted his chin confidently, declaring, "There is nothing in this world that can challenge me." Chu Menghan silently rolled her eyes, but chose not to confront him. At that moment, their lively classmate Zhou Tao arrived, rushing over to Yi Yu with excitement. "Yi Yu, you've finally shown up." Yi Yu shot him a glance, casually responding, "What? Do you only miss me during exams?" Zhou Tao paused for a moment before enthusiastically exclaiming, "We've been a formidable duo for years. The throne of the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick has never been relinquished. This time, you don't intend to abandon me, do you?" "Huh, my apologies. But I have decided to embark on a northern expedition." Chapter 102, Dare to Dream. As anticipated by Yi Yu, this examination was not particularly challenging. In order to avoid drawing attention, he deliberately held back. However, in contrast, certain individuals did not share this sentiment. After the exam, Zhou Tao collapsed onto his desk, looking utterly defeated. "Indeed, it seems that while the heavens bestow wisdom upon mankind, they have shielded me from its rays. Another examination has concluded. Sigh, brother, how did you fare?" Zhou Tao inquired of Yi Yu, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Yi Yu shrugged with a smile. "It was passable. I performed as expected." "Really?" Zhou Tao's eyes betrayed his disbelief. "After all, you have a wager with that young Master Su, so merely performing adequately would mean failure." Yi Yu nonchalantly pursed his lips. "You should worry about yourself. Consider what excuse you will conjure up to explain to Uncle Zhou." Speaking of which, Zhou Tao immediately gasped. Reverting to his old tricks, "I forgot to bring my pen for the exam." "No way. That excuse was used last time. How about claiming I copied the answers incorrectly while transcribing?" "That seems to have been used too." Zhou Tao pondered deeply, each excuse he devised growing increasingly absurd. "Has my intelligence diminished from spending too much time with this fool?" Hearing this, Yi Yu shook his head. "I cannot cover for your clumsy lies." Zhou Tao's expression turned sour. "Come on, just help a brother out. I know you have a way." "Not a chance." Yi Yu flatly rejected Zhou Tao's plea without hesitation. Zhou Tao lamented, "Brother, you can't just forget your friends now that you have a woman. Right, Chu Schoolbell?" At Yi Yu's side, Chu Menghan smiled subtly, choosing not to respond. Indeed, before outsiders, she remained the same icy goddess. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, "Heh, if you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame me for revealing the excuse you used to deceive Uncle Zhou." Zhou Tao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands. "Try to appease Yi Yu. Just kidding, just kidding. Get lost." Yi Yu shot Zhou Tao an exasperated glance before grabbing his backpack and exiting the classroom. Chu Menghan followed suit, leaving Zhou Tao in a world of silent suffering. Yi Yu appeared to deliberately slow his pace, and soon, Chu Menghan caught up with him. After a few minutes of walking, they came to a halt, and Yi Yu suddenly turned around, gazing at her as if he had something to say. "What's wrong?" Chu Menghan felt a bit perplexed under Yi Yu's intense stare and nervously asked. It was her first time witnessing Yi Yu looking so conflicted. It seemed he needed something from her. "I have a request, but it may be somewhat unconventional." Yi Yu hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "Of course. If it's too difficult, forget I mentioned it." Indeed, Chu Menghan was curious about what matter could possibly be beyond Yi Yu's capabilities. Since his rebirth, he had given the impression of being omnipotent. Hardly anything could pose a challenge for him. Even when she wanted to show her goodwill, opportunities were scarce. Unexpectedly, he was asking for her help today. Chu Menghan smiled slightly, puzzled. "What is it?" Yi Yu took a deep breath. He was actually contemplating Zhou Tao's situation. He knew that with Zhou Tao's current performance, not only would he struggle to gain admission to a university, but even a vocational school would be a challenge. Although he often acted nonchalant and indifferent, Yi Yu understood that failing to gain university admission was his greatest regret. Thus, in order to help his brother realize his dreams, he had to seek assistance from the esteemed Miss Chu. After all, despite having a system, he could not apply it to others. If he were to tutor him, time would not permit, and Zhou Tao himself lacked the motivation and ability. After some contemplation, Yi Yu organized his thoughts and spoke. "I would like you to assist Zhou Tao. You are aware of his academic situation. Assist Zhou Tao? Chu Menghan frowned upon hearing this. To be honest, it seemed quite challenging. She understood Yi Yu's intentions, but Kyoto University was, after all, a prestigious institution, and such matters couldn't possibly be manipulated. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu felt a pang of disappointment. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate. He also realized that, given the power of the Chu family, getting Zhou Tao into an ordinary university was proving to be difficult. Chu Menghan pondered for a moment. Kyoto University was certainly not an ordinary institution and was quite demanding. No worries, I understand. Wait, what did you just say? Suddenly, Yi Yu seemed to grasp something. He paused. Did you say Kyoto University? Has this young lady misunderstood something? When did I say I wanted Zhou Tao to attend Kyoto University? That's right. Chu Menghan blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Yi Yu with suspicion. Yi Yu scratched his nose, feeling awkward. I believe you may have misunderstood. What do you mean? Yi Yu cleared his throat twice, straightening his posture, and seriously looked at Chu Menghan. I meant just getting Zhou Tao into an ordinary university would suffice. When did I ever mention Kyoto University? Such a thing was beyond his wildest dreams. Surely this university belle had some way. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. Chu Menghan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. Who told you not to be clear? Cough, cough, I suppose it's my fault. All right, if that's the case, then it should be manageable. Chu Menghan hurriedly shifted the topic. Leave this matter to me. However, if I assist you, what's in it for me? Yi Yu anticipated that this young lady from the Chu family would be difficult to negotiate with, so he asked, what do you want? Just to be clear, don't think of anything physical. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes. Do I need to be treated with such suspicion? Simple, in exchange for my help. Take me to your factory. Yi Yu was taken aback. Just that? What is so interesting about a small workshop? He felt uncertain about what this young lady was plotting. Why do you care so much? Just say yes or no. Yi Yu pondered for a moment and eventually nodded, for it seemed he had nothing to lose. Thus there was no reason to refuse. Chapter 103. Terrifying indeed. Soon, the examination results were released, with the report card in the hands of old Wang Ziyuan. Wang Ziyuan entered the classroom, holding the report card with a serious expression. Upon seeing his demeanor, the students grew anxious. Could it be that they had performed poorly? Fellow students, congratulations. This examination went quite well. Wang Ziyuan cleared his throat and raised the paper, proclaiming, everyone has excelled, particularly one student whose progress surprised me greatly. Wow. To receive praise from old Wang is no small feat. Who is it? In our class, aside from the goddess Chu Menghan, it must be the class leader. Young Master Su. Indeed, the goddess is surely on a pedestal, unattainable for us mere mortals. Thus, it must be Su Fangzhe. Truly deserving of our class leader, remarkably impressive. A chorus of compliments erupted, most directed towards Su Fangzhe. Even he himself believed it, wearing a smug smile, convinced that he had secured victory in this wager. He cast a disdainful glance at the nonchalant Yi Yu, sneering. Humph. What are you pretending for? Do you think you can compete with me? Others assumed that the individual praised by old Wang was Su Fangzhe. However, there were a few exceptions. Yi Yu, Chu Menghan, and Zhou Tao. Yi Yu naturally noticed Su Fangzhe's smug demeanor and coldly chuckled. Su Fangzhe, soon you shall have your moment of regret. As for Chu Menghan, she disregarded the antics of this petty clown, maintaining her usual haughty indifference, as if nothing in the world warranted her attention. She never doubted that Yi Yu would prevail, and she anticipated that Su Fangzhe would have cause to regret. As for Zhou Tao, he hung his head low, his face etched with despair. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, and thus, he was not overly concerned. However, he still harbored a hope that Yi Yu would emerge victorious. Yi Yu, to be honest, do you have any confidence? He couldn't help but whisper to Yi Yu beside him, his tone laden with unease. I don't know, Yi Yu replied calmly. Sigh, what will you do then? What if you lose? Zhou Tao hesitated, though his unfinished sentence conveyed an unmistakable implication. It's all right. I'll face whatever comes my way. Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly, confident that he would ultimately prevail. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Tao sighed and fell silent. Teacher, please announce the results. We can hardly wait. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, who is it that has earned your praise? It wouldn't be the class monitor, would it? Another chimed in. Come on, teacher, stop keeping us in suspense. All right, I won't dilly-dally any longer. Let us distribute your report cards. Wang Ziyuan said with a broad smile, continuing. I hope our class can maintain this momentum and strive for even greater achievements. He then began handing out the report cards to each student. As everyone received their report cards, they eagerly flipped them open to check their scores. Some displayed expressions of satisfaction, having exceeded their expectations. However, others wore looks of disappointment, shaking their heads and sighing as they grappled with their unsatisfactory results. Gradually, Most of the class had collected their report cards, leaving only a few, including EU, still awaiting theirs. TSK, TSK, TSK. The next student's performance is indeed consistently commendable, Wang Ziyuan remarked, shaking his head in admiration. So stable that it leaves me questioning my own capabilities. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the classroom turned to the last row, as they knew that the two individuals capable of such praise could be none other than them. Sure enough, Wang Ziyuan pointed at Yu and declared, "Zhou Tao, congratulations. You are the top student in the entire grade." A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Zhou Tao, the top student in the entire grade? He actually achieved the highest score? Every student was taken aback, especially Zhou Tao himself, who stood frozen, seemingly unable to believe the news. Nevertheless, the reality was undeniable. It was indeed hard to accept such an improbable outcome. Let us add 2 more words. Last place, Wang Ziyuan said with a look of exasperation, shooting Zhou Tao a stern glare. This remark ignited the enthusiasm of the class, instantly causing a commotion. Wow, old Wang sure knows how to play. I almost believed it. Ha! Zhou Tao, you're incredible. I've lost count of how many times you've received this honor. Simply remarkable. I can only say the future is bright. As the protagonist, Zhou Tao had long been impervious to such trivialities. These small displays were mere trifles to him. Yet, he still approached to collect his report card with a tinge of grievance, saying, "Old Wang, that wasn't fair. You made me happy for nothing." "Hee. You still dare to complain," Wang Ziyuan retorted, his expression darkening. "Just look at your multiple choice questions. How many options did you choose? Were you aiming to ascend to the heavens or to drive me mad? Is that your intention?" The other students erupted in laughter upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere easing considerably, with some even teasing him. "Zhou Tao, remember to count the options next time you throw an eraser. You weren't doing it on purpose, were you? Seriously, that's just absurd. Get lost. All you do is talk nonsense," Zhou Tao retorted, rolling his eyes as he returned to his seat. Wang Ziyuan shook his head and continued distributing the report cards. Next up, Chu Menghan. Congratulations on scoring 749 points. Upon hearing this score, the class fell into a hushed silence, every student holding their breath, fixated on Chu Menghan, as this score was truly staggering. Wow, someone finally gasped, incredulity evident in their voice. 749 points. The goddess truly lives up to her name. That's terrifying. Even though I was prepared, I still didn't expect her to be this formidable. Indeed, with this score, it seems Chu Menghan is surely the top student in the grade. If it were a standardized test, the top scholar is definitely hers to claim. Listening to the buzz of conversation around her, Chu Menghan silently rose and walked to the podium. She glanced at her report card but showed no particular expression. Yi Yu, on the other hand, was taken aback. He knew Chu Menghan was a genius, yet he hadn't anticipated her to be this exceptional. While he relied on his unique advantages, she had achieved her results through sheer hard work. Of course, Yi Yu was unaware that Chu Menghan had been reborn. For her, revisiting high school knowledge was merely a piece of cake after a bit of review. However, the words that followed from Wang Ziyuan plunged the entire class into an eerie silence. Congratulations to Chu Menghan for attaining second place in the grade. What? Such a score is only second place? Then who secured the first? There were gasps of disbelief. "Mr. Wang, may I inquire about what you just stated? Second place? Does that mean someone scored full marks?" This was truly defying the heavens. Chapter 104. The True First Place. They had thought Lu Bu was invincible, only to discover that someone even braver existed. Who was this commander? Who could it be? Chu Menghan was not first. Someone scored full marks? An avalanche of speculation and confusion surged through the minds of the students. Aside from Chu Menghan, the only other possibility was Su Fangzhe. Oh my! Young master, Su has really outdone himself this time. Sigh. It seems Yu is entirely out of hope now. A perfect score? How can he compete? The crowd lamented, while Yu, at the center of attention, remained unfazed, calmly observing the unfolding spectacle. Su Fangzhe, however, was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to suppress his elation. He never expected fate would smile upon him, and at this moment, he felt he had finally arrived. Let us see how the others would react now. Everyone, please quiet down. Wang Ziyuan raised his hand to signal for silence, and the classroom quickly quieted. All right, let us continue, he announced, proceeding to declare the results. Next up, Su Fangzhe. Upon hearing his name, Su Fangzhe immediately stood up, confidently walking to the podium with an air of self-assurance, collecting his report card. Wow, is it here? A perfect score. I can't believe someone actually achieved it. The students urged, eager to absorb a fraction of the genius' aura. Su Fangzhe's my confident. Convinced he had everything under control, but his expression soured as he glanced at the number on the report card. Class monitor, what is wrong? Hurry up and share with us. I see. Young master, Su must be so stunned by his own brilliance that he is rendered speechless. Yet, why did Su Fangzhe appear so discontent? From the last row, Yi Yu observed Su Fangzhe's facial expression and guessed what had transpired. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chu Menghan had been watching too. Noticing Yi Yu's grin, she quietly asked, "The one who scored full marks is you. Isn't it?" She had been observing Su Fangzhe's changing demeanor throughout. All along, she had never believed that the spoiled heir possessed such capability. Only Yi Yu had the potential to achieve such a feat upon hearing Chu Menghan's inquiry. Yi did not deny it, merely offering a faint smile. Indeed, it is him, though she had suspected it all along. The confirmation made Chu Menghan's heart race with excitement. She knew Yi Yu was extraordinary, but she had not anticipated that he could surpass her. At least in the realm of standardized testing, his results, achieved through mere days of review, were astonishing. It must be noted that her own achievements stemmed from a privileged upbringing and resources. Yet Yi Yu's background was entirely different. He had been a poor student in his past life, and even with his rebirth, such prowess seemed unfathomable. It appeared that this fellow harbored many secrets unknown to her. This infuriating guy has kept so much from me. Chu Menghan shot a glare at Yi Yu. Yi Yu shrugged with a wry smile. Perplexed by the sudden shift in Chu Menghan's demeanor, Wang Zuan gazed at the anxious faces of his students, smiling as he leisurely announced, "Su Fangzhe, a total score of 699. Quite commendable, showing improvement." Thunderstruck, it was as if a bolt from the blue had startled everyone. They stared agog at Su Fangzhe, their minds momentarily blank. Wasn't this score supposed to be a perfect one for Su Fangzhe? Only 699. The disparity was staggering. I thought he was a shoe-in for the top spot. No wonder the class monitor's expression was so grim. The jester turned out to be himself. But who, pray tell, had claimed the coveted first place? In that instant, the entire class erupted into fervent discussions, each shaking their head in curiosity about the identity of the top scorer. Su Fangzhe's face flushed, wishing for a crack to hide in. He had assumed the first place was a foregone conclusion, but unexpectedly, how infuriating. Who had caused him such embarrassment? Nevertheless, even if he wasn't the top scorer, he was confident that his score would far surpass that of any laggard. He fixed his gaze on Yi Yu, noting the mocking smile on his face, feeling insulted and silently vowing, "Yi Yu, you'll have your moment of weeping soon enough." As the students shifted their focus away from him, Su Fangzhe sulkily returned to his seat. "Yi Yu, did you see the look on Su's face?" Zhou Tao nudged him. His voice lowered, "TSK, it's a bit frighteningly dark." Sigh, why couldn't he have a clearer understanding of his own capabilities? Zhou Tao shook his head, relishing the spectacle. He wondered which big shot had scored a perfect score. Could it be you? Zhou Tao eyed him with skepticism. Yi Yu casually glanced at Zhou Tao and replied, "What do you think?" Holy cow! Zhou Tao scooted nervously to the side. Yi Yu smiled but said nothing, leaving Zhou Tao even more convinced of his thoughts. Damn, you're too amazing. At this point, Su Fangzhe must be ready to spit blood. Soon, nearly all the score reports were distributed, yet the much-anticipated perfect score remained unannounced. Su Fangzhe furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be that the wretched underachiever truly possessed some talent? He dared not dwell on it. Next up was the announcement of the first place. Just as everyone had speculated, a perfect score. Wang Zuan began to speak slowly. As for who it is, well, I must admit, I too am quite surprised. His progress can only be described as astonishing. Who could it be? Was there anyone left whose name had not been called? None, right? All the students known for their academic prowess had already taken the stage. Wait, there was still one person. Yi Yu. Yi Yu. The room erupted. Soon, it became apparent that the only name not called was Yi Yu's. The class buzzed with excitement, curious gazes converging on him, though they found it hard to believe. The evidence lay starkly before them. The biggest winner of this exam was the previously overlooked underperformer. Wang Zuan paused, his excitement palpable as he declared, indeed, as everyone suspected, classmate Yi Yu has achieved a perfect score, taking first place. The classroom erupted into chaos. Holy cow, is it really him? No way. I can't be hearing this wrong. Can I? Yi Yu perfect score? Damn, did he cheat? What the hell? Is he possessed by an exam god? The atmosphere was rife with disbelief, as every face reflected shock. Such an extraordinary score from Yi Yu seemed utterly inconceivable. Chapter 105. Regret Yi Yu, however, appeared rather composed, having anticipated this outcome. After all, his abilities were evident. Wow, Yi Yu, did you really score a perfect 100? You're unbelievable. Zhou Tao, though somewhat prepared, still found it hard to accept. He approached Yi Yu eagerly. Boss, sign something for me. Get lost. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated by Zhou Tao's antics. Congratulations, Yiyu. Chu Menghan smiled at him, her voice gentle, her eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. Thank you. Yiyu replied politely. He then stood up and walked towards the podium, feeling little emotional turbulence. This score was indeed within his expectations, as he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes, allowing him precise grasp over question types. Furthermore, his photographic memory, honed by prior intensive study, enabled him to understand various question formats with ease. Nevertheless, even so, the result was sufficient to astonish the entire class, particularly the girls, who gazed at Yiyu with starry eyes, eager to rush forward and shower him with affection, utterly mesmerized. This was the quintessential protagonist of a novel. A once downtrodden character now rising spectacularly, delivering a resounding slap to Su Feng's face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Holy cow, this is too exaggerated. Yiyu is so formidable. I feel like I could do it too. Don't kid yourself. Do you think everyone has the school beauty to tutor them? Yiyu approached Wang Zuan. Old Wang. I didn't bring you shame, did I? Quite well done. Modest yet confident, neither arrogant nor servile. Wang Zuan nodded approvingly. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Standing at the podium, Yiyu wore a gentle smile, surveying the room. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? I refuse to believe it. Seeing this, Su Feng's clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had thought he had Yiyu in the palm of his hand. So why had everything suddenly changed? Moreover, what gnawed at him the most was that he had just lost to Yiyu in front of everyone, enduring humiliation before Chu Menghan. Contemplating this, he glared venomously at Yiyu, refusing to accept it. Not now. A month later would bring the most significant examination of their lives. He urged his classmates to give their utmost, leaving no regrets. He hoped everyone would learn from Yiyu, even with limited time, striving for greater improvement in the coming period. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Yiyu turned, flashing a sunlit smile at everyone. Wow, Yiyu, you're so handsome. I love you. Oh, Yiyu, you're my idol. Woo woo woo. I'm going to marry you. The classroom was instantly filled with shrieks and adoration. Hearing this, Chu Menghan couldn't help but frown. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. From now on, I've decided to support Yiyu forever. The classmates who had previously mocked Yiyu sat back, dumbfounded. They had never imagined that this seemingly average boy would turn out to be such a dark horse. This was simply mind-blowing. So, their bet with class monitor Su was now devoid of any suspense. Damn, Su Xiao is in for a huge loss. My goodness. I heard the bet was for 10 million. Su Feng's face darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He had originally planned to use this incident to thoroughly crush Yiyu, even driving him out of school. Little did he expect this cunning fellow to provoke him into a wager, deliberately choosing what appeared to be a favorable bet for himself. Now, with a perfect score, Yiyu had managed to flaunt his success and win Chu Menghan's heart. He understood that this was all a scheme that Yiyu had meticulously crafted. Haha, Su Xiao, our classmate Yiyu is impressive. Isn't? Zhou Tao began to gloat. Su Feng's gritted his teeth and retorted, Humph. This was merely luck. Whether it was luck or not, you know in your heart, Su Feng. Bets must be honored. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Zhou Tao smirked. Why should I agree? What can you do if I refuse to acknowledge it? Su Feng declared arrogantly. Refuse to acknowledge it? Do you think we'd be powerless if you deny it? Zhou Tao's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, what? Is there really someone in Jiangbei who dares to oppose the Su family? The Su family stands as the foremost commercial dynasty in Jiangbei, their influence vast and deeply entrenched. Who would dare to provoke them? Su Feng's father, Su Tianhua, is the wealthiest individual in Jiangbei, the president of the Su Group, wielding significant power throughout the entire province. The Su family's clout in the business sphere is formidable. Allegedly, even the municipal secretary must show them respect. At this moment, murmurs arose from the audience, speculating that young master Su might be attempting to play tricks. Who would have thought that the illustrious scion of the Su family could be so shameless? Hush! Can we afford to offend the Su family? Yi was not particularly surprised by Su Feng's underhanded tactics. After all, he had witnessed such maneuvers far too often. Such individuals are destined to be no match for him. However, he would not let Su Feng off so easily. Yi approached him and whispered, Su Feng, I have long anticipated that you would not easily honor your promise. So, let's raise the stakes a little, shall we? Su Feng pauset momentia. Caught off guard that Yi was still willing to gamble. Did he think he would stumble in the same place twice? He squinted at Yi and coldly inquired, what do you wish to wager? Quite simply, if I achieve a perfect score on the college entrance examination, I want half of the Su family's assets, with both principal and interest. Upon hearing this, Su Feng burst into laughter, believing Yi had lost his mind to propose such a ludicrous condition. He scoffed. You. Have you lost your wits? Do you think you can rely on luck to score full marks again? Where do you find such audacity? You admitted he simulated faintly. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Or is it that you lack the authority to agree? It seems young Master Su is not as formidable as he appears. Su Fangzhe retorted with a sneer. Am I afraid? What harm is there in agreeing to your terms? Yi shrugged. In that case, let us formalize this with written agreement. If you lose, you must honor my earlier condition. If I lose, I shall forego the sum of 10 million and will also vanish from your sight forever. Fine, I accept, Su Fangzhe said eagerly. Yi nodded. It is settled then. Chapter 106, Attending the Exhibition. Although Chu Menghan was somewhat taken aback by Yi Yu's decision, she trusted that he had his reasons for such a choice. Therefore, she did not deter him, but rather looked forward to the day of the college entrance examination. The reason Yi Yu was willing to gamble with Su Fangzhe was that he had seen through Su Fangzhe's motives. Since the other party intended not to let him off the hook, there was no need for courtesy. Strike decisively and deny others a chance to recover. He was confident that with his unique abilities, the Su family was hardly worthy of concern. While his thoughts whirled, the crowd below was left utterly astonished. No way. Did I not see that correctly? Yi Yu is truly going to gamble with young Master Su? And during the college entrance examination, no less. Madness. Yi Yu must be out of his mind. I thought he had guts, but now he dares to challenge young Master Su. This is sheer folly. Huh. I think Yi Yu is simply a fool. Indeed, he's just digging his own grave. I actually admire Yi Yu. But can he really afford to offend young Master Su? Su Fangzhe stood up, looking down at Yi Yu. If that is the case, let us see who prevails on the day of the examination. I hope you won't be crying for your mother then. Yi Yu smiled slightly, responding nonchalantly. I look forward to it. Su Fangzhe snorted coldly and turned to leave, while Zhou Tao gave him a thumbs up. Yi Yu and Zhou Tao exchanged smiles before exiting the classroom, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Chu Menghan, not wishing to be left behind, was determined to support Yi Yu, for he was her steadfast ally. Even if Yi Yu chose not to take action, she had no intention of letting the Su family off the hook, especially since Su Fangzhe had so carelessly attempted to disrupt her relationship with Yi Yu. Yi Yu, do you need my assistance? Chu Menghan asked as she walked beside him. Although she trusted Yi Yu, she was still concerned about the Su family's considerable influence. Yi Yu shook his head. No need. I will manage just fine. All right. Chu Menghan nodded, understanding that although Yi Yu often appeared unassertive, he was quite resolute in his convictions. Since he had spoken, her only role was to support him silently. What do you plan to do next? She inquired, her lovely face looking at him curiously. Given Yi Yu's current capabilities, it hardly mattered whether he was at school or not. So she was intrigued by his forthcoming plans. Zhou Tao, being perceptive, recognized that Chu Menghan disliked having him as a third wheel. So he discreetly slipped away as soon as they left the classroom. Yi Yu pondered for a moment, recalling the Jiangbei industrial exhibition he had seen a few days prior. Perhaps this would present an opportunity. Do you have time? Will you accompany me to an exhibition? Yi Yu asked. Of course. Chu Menghan readily agreed, thrilled that Yi Yu had invited her. She didn't care where they went or what they would do, as long as she could stay by his side. Besides, she preferred not to return home to face Shen Xinyue. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Yu similed Genti. Half an hour later, Yi Yu and Chu Menghan arrived at the exhibition hall. This exhibition was held in the city center, organized by the government, thus imposing no significant entry barriers. However, most attendees were elite business figures, making it uncommon for high school students like them to be present. The auction venue buzzed with activity, guests dressed impeccably. The arrival of Yi Yu and Chu Menghan attracted considerable attention, primarily because of their youth, particularly with a goddess like Chu Menghan drawing even more eyes. Not long after they sat down, whispers began to circulate nearby. Look, that couple is so young. They look like high school students. Indeed, they must be here with their parents, right? That girl is quite attractive, but that pretty boy. Chu Menghan frowned slightly upon hearing the derogatory remarks about Yi Yu, feeling a surge of indignation. Just as she was about to react, Yi Yu grasped her hand, quietly reassuring her, ignore them. Chu Menghan nodded, suppressing her discontent, but her gaze remained fixed on the surrounding individuals. Yi Yu remained unperturbed. He could discern that these people were merely second-generation rich kids, hardly comparable to Su Fangzhe. There was no need to waste time on them. He had a purpose for being here. TCH, truly a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. They can't afford to attend such a high-class exhibition and are unashamed. Suddenly, a mocking voice reached their ears. Yi Yu glanced up to see a handsome young man seated near the window. Silence. Upon hearing the insult directed at Yi Yu, Chu Menghan immediately flared up, glaring at him and rebuking. How dare you? What? Is it only permissible for you to attend such exhibitions while we are not allowed to speak? The young man retorted with a sneer. This statement caused Yi Yu's brow to furrow. Chu Menghan coldly shot back. Do you have a right to speak? What? Are you a coward hiding behind a woman? The young man's words completely enraged Chu Menghan. You. Yi Yu held her hand, casting a calm glance at the man before beckoning him with a finger. Since you were so confident, why not dare to challenge me to a duel? Chu Menghan looked at Yi Yu in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to propose a one-on-one confrontation. The surrounding crowd also wore expressions of astonishment. This guy was audacious enough to initiate a challenge? Was he out of his mind? The young man was taken aback as well. He had not anticipated that Yi Yu would opt for a duel. However, he soon regained his composure, a sinister smirk flickering at the corners of his mouth. Very well, but I fear you may suffer a rather humiliating defeat. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Yet, Yi Yu merely shook his head and declared, should you triumph over me, I shall submit to your wishes. Conversely, if I prevail, you shall cover my expenses for today. The young man narrowed his eyes at this proclamation. That is indeed your assertion. Ye Yu shuruk nonchalantly. Of course. Excellent. The youth responded with a peculiar smile. He was Zhang Haiyang, the scion of the Zhang group. Born into affluence and accustomed to leveraging his family's influence to act with impunity, looking down upon others with disdain. His presence at the Jiangbei Industrial Exhibition was solely to flaunt his wealth and connections. His father, Zhang Mingde, held a significant position within the Jiangbei business circle, dominating a substantial portion of the region alongside the Su family, which had instilled in him a haughty demeanor from a young age. Upon his first glance at Yi Yu, he recognized him as the adversary Su Fangzhe had spoken of and noted his seemingly inconspicuous appearance, exactly the kind of person he scorned. Yet, he was taken aback that such an individual would dare to approach him, and he resolved to humiliate him thoroughly. Chapter 107, A Lesson Unlearned. Zhang Haiyang rose and strode toward the steps, his entourage following suit, wearing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Yu remained seated, exuding an air of calm. However, beside him, Chu Menghan appeared perplexed. Why would you engage with such a spoiled brat? This is not your usual style. Despite Zhang's insufferable demeanor, she knew Yi Yu to be composed under pressure. Observing Zhang Haiyang's arrogant figure, Yi Yu shook his head. It's nothing. I simply find him irksome and wish to teach him a lesson. In truth, Yi Yu had recognized Zhang Haiyang as an associate of Su Fangzhe, who had previously taken pleasure in mocking and undermining him. As the saying goes, a foe's appearance ignites a fierce rivalry, and with Su Fangzhe already in a vulnerable position, it was a perfect opportunity for retribution. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes at him, sensing his reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. What do you intend to challenge him to? A duel? A brawl? She regarded him with a look of confusion, unaware of his prowess in combat. What are you thinking? I'm merely a high school student. Fighting could lead to expulsion, Yi replied, a devilish grin playing on his lips. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Chu Menghan paused, taken aback by Yi Yu's unexpected humor. Could it be that he had devised a strategy to deal with Su Fangzhe? She had faith in Yi Yu's capabilities, but given his confidence, perhaps she need not intervene. After all, he was the protagonist in this narrative. She resolved to quietly observe as a bystander. At that moment, the host on stage produced a pre-prepared brochure. Now let us welcome Mr. Lee from South China Industries to introduce the exhibits. Instantly, all eyes turned to the portly man in a suit, Li Jianguo, rumored to hail from a prominent family in the capital. As a distinguished guest of the exhibition, he was naturally the center of attention. Hello everyone, I am Li Jianguo, and I hope for your enthusiastic support, he said with a smile. Applause erupted, and the crowd regarded him with reverence, well aware that South China Industries was currently thriving, enjoying a top-tier status not only in Jiangzhou, but across the entire Jiangnan industrial chain. Mr. Li, may I borrow your platform? Just as he was about to continue, an untimely voice interrupted, silencing the room. Li Jianguo furrowed his brow and looked toward the source of the disturbance. There stood Zhang Haiyang and his entourage, swaggering in with smug expressions. Ah, young Master Zhang, it is you. Li Jianguo quickly adopted a fawning demeanor. What brings you here today? Zhang Haiyang scoffed. Nothing much, just a certain impertinent individual I intend to teach a lesson. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance in Yi Yu's direction, a moment that did not escape Li Jianguo's notice. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Jianguo's heart. How could someone of Zhang Haiyang's standing seek out trouble? And, judging by his demeanor, it appeared directed at the young man below. Realizing this, Li Jianguo hurriedly inquired, Young Master Zhang, who has offended you? With a dismissive glance, Zhang Haiyang replied, What concern is it of yours? Cursing his misfortune inwardly, Li Jianguo forced a smile. In no concern at all. I merely wish to ensure you are not disturbed. Enough with the pleasantries. swiftly remove this nuisance, Zhang Haiyang ordered with impatience. Yes. Li Jianguo wiped the sweat from his brow. Who is this individual? It seems Mr. Li is quite intimidated. Must be an outsider, right? You don't recognize this young master? He is from the Zhang family in Jiangbei, a legitimate heir. Oh, that explains his arrogance. He is from the prominent Zhang and Su families of Jiangbei. Sure. Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? Offending him has dire consequences. The crowd buzzed with speculation, though most were merely entertained, unconcerned as to how it would unfold. Zhang Haiyang and his entourage stormed the stage, causing the host and others to retreat in fear. Yi Yu remained seated, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he watched the self-proclaimed young Master Zhang, having awaited this moment for far too long. Seeing Yi Yu's audacity further fueled Zhang Haiyang's fury. When had he, a prominent figure in Jiangbei, ever been so disregarded? Grasping the host's microphone, he bellowed, "Hey, you insolent brat, were you the one who dared to challenge me? Get up here." His voice boomed, nearly shattering eardrums, as all eyes turned toward Yi Yu. Good heavens! That kid must have a death wish, daring to offend young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang commands him to come forth, and he remains seated. One utter fool. Perhaps he is paralyzed with fear. No one in Jiangbei has ever dared to cross young Master Zhang. Huh, I bet he'll soon be begging for mercy. Laughter erupted among the spectators, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Yi Yu, are you certain you don't need my assistance? Chu Menghan asked, her brow furrowed in concern for the mockery directed at him. Resta surit, Yi Yu repeated, Ganti patink herschuldev. Trust me, Chu Menghan bit her lip. Then I shall accompany you. Gripping his arm resolutely, she declared, where you go, I go. Seeing her unwavering support filled Yi Yu with warmth, and he smiled. All right, let us face this together. Are they showing off their affection now? How sweet. The crowd rolled their eyes, finding his arrogance astounding. How could he flaunt a girlfriend while provoking danger? Were you? At that moment, Li Jianguo interjected. This is no place for a country bumpkin like you. Leave at once. And what am I? Ye Yu Sukofut, pointing at Li Jiangu. I am your father. Li Jianguo's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched in fury. Repeat that. So, Ye Yu retorted unabasedly. You should blame your upbringing for your obsequious demeanor. You're digging your own grave, kid. Is that so? Yi Yu shook his head, an amused glint in his eyes as he regarded Li Jianguo. You, do you know who I am? I am Li Jianguo, the chairman of South China Industries. Oh, so it's South China Industries? Is that impressive? Yi Yu repeat, Li Susuri. Chapter 108 is finished. You, Li Jianguo, almost choked to death. Although the South China Industry is not as good as the Zhang family, it can still be considered one of the top-ranked enterprises in Jiangzhou City. This kid is a poor guy, and he must have never heard of it. Moreover, with the support of a prominent family in Kyoto, can't we cure a country bumpkin? Kid, do you know the consequences of offending me? Li Jianguo squinted his eyes and threatened. What would happen if I offended you? Ye Yu senire distainful. Of course, Li Jianguo said proudly. I can make you disappear from this world. Hee hee. Ye Yu couldn't help but sneer, just you? Also compatible. Upon hearing him say that, the audience immediately erupted in excitement. That kid in the bedroom must have gone crazy. This kid is playing dead. Not to mention Zhang Xiao. Li Jianguo is not something he can afford to provoke either. TSK. This kid must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, yet he's so reckless. Ah, that young man, his fate must have been very tragic. Yes. After listening to Yi Yu's words, Li Jianguo completely exploded. Grass mud horse. I think you really don't want to live, do you? Speaking, Li Jianguo signaled to several burly men around him, who quickly stepped forward and surrounded Yi Yu. Seeing this scene, Chu Menghan's face on stage changed dramatically. Yi Yu, it's okay, just watch it. Yi Yu said calmly. Upon hearing what he said, Chu Menghan was momentarily stunned. These guys clearly wanted to solve the problem through violence. Does Yi Yu have any other alliance? What other secrets does she not know? At this thought, Chu Menghan suddenly felt a sense of anticipation in her heart, hoping that Yi Yu could give her surprise. Damn it. I won't teach you how to be a good person today, Li Jianguo said fiercely. He originally only wanted to teach Yi Yu a lesson by showing his face in front of Zhang Xiao and building a good impression. But since Yi Yu refused to accept the fine for toasting, don't blame his subordinates for being ruthless. He raised his hand, broke his limbs, and threw it out. Upon hearing the command, two strong men immediately walked towards Yi Yu and punched him in the chest. Yi Yu's face remained unchanged, and he didn't even bother to glance at them, as if he hadn't noticed them at all. Just as the strong man was about to hit him, Yi Yu suddenly stood up and kicked him out with lightning fast legs. Suddenly, two strong men flew several meters away, covered their stomachs, and groaned in pain after landing. The whole room was silent, and everyone looked at Yi Yu with an incredulous expression, as if they couldn't believe he had kicked two huge men away with just one kick. At this moment, another short and stout burly man pounced forward, punching both fists and attacking Yu. Yu dodged sideways and lifted his leg to fiercely sweep over. Bang! That skinny monkey fell to the ground with a butt. All of this happened too quickly, and before everyone could react, the three companions had already fallen. Li Jianguo was stunned. Yu glanced at him and lightly wrote, "Who else is there?" Li Jianguo swallowed his saliva. "Don't act recklessly. Me, behind me, is the Chu family from Kyoto. Do the Chu family know? If you offend me, you won't have a good ending." Upon hearing this, Yu was slightly taken aback. Chu family? Isn't it so coincidental? His gaze turned to Chu Menghan, and he saw that she was also a bit confused. This reversal came unexpectedly, so much so that she forgot to ask what happened to Yiyu's skills. "Is he one of your people?" Yiyu frowned and pointed at Li Jianguo with a tone of confusion. Chu Menghan quickly shook her head and waved her small hand in a panic. Seeing Yiyu hesitating and thinking he was afraid, Li Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately exclaimed, "Humph. Tell you, the Chu family is the most powerful family in Kyoto. With you alone, do you still want to move me? I advise you to kneel obediently and beg for mercy. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end." Yiyu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He was waiting for Chu Menghan's explanation. "Shut your mouth." Chu Menghan glared fiercely at Li Jianguo, who was still on the brink of death, and was unusually angry. She never expected that the enemy of Yiyu in front of her was actually one of her own, and she felt a little panicked. Yiyu already had no good feelings towards the Chu family and himself, and it wasn't easy for him to change his mind. Is it because of this jerk that all his previous efforts have been in vain? She anxiously pulled Yiyu's sleeve. "Yiyu, please don't misunderstand. This matter has nothing to do with me." Speaking of which, Chu Menghan's pretty face suddenly turned red. "I will solve this matter immediately and definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't misunderstand, okay?" Chu Menghan looked at him with a hopeful expression. Looking at Chu Menghan's appearance, a strange feeling rose in Yiyu's heart. It was the first time he had seen Miss Chu so panicked. Could it be that she really okay? Yiyu took a deep breath, calmed the waves in his heart, and slowly said, "Don't worry, I didn't misunderstand. I have always believed in you." Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Yiyu." Speaking, she turned around and stared at Li Jianguo with a sinister expression in her eyes. This guy, whether he's from the Chu family or not, has successfully angered himself. She must make this bastard pay the price. Seeing Chu Menghan looking at him, Li Jianguo's heart trembled suddenly, and a chill surged into his heart. But as soon as he thought about the little girl in front of him, he forcibly calmed down. It's not surprising that Li Jianguo didn't recognize the situation. After all, with his status, he still has some shortcomings in wanting to meet Miss Chu. "What do you want to do? Are you saying that behind you is the Chu family?" Chu Menghan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo's waist immediately straightened up. His toes held high and he said arrogantly, "Of course. The Chu family is one of the top wealthy families in Kyoto. How can poor students like you dare to offend the Chu family? Those who understand should kneel down and beg for mercy quickly." Yi raised an eyebrow. This guy really wouldn't die if he didn't do it. Suddenly, he felt some sympathy for him. "Huh, that's really arrogant. Chu Menghan snow. Flaunting her power under the banner of the Chu family. Who gave you this courage? Put one's finger into another's pie." Li Jianguo disdains it. "You little girl, can you control the movie?" Chu Menghan was overjoyed and said coldly, "I can't control it. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo sneered and looked disdainful, saying, "Who do I care who you are? My name is Chu Menghan." Li Jianguo didn't think much about it and immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Chu Menghan, so what? Wait." Seemingly thinking of something, Li Jianguo's voice abruptly stopped. He widened his eyes in shock and looked at Chu Menghan incredulously. "You just said, your surname is Chu." Could it be that thinking of a possibility, Li Jianguo trembled with fear? He knows he's finished chapter 109, White Giving. Seeing the fearful expression on his face, Chu Menghan frowned with some disgust. She had seen too many people like him before. "I'm used to bullying people in my daily life, but when faced with real challenges, I become extremely timid. I was wrong. Chu, Miss Chu, I dare not do it again. I beg for your forgiveness." With a thud, Li Jianguo knelt down, kowtowing like garlic, and kept howling for mercy. The crowd watching the commotion around them all showed surprised eyes, not knowing what had happened. Why did Mr. Li suddenly kneel down? What identity is this girl that makes this business tycoon so afraid? Chu Menghan gave Li Jianguo a disgusted glance and spoke unhappily, "Get lost." Chu Menghan suddenly thought of something and continued, "From now on, the Chu family and your South China industry have nothing to do with each other. Let me know that you are using the banner of the Chu family. Don't blame me for being impolite." Li Jianguo's face darkened, as if the sky was about to collapse. The reason why his company has developed to this day is because of the big tree of the Chu family. Without the support of the Chu family, he is nothing. But now, the Chu family is going to break off their cooperation with him, which is even more painful for him than killing him. It is unacceptable. He cannot remain passive and must devise a means of salvation. Yet, whom should he turn to? His gaze settled upon Yi Yu, for the entire predicament stemmed from this youth. Surely, the esteemed Miss Chu harbored affections for him, which is why she defended him so fervently. Only he could be his savior. Indeed, he must seek his assistance. He promptly approached Yi Yu, lowering himself and imploring, "Little brother, I earnestly beseech you, if you would spare me, I am willing to bestow upon you 15% of Huanan Industries shares, free of charge." 15% of the shares. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere surged with excitement. 15% of the shares? That would equate to a gift worth millions. The allure was simply overwhelming. Even Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, although he was unaware of Huanan Industries' true worth. Receiving 15% of the shares for nothing was akin to slicing off a piece of this hefty man's flesh. This fellow truly was generous. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I am quite certain." Li Jianguo hastily nodded. While this 15% stake was indeed precious, the most invaluable asset to him was the friendship with the Chu family. Should he lose it, he would have no chance of redemption in the future. How infuriating! Had he known, he would not have stooped to ingratiate himself with the Zhang family. Zhang Haiyang, this wastrel, was truly despicable. If not for the desire to penetrate the Zhangbei market, he would not have humiliated himself in such a manner. Yet, despite the numerous benefits he had bestowed, the Zhang family had perpetually dangled him along, and now, to appease his own interests, he had offended the wrong individuals. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyang merely watched the spectacle unfold. What a scoundrel! Very well, since you were so generous, I shall reluctantly accept, Yi Yu drawled, as if he were undertaking a trivial task. He held no sympathy for such individuals. Why refuse a gift? He had come here seeking resources to assist his father, and now, a ready investor had appeared. It was as though he had been offered a pillow while drowsy. Everything fell perfectly into place. However, it seemed he owed a debt to the esteemed Miss Chu now. Another obligation accrued. Yi Yu glanced at Chu Menghan, offering a faint smile. Chu Menghan understood his implication and nodded in response. As long as Yi Yu was content. She was equally delighted. An unspoken understanding blossomed between them, their rapport deepening. Li Jianguo, witnessing Yi Yu's acceptance of his proposal, exhaled a sigh of relief, yet immediately wished to slap himself. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never dared to provoke Yi Yu. Now, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, but he had also incurred significant losses. "Miss Chu, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Li Jianguo inquired cautiously. Chu Menghan nodded non-committally. "Remember, one must remain discreet in the future." Thank you, Miss Chu." Li Jianguo expressed his gratitude before awkwardly turning away, leaving with his subordinates in a dejected manner. This interlude passed, and the onlookers continued to observe. Some entertained, others gossiped, while select few regarded the scene with solemn expressions, pondering the identity of the girl who could so effortlessly intimidate the chairman of Huanan Group, willing to pay a hefty price to rectify his blunders. Who is this boy? Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed, and Chu Menghan turned to see Zhang Haiyang rising, a playful smile gracing his lips. Wonderful, simply wonderful. The eldest daughter of the Chu family from Kyoto is indeed formidable. I am thoroughly impressed. Upon hearing Zhang Haiyang's words, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Kyoto? The Chu family? They recognized that this woman's background was extraordinary, but they had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude, explaining Li Jianguo's palpable fear. Chu Menghan furrowed her brows in confusion. "Do you know me?" Zhang Haiyang smirked, stepping closer to Chu Menghan as he replied, "Of course I know you. To be frank, I have long admired you." He had gleaned information about Chu Menghan from Su Fangzhe and had been curious about the enchanting beauty described by him. Admired? Chu Menghan Thao Wen. Displeased. His demeanor as a playboy only served to disgust her further. Yi Yu, sensing the tension, swiftly positioned himself in front of Chu Menghan, fixing Zhang Haiyang with a cold glare. Under Yi Yu's piercing gaze, Zhang Haiyang felt a flicker of uncertainty. However, this was his territory. This boy was merely a pauper. What did it matter if he knew a few martial arts moves? It was hardly worth concern. Your target is me, is it not? Yi Yu inquired coldly. If you intend to confront me, there is no need to waste time. Let us proceed. At these words, Zhang Haiyang's expression darkened. How arrogant you are. I warn you. Crossing paths with the wrong people will lead to a most dismal fate. Such tedious drivel. Do you still wish to compete? Yi replied with growing impatience. wondering why these antagonists were so fond of verbose speeches. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. Zhang Haiyang scoffed. What do you wish to compete in? Do not think for a moment that I would bully a country bumpkin like you. You may choose the contest. Yi Yu shrugged, bemused by Zhang Haiyang's bravado. Let us keep it simple. Let us compete in memory. Upon hearing Yi Yu's dismissive attitude, Zhang Haiyang's anger flared. He, the future heir of the Zhang family, was being disregarded. It was intolerable. Chapter 110. An unforgettable memory. Memory? Zhang Haiyang's lips curled into a cold smile. As the future heir of the Zhang family, he had been studying various subjects from a young age, engaging in memory enhancement exercises daily. Over the years, he had far surpassed the average person. To call him a genius would not be an exaggeration. You best possess some skill. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Zhang Haiyang boasted. With that, he instructed his associates to project an enormous celestial map onto the screen behind him. The rules are simple. Whoever reproduces this celestial map first wins. Zhang Haiyang declared. Gesturing towards the map, you will have 10 minutes to observe it. If neither can replicate it, the one whose drawing is more complete will be declared the victor. The celestial map? The crowd turned their attention to the screen. The image depicted an infinite expanse of starry sky, resembling a galaxy suspended in the night, twinkling with countless stars, a sight truly breathtaking. Wow, what a stunning illustration. Indeed, this celestial map alone must be worth millions. What a grand gesture. The crowd gasped in awe. Zhang Haiyang wore a proud expression, clearly confident in the celestial map's quality. He had commissioned a professional designer to create it, investing several million and dedicating a year to its completion. Moreover, he regularly consulted the designer to ensure that the map's details would not diminish its impact or lead to failure. What? Is it too difficult for you? Zhang Haiyang crossed his arms, looking provocatively at Yi Yu. Huh. Yi Yu smirked indifferently, reached for a pencil on the table, and said, You may begin. With a cold snort, Zhang Haiyang seized his brush as the 10-minute observation period concluded, swiftly sketching on white paper. The complexity of this illustration far exceeded that of ordinary artworks. Observing for even 10 minutes would be insufficient for the average person to remember the arrangement of stars scattered across the sky. However, Zhang Haiyang was confident that with his exceptional memory, he would undoubtedly surpass this inexperienced youth before him. For 10 minutes, half an hour, and an entire hour, Zhang Haiyang was utterly absorbed, perspiring profusely as he fervently sketched a celestial map on paper, determined to deliver a resounding lesson to the young man before him. Again and again, he applied strokes, sweat trickling down his brow. Yi Yu sat on the sofa, quietly admiring Zhang Haiyang's masterpiece, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What an arrogant fool. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had elapsed. At that moment, Zhang Haiyang paused, discarding his final brush and wiping the sweat from his forehead. He seemed quite pleased with his work, which had nearly reached the pinnacle of his abilities. The audience gazed at the displayed masterpiece on the screen, gasping in awe. Incredible. He actually finished it. How impressive. To create such a complex piece in just 3 hours. I told you, young Master Zhang's prowess would undoubtedly crush this insolent brat. However, the painting still seemed somewhat incomplete, yet it was undeniably formidable. At least 90% accurate, a feat likely achievable only by Zhang himself. The crowd buzzed with excitement. And at that moment, Zhang Haiyang stood and approached Yi Yu. Young man, concede defeat. Oh, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of concern. Zhang Haiyang, towering over Yi Yu, cast a scornful glance, sneering, I hope you don't disappoint me. Yi Yu lifted his gaze, briefly glancing at Zhang Haiyang's creation, and remarked casually, I must admit, you possess some talent. However, to produce this in 3 hours, what? The crowd erupted in astonishment at his words. What did he just say? Who does he think he is? Does he genuinely believe himself to be a genius? Not even 10 hours would suffice to craft a respectable piece. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Haiyang let out a boisterous laugh, his expression turning sinister as he glared at Yi Yu, gritting his teeth. You insolent brat, no matter how sharp your tongue is, I hope you possess true skill. Otherwise, you should know what awaits you. Foolish, Yi Yu retorted without hesitation. You, Zhang Haiyang, was seething with rage, wishing to tear Yi Yu's mouth apart. Is this kid insane? He knows full well that young Master Zhang's skill far surpasses his own. Yet he dares to be so arrogant? He just asking for punishment. Sigh. Now, young Master Zhang can humiliate that boy without any reservations. The crowd shook their heads, expressing their pity. Chu Menghan also frowned, her heart racing for Yi Yu. Don't worry. This level of difficulty won't stump me. Yi Yu offered her an encouraging glance. Just as everyone believed Yi Yu was destined for defeat, he suddenly stood and walked onto the stage. Grasping a black brush, He was about to begin when a nearby staff member interjected. Sir, you haven't even observed yet. Yi Yu shook his head, replying calmly, no need. What is happening? What is this Yi Yu attempting to do? Has he truly abandoned observation? Perhaps he has given up completely, considering young Master Zhang's prowess. Alas, how unfortunate to encounter a genius like young Master Zhang. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zhang Haiyang sneered. Are you afraid now? It's too late. I, Zhang Haiyang, am not to be trifled with. Since you wish to compete with me, I shall ensure you suffer ruin. Yi Yu continued to disregard the audience. His head bowed in contemplation. This state persisted for a full 10 minutes, his demeanor unchanging. Observing this, Zhang Haiyang scoffed, mocking, Kid, there's no need to struggle futilely. I tell you, posturing before me is futile. Best retreat. Noisy. Yi Yu glanced at Zhang Haiyang with impatience, then slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, Yi Yu seemed transformed, exuding an inexplicable aura that even made Zhang Haiyang's heart tremble. What is this? No, he hasn't given up. He is indeed painting. How is that possible? He didn't even observe. How can he paint? Have you forgotten? Wasn't there a demonstration before the competition began? What? Are you joking? In that brief minute, without even a proper look, who could possibly remember? Goodness, could this fellow be a prodigy with photographic memory? Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes turning towards Yi Yu. Chapter 111, a masterpiece of genius. At this moment, Zhang Haiyang was also taken aback by Yi Yu's actions. Though uncertain of Yi Yu's intentions, he did not believe Yi Yu could surpass him. He quickly suppressed his indignation, a shadow passing over his gaze as he scrutinized Yi Yu on stage. Can this Yi Yu really pull it off? I find it somewhat dubious. This isn't mere child's play. If it's a test of memory, one should maximize the observation time. Yet here he is, not even taking a glance. I wager he is merely posturing. Photographic memory is impossible. Yi Yu paid no heed to Zhang Haiyang's words, his full attention fixed upon the brush before him. He lifted it and began to draw, gradually bringing forth a semblance of outline from his memory. Chu Menghan watched him intently, her eyes filled with admiration. She had never seen him so captivating, so engrossed. Even though no one believed in him, she could sense his unique charm. She gazed at him, her heart racing. Hey, hurry up. My time is valuable. Zhang Haiyang, sensing the situation turning unfavorable, deliberately interrupted. Are you sure? Yi Yu glanced at Zhang Haiyang, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Of course, now hurry. All right. Yi Yu agreed readily. As you wish. No sooner had the words left his lips than his fingers resumed their swift movements. Zhang Haiyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on each of Yi Yu's actions. Yi Yu painted with remarkable speed, each stroke flowing like a gentle stream. Gradually, a grand portrait emerged before the audience, a vast sea of stars materializing, the scene appearing distant and ethereal, elusive and enigmatic. Zhang Haiyang stared in astonishment at the artwork Yi Yu was creating, waves of shock surging within him. He could hardly fathom that Yi Yu could depict such vividness and essence. The onlookers, witnessing Yi Yu's creation, could not help but swallow hard. Zhang Haiyang was utterly petrified. Though the painting was not yet complete, he understood that the work he had produced could not compare to Yi Yu's. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd broke the silence, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible?" This prompted a flurry of discussions among those nearby. Such artistry could only be achieved by a master. But he hasn't finished yet. He has only completed a third of it. Oomph. Such narrow-mindedness, mere layman. Alas, young Master Zhang may be in peril. The crowd sighed in unison. Yi Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose himself once more, dedicating every ounce of focus to his artwork, meticulous and unyielding. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, half an hour had passed. What had begun as a mere outline had now materialized into a complete work. He truly possesses a photographic memory. How can this be? The audience had fallen into a hushed awe, completely captivated by Yi Yu's masterpiece. The celestial map. This was the true celestial map. If Zhang Haiyang's imitation captured mere likeness, this young man's painting had transcended into something divine, or rather, it had birthed an entirely new spirit. It must be acknowledged that the artistry of this young man is nothing short of exquisite, with each stroke executed with remarkable finesse and meticulous attention to detail, perfectly balanced. Not only that, but every line painted by Yi Yu exudes a commanding presence, as if it were gazing down upon the heavens, proud and regal. A gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of many aspiring artists in attendance. His skill is truly extraordinary, and even more astonishing is the fact that this masterpiece was completed in merely half an hour. It was evident that Yi Yu remained blissfully unaware of the profound impact his work had on others as he continued to paint with unwavering diligence. As another half-hour elapsed, the audience below had become somewhat numb to the spectacle before them. Surely, this individual must be a professional. How could one possibly compete with such talent? Was a renowned figure from the art world here to challenge the status quo? Yet, there had been no word of such a young prodigy. Finally, Yi Yu halted his brushwork and lifted his gaze towards Zhang Haiyang, casually inquiring, "I am finished." At that moment, Zhang Haiyang's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray. The reactions of the audience made it abundantly clear that from the instant Yi Yu began to paint, the outcome of this competition had become utterly predictable. Yet, he could not resign himself to defeat. However, no one paid heed to his discontent. Upon hearing that Yi Yu had completed his artwork, the crowd instantly perked up, eagerly moving forward to behold the divine creation. With a delicate flourish, Yi Yu unveiled the painting, causing the spectators to momentarily freeze in awe. The depiction of a starry sky was so vividly lifelike, particularly the swirling cosmos and a comet streaking across the canvas, as if it were animated and imbued with boundless vitality. The faint glimmers of light scattered throughout the night sky added an ethereal quality to the artwork. Though rendered with only a few strokes, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of grandeur, as if one had traversed countless light years to reach the depths of the universe. The audience gazed at the painting in speechless admiration. This piece surpassed the original in composition, color harmony, and style. Is it truly possible for such a young individual to achieve this? It became clear that he was not merely replicating, but creating an original work. The impact he had on everyone was monumental. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Zhang Haiyang abruptly turned his gaze towards the stage, where the lights illuminated the painting, casting a dazzling brilliance that stung his eyes. Yi Yu set down his brush and descended the stage with measured steps. My word, this is nothing short of a genius among geniuses. This painting is simply astounding. Does this mean that the young man has triumphed over Zhang Xiao? Of course. It is plain to see. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Zhang Haiyang's complexion paled. Trembling with indignation, he pointed a quivering finger at Yi Yu and accused, "You cheated." "Oh." Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Since you question my integrity, let us allow the audience to be the judges." Zhang Haiyang was rendered speechless. Yi Yu then turned to him and stated with a somber tone, "The outcome shall be justly determined. The esteemed Zhang family of Jiangbei should be capable of accepting defeat. Should they not? Since you have lost, please honor your promise." Chu Menghan, observing Yi Yu basking in the limelight, felt her heart race with excitement. Zhang Haiyang shook with fury, throwing down the painting in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Humph! Just you wait. Yi Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied coolly, Zhang Xiao. Do take care, and remember to settle the bill before you leave." At this remark, Zhang Haiyang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately suppressed his anger. Yet, he was on the brink of exploding, his fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Yi Yu, as if ready to unleash his wrath. "Yi Yu, I will ensure your downfall. If I cannot find peace, neither shall you. I will trample you beneath my feet." A malevolent glint shone in Zhang Haiyang's eyes. As Yi Yu's words lingered in the air, the audience erupted into jubilant cheers. "Congratulations!" Chu Menghan was the first to applaud, her face alight with joy as she approached Yi Yu with enthusiasm. Yi Yu smiled faintly. It was merely a trial. His voice was gentle, leaving Chu Menghan momentarily speechless. Yi Yu was actually smiling at her. Chapter 112. Yi Yu's business strategy. The art exhibition was merely a minor episode. Yi Yu had already attained his desired outcome. "Yishao, all you need to do is sign here, and you'll become the second largest shareholder of Huanan Heavy Industries." In a cafe, Chu Menghan sat beside Yi Yu, facing Li Jianguo, who wore a woeful expression, as if he believed Yi Yu had wronged him. Trembling, he handed the equity transfer agreement to Yi Yu, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Mr. Li, you seem rather reluctant. Perhaps I should reconsider my decision?" Yi Yu asked playfully, gazing intently into Li Jianguo's eyes. A chill ran through Li Jianguo, and he hastily shook his head, forcing a smile. "No, no, no. You must sign. You absolutely must sign." Chu Menghan watched the scene unfold beside Yi Yu, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, every villain has their own nemesis, as the saying goes. Yi Yu chuckled, took a pen, and with a flourish, signed his name on the transfer agreement. Upon witnessing Yi Yu's signature, Li Jianguo wiped the sweat from his brow. "Mr. Yi, may our collaboration be fruitful." Li Jianguo's lips curled into a reluctant smile as he retrieved the contract, and the atmosphere shifted to one of camaraderie. It must be said that Li Jianguo was quite adept at navigating difficult situations. He was indeed a shrewd businessman. He understood the repercussions of offending the Chu family. Although losing millions was painful, it was a minor price to pay compared to losing everything. Yi Yu, observing his pained expression, couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. How did he end up appearing as the villain in this scenario? Mr. Li, you will come to realize that today's decision will be the wisest choice of your life. Yi Yu raised his glass in a toast to Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo could only nod in agreement, though he appeared skeptical, not taking Yi Yu's words to heart. After all, no matter how talented Yi Yu was, he was still just a high school student in Li Jiangguo's eyes, far too inexperienced to be of any real assistance. Yi Yu perceived his thoughts, recognizing that Li Jiangguo's current demeanor was merely a reflection of Chu Menghan's influence. However, he remained unconcerned. Indeed, Mr. Yi, your presence in Huanan will surely lead to prosperity. Li Jiangguo responded humbly, though his sincerity was somewhat lacking. Yi Yu no ditov. Rest assured, having taken your shares, I will ensure you do not incur losses. With that, he produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Jiangguo. Mr. Li, this card contains 60 million. The password is the last 6 zeros of the card number. Li Jiangguo was momentarily taken aback, questioning Mr. Yi. What do you mean by this? Chu Menghan looked at Yi Yu in astonishment, unable to believe he possessed such wealth. This was no small sum. How had he acquired it? Noticing their reactions, Yi Yu clarified, rest assured, it is a legitimate income. This money is essentially my investment. Your recent dealings with Zhang Haiyang were likely aimed at market expansion, correct? This sum may not be substantial, but it should suffice to establish your foothold in Jiangbei. That's more than sufficient. Li Jiangguo, still reeling from the shock, nodded stiffly. To be honest, this amount of money was not significant to him. What truly astonished him was Yi Yu's willingness to entrust such a fortune to someone who had just been his adversary. What kind of magnanimity could allow for such a gesture? There's one more thing you should take a look at. As he spoke, Yi retrieved a document from his bag under the watchful gaze of Li Jiangguo and Chu Menghan. Li Jiangguo Baozha, glancing at the document on the table with a hint of hesitation. What is this? This is the proposal I have prepared. If you find it satisfactory, you may begin to make preparations in advance, and after some time, we can convene to discuss the finer details together. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Could this person truly devise plans? What did you create this? Before Li Jiangguo could react, Chu Menghan had already taken the document and skimmed through it briefly. The content detailed the developmental plan for the transformation of Yi Yu's parents' garment factory, meticulously outlining each design concept, style, and profit distribution. As she perused the document, her excitement grew. This proposal was remarkably flawless. Even with her extensive experience in the business world spanning over a decade, she could not find a single flaw. It was as if this was tailor-made for Yi Yu's parents' factory. No wonder he had come here today. He had clearly been preparing for this all along. With this thought, her expression turned slightly resentful. Did he not realize that he had a significant financial backer right in front of him? Ahem. Yi Yu cleared his throat and spoke somewhat awkwardly. This is merely a collection of my personal ideas, Mr. Li. Please review it for any oversights. Having said this, he disregarded Chu Menghan's reaction and handed the document to Li Jiangguo. Excellent. Li Jiangguo nodded. His curiosity piqued after observing Chu Menghan's response. However, when he opened the document and read the text, he was utterly astonished. He had thought he held a high regard for Yi Yu, yet he had still underestimated his capabilities. His shock exceeded that of Chu Menghan. After all, she had spent so much time with Yi Yu that she had grown accustomed to his unexpected brilliance. But for Li Jiangguo, it was entirely different. The proposal in his hands surpassed his comprehension. For instance, it detailed the operational model post-branding, transitioning from traditional storefront sales to online platforms, leveraging the influence of internet celebrities and stars to drive sales. This decision was a full decade ahead of its time. Young Master Yi, are you certain you want me to execute this proposal? Li Jiangguo looked at Yi Yu in disbelief. Although this proposal pertained to a single industry, the ripple effects it could generate would be unprecedented. Should these plans be implemented, they could potentially disrupt the entire market. His company was currently at a crucial juncture of transformation, and this proposal was undoubtedly a boon. With it, he was confident he could establish the strongest conglomerate in southern China within 3 years, leaving the Su and Zhang families to stand aside. Of course, since we are collaborating, I must also demonstrate my sincerity. Are you satisfied with this gift? Yi Yu inquired with a smile. Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied. Li Jiangwu nodded enthusiastically. In that moment, it felt as though he had glimpsed a vast treasure beckoning to him. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will dedicate myself fully and not disappoint your expectations. Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction, then stood up, declaring, in that case, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Very well. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Li Jiangguo respectfully bowed and exited. Chapter 113. Shun Xinyue's thoughts after Li Jiangguo's departure. Chu Menghan could no longer contain herself. Are you out of your mind? You so readily place all your assets in someone else's hands. Do you trust him that much? Yu gazed at her and smiled faintly. Isn't this splendid? We each benefit from one another. Moreover, this is what I call employing without suspicion. The realm of business was not Yu's forte. He preferred to remain behind the scenes, entrusting professional matters to those with expertise. Besides, as a student, he deemed it more appropriate to maintain a low profile rather than constantly seeking the limelight. You sit back and relax while the fish bite. Chu Menghan vito angli. She was not foolish. Although Yu's approach appeared to carry significant risk, it was indeed a rather prudent strategy, one that yielded multiple benefits. Yu shuruk, nonjo mital. Let us go. It's time to return. As she watched Yu's retreating figure, Chu Menghan remained lost in thought for an extended period, her emotions in turmoil. His gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul, causing her heart to race. She bit her lip. Yu was far more exceptional than she had anticipated. While this filled her with joy, it also stirred a sense of anxiety within her. After all, the more remarkable he was, the greater the pressure on her. One Shun Xinyue was already challenging enough. If additional rivals emerged, it would only complicate matters further. No, I must take action. Chu Menghan resolutely decided that she needed to elevate her status in Yu's eyes. In the following days, Yu scarcely caught sight of Chu Menghan, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. It seemed that since he had handed his proposal to Li Jiangguo, she had become his representative, taking on the task of transforming the family garment factory, and he wondered how she could be so enthusiastic about it. Of course, Yi was quite pleased with this arrangement. He preferred to be a hands-off manager. During dinner, he sat with Shun Xinyue in the dining hall. For Shun Xinyue, this was a rare opportunity for solitude. Although she had moved closer to Yu's home, she felt that her relationship with him had not progressed much. Not to mention, Chu Menghan was always guarding against her, as if she were a thief, making it impossible for Shun Xinyue to deepen her bond with Yu. Furthermore, time was a factor. Yu and Chu Menghan went to class together every day, while she was left alone at home. After all, she had sneaked out and did not possess the transfer documentation from Jiangbei, preventing her from attending school with Yu. However, today was different. She had finally seized the opportunity with Chu Menghan absent, and now no one would obstruct her. Shun Xinyue picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Glancing up at Yu, who appeared to be deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Yu seem troubled lately. Have you encountered some troubles? Upon hearing this, Yu paused for a moment, and then shook his head in denial. It's nothing. Of course, Yu had matters weighing on his mind. His golden finger had not reacted for quite some time. This was somewhat concerning, as he had only just begun to enjoy its benefits. If it were to vanish now, it would be an immense loss. Thus, he had been pondering whether his prolonged lack of flirtation had caused the system to malfunction. Really? But I distinctly heard you sigh just now, Shun Xinyue said, her tone laced with suspicion. Yu forced a smile. I am indeed facing a minor issue, but I can resolve it myself. Oh, what kind of trouble? Do share, Shun Xinyue pressed, unwilling to miss any opportunity to learn about Yu's secrets. Yu shook his head, indicating that this was a matter he could not disclose to anyone, that he must rely on himself. Shun Xinyue pouted slightly, clearly displeased with Yu's lack of candor, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The thought of Yu harboring secrets from her unsettled her, yet she quickly rationalized it. After all, everyone had their secrets, and she herself was concealing the truth of her rebirth. Yu, since you do not wish to share, I won't press the issue, Shun Xinyue said with a faintly understanding smile. However, seeing you unhappy also makes me sad. How about after dinner, we take a stroll? Shun Xinyue gazed at Yu with hopeful eyes, her gaze sparkling with anticipation for his response. Yu looked at Shun Xinyue, feeling a flutter in his heart. He observed her exquisite features. Her bright eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything, reaching the depths of his soul. Shun Xinyue involuntarily shifted slightly. Though she had grown accustomed to rejection, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Yu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. In truth, he was not exactly unhappy. He was merely troubled. He probably acquiesced to her request because he did not want to see her disappointed. After all, she is the little girl who had once trailed behind him. It's settled then. Upon hearing Yu's agreement, Shun Xinyue immediately leaped with joy, her heart quietly sighing in relief. Although she was eager to uncover what had transpired with Yu, she understood that if he was reluctant to share, there must be a reason behind it. Therefore, she chose to trust him and refrain from probing further. Yet, she still hoped to do something to assist him. As night fell and the city lights flickered to life, the streets bustled with traffic. Shun Xinyue led Yu to a nearby upscale shopping mall, secretly wishing to link her arm with his, but her shyness held her back. Passers-by couldn't help but notice the enchanting pair, particularly Shun Xinyue. She paused in front of a flower shop, bending down to inhale the fragrance of a bouquet. Her movements were delicate and graceful, as if she were whispering sweet nothings to the flowers. The shopkeeper watched her, his admiration evident in his gaze. "Young man, how about a bouquet for your girlfriend?" He jested, startled by the comment. Shun Xinyue lowered her head, her ears flushed crimson, betraying her embarrassment, though a hint of glee flickered within her. Yu, observing her reaction, felt an impulse to pinch her soft, fair cheek. However, the thought was fleeting, and he quickly suppressed it. "Well then, let us go with a bouquet," he replied. "Absolutely." The shopkeeper readily agreed, swiftly retrieving a rose and handing it to Shun Xinyue before Yu could even reach for his wallet. "Young man, may you both be united in heart and enjoy a century of happiness." Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression one of exasperation. The shopkeeper's actions were far too swift. He had merely mentioned buying flowers, not specifically roses. Shun Xinyue's cheeks flushed with a deeper hue, and she hastily waved her hands. "No, that is not necessary. Don't feel shy. I have pre-packaged fresh flowers here. You can take them home and arrange them in a vase just the same." The shopkeeper cheerily promoted. "Young man, hurry and take them. I'm really not his girlfriend." Shun Xinyue whispered in protest, but the shopkeeper was undeterred, insisting on pressing the flowers into her hands. "Oh, just accept them. All right, thank you." Yu conceded, accepting the flowers for the time being, too weary to argue with the shopkeeper. A misunderstanding was simply a misunderstanding. Chapter 114. Shun Xinyue was upset. "Young man, don't mention it. No need to thank me." The shopkeeper chuckled heartily before retreating into the shop, leaving Yu and Shun Xinyue standing in place. Shun Xinyue lowered her gaze, her face adorably flushed, biting her lower lip like a shy bride, yet unable to resist stealing glances at Yu, who was gazing intently at her. Upon meeting his gaze, her face turned a deeper shade of red, and she quickly looked down, too bashful to meet his eyes again. Yu, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but smile. Shun Xinyue caught the subtle curve of his lips and was momentarily taken aback, before daring to glance up again. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Yu, who raised an eyebrow, his smile growing warmer. He turned to Shun Xinyue and inquired, "What is the matter?" Startled, Shun Xinyue quickly averted her gaze, murmuring, "It's nothing." Yu chuckled lightly, then glanced at the flowers in his hands, his expression turning slightly awkward. Shun Xinyue, stealing a couple of furtive glances, noticed something was amiss with him, stirring a sense of unease within her. Carefully she asked, Yu, what are you thinking about?" Lost in thought, Yu snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing much, just recalling the wildflowers that little brat sold me a few days ago." Shun Xinyue suddenly understood. He still remembered that incident, and it was no wonder he appeared somewhat irate. Indeed, being outwitted by a child was a humiliation Yu would never forget, and merely thinking about it made his teeth itch with annoyance. "Yu, why bother arguing with child? Let us move on," Shun Xinyue urged, tugging at his arm. "All right," Yu replied nonchalantly, having no desire to engage with a child, but suddenly realizing he had become rather resentful. Shun Xinyue tugged at Yu's sleeve, urging him forward, and he had no choice but to take a step ahead. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly darted from the side and collided with Yu. A flamboyantly dressed woman tumbled to the ground. Yu frowned. Although it wasn't his fault, he felt compelled to help her up. "Excuse me, are you all right? Hey, are you blind? You've knocked me down," the woman complained. Hearing this, Yu's brow furrowed deeper, a glint of frost flickering in his eyes, but he patiently explained. "You suddenly rushed out. It was you who collided with me." "What? You were the one who hit me, and now you're trying to argue?" she retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. "Do you know who I am? I'll tell you this if you don't kneel down and apologize to me. Perhaps I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, you can cry all you want. I won't spare you." Yu narrowed his eyes, an unsettling displeasure crossing his features. However, Shun Xinyue could no longer tolerate the scene. Her gentle demeanor evaporated in the face of injustice. "Hey, how can you be so unreasonable?" With that, Shun Xinyue stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yu, her bright eyes glaring at the woman. The latter, taken aback by Shun Xinyue's fierce gaze, stumbled backward. Yet, upon realizing Shun Xinyue's beauty, she was instantly captivated. How could she be so stunning? The thought sparked jealousy within her. Why should she be more beautiful than me? With a defiant glare, the woman shot back. "What if I refuse to be reasonable?" "Who is he to you? Your boyfriend?" Not that impressive. You, Shun Xinyue, typically gentle in nature, found herself unable to endure such insults. Just as she was about to respond, the woman assessed Yi Yu and Shun Xinyue, then arrogantly declared, "Listen up. You both must apologize to me today, or you shall not leave this place." Yi Yu, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes further, a dangerous aura emanating from him. He stepped closer to the woman, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Say that again." The woman felt a surge of fear at his words, swallowing hard as she stammered, "W, what do you want? Don't do anything rash. My boyfriend is the general manager of the Su Corporation. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will not let you off." "Oh, threatening me?" Yi Yu scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "And what of it?" Seeing Yi Yu's demeanor, the woman instinctively took a step back, her confidence wavering. Yet she clung to the thought of her boyfriend's backing, straightening her posture defiantly. The tense standoff soon drew the attention of onlookers, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Though none dared to intervene, Yi Yu frowned at the growing crowd, his patience waning. He had no desire to engage further with the woman and turned to Shun Xinyue, saying, "Let us go." Though Shun Xinyue had hoped to defend Yi Yu's honor, she acquiesced upon his suggestion. The two turned to leave. However, just as they took a few steps, the woman quickly caught up, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yu, her expression filled with resentment. "You can't leave. You must apologize." Yi Yu halted abruptly, standing tall with a straight back, turning to face her with piercing eyes. His voice was low and firm. "I've already stated. This matter does not concern me." Yet the woman was relentless, pressing on, "You knocked me down. If you don't apologize, you won't be leaving. And how would you like me to compensate you?" Yi Yu retorted, "An apology is out of the question. 10,000 for emotional distress," she exclaimed, making a ludicrous demand. Yi Yu furrowed his brow, clearly perceiving the woman's behavior as unreasonable. Before he could refuse, the woman continued, "What, do you find it too expensive? Let me tell you, my boyfriend earns $1 million a year. 10,000 is a mere drop in the ocean for me." She cast a disdainful glance at Duan Feng, confident that this impoverished student could never produce such an amount, deliberately making things difficult for him to flaunt her superiority. At that moment, Shun Xinyue could no longer contain her anger. She pointed at the woman and exclaimed, "How can you be so rude and unreasonable? 10,000? Why don't you just rob a bank?" The woman scoffed, "We know. This bag is the latest from LV, worth 15,000. It must be damaged from my fall and is unusable now. And these earrings are this summer's featured products." Shun Xinyue, unable to listen any longer, interrupted angrily, "So what? You fell, not into a cesspit." Yi Yu looked at Shun Xinyue in astonishment. It was the first time he had heard her use such crude language, clearly indicating her genuine anger. Chapter 115, The Savior Arrives. The woman, momentarily stunned by the sharp retort, was unaccustomed to anyone challenging her. Such a thing had never happened before. With that thought, her expression darkened, and she glared at Shun Xinyue, hissing, "You little brat, since you refuse to heed my warning, I shall make you pay." Saying this, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Honey, I'm at the mall under your company. Come over and teach this little brat a lesson. I'll be waiting here. Hurry." Once she hung up, the onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for Shun Xinyue. This woman appeared to have quite the background, and it seemed that the couple was in for trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, the woman provocatively glared at Shun Xinyue, saying, "Wait until my boyfriend arrives. Neither of you will escape." Just as her words fell, a commotion arose in the crowd, and soon a man in a suit with black-rimmed glasses rushed towards them. The man hurriedly reached the woman and embraced her with a concerned expression, asking, "Darling, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself in the fall?" As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted, "Who made my darling cry? Step forward." The onlookers, witnessing this sudden turn of events, shook their heads in dismay, realizing it was a futile effort to apologize to the woman just moments ago. They sighed, recognizing the man as Han Iza, the general manager of this mall, and understood the gravity of the situation. He was associated with the Su Group, a powerful entity that even the formidable Su and Zhang families in Jiangbei feared. Such a figure was not someone ordinary people could provoke, especially since the woman seemed to be his beloved. The moment Yi Yu laid eyes on Han Iza, he sensed the man's aggressive demeanor. "Let me tell you, my girlfriend is not someone to be trifled with. If you don't pay for this today, I swear I won't let it go." Upon seeing the newcomer, Shun Xinyue's elegant brows knitted together. Han Iza held the woman close and inquired, "What happened?" The woman immediately complained, "It was this kid. He knocked me over just now and claimed it was my fault. I won't let this go." The man turned to Yi Yu and Shun Xinyue, his gaze disdainfully landing on Yi Yu. "Is this the impoverished kid?" Yi Yu glanced at him apathetically without responding. The woman nodded, feigning innocence. Han Yis, feeling slightly offended that Yi Yu had ignored him, regarded the high school student as insignificant and questioned why he was acting so brazenly. He placed a reassuring hand on the woman's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, you're my girlfriend. Not even the king of heaven can bully you. What do you want? I'll fulfill it." The woman, with a sly smile, leaned into him and sweetly asked, "Really? You'll agree to anything?" Han Iza cleared his throat and replied solemnly, "Of course." Hearing this, the woman's face lit up with delight as she pointed at Shun Xinhua, declaring, "Then this woman is yours to deal with." With that, she looked at Shun Xinhua with malicious glee, seemingly anticipating the ensuing chaos. As expected, Han Iza frowned and asked who. He then turned to look at Shun Xinhua beside Yi Yu, murmuring, "What a beauty." Han Iza gazed at Shun Xinhua, captivated by her simple white dress. Her long hair tied in a ponytail, her exquisite features exuding freshness and elegance, her skin delicate and fair like jade. Her slender figure was alluringly enchanting. Such a beautiful girl was a rarity even in the entirety of Jiangbei. Han Iza swallowed hard, his gaze growing more fervent. A woman of such caliber was worth any price to possess. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he approached Shun Xinhua, extending his right hand gracefully while smiling. "Miss, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Han Iza. I hope to have your favor." The woman, witnessing her boyfriend being captivated by another, exploded with rage. "Hey, Han, what are you doing?" At her outburst, Han Iza sharply turned his head, reprimanding, "Shut up, don't interrupt." His harsh tone made the woman tremble with fear, lowering her head and sobbing quietly, too frightened to speak. However, at that moment, Yi Yu, who had remained silent, stepped in front of Shun Xinhua and said, "Hey, uncle, shouldn't you look in the mirror before you flirt?" Everyone was taken aback by his boldness, glancing at each other in disbelief. How could this young boy dare to speak to Han Iza in such a manner? Did he not fear for his life? Han Yi snooted derisively, looking at Yi Yu with disdain. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I warn you, don't block my path. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Yi Yu smirked. "I don't care who you are. Kindly take your pig-like nose and leave." The crowd erupted in laughter, finding Yi Yu's audacity remarkable. Was he out of his mind to insult Han Iza? Yet, observing Han Iza's darkening expression, they anticipated dire consequences. True to their expectations, Han Iza's demeanor shifted from suave to menacing as he growled, "How dare you insult me? Watch how I teach you a lesson." As he finished speaking, he raised his fist to strike Yi Yu. The onlookers held their breath, bracing themselves for the impending violence, already envisioning the scene of Yi Yu bloodied on the ground, feeling pity for him for provoking the wrong person. However, contrary to their expectations, Yi Yu did not flinch or evade. He stood his ground, fearlessly staring at Han Iza. Enraged by Yi Yu's lack of response, Han Iza cursed inwardly. In the next moment, his fist collided brutally with Yi Yu's left cheek. With a loud thud, Han Iza was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson liquid. Clambering back to his feet, he covered his bleeding lip, glaring at Yi Yu with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Chapter 116, The Dominant Yi Yu. Han Iza never anticipated that a mere country bumpkin would dare to strike him in front of such a multitude. After all, he was Han Iza. Having navigated the intricacies of Jiangbei City for years, he had never once suffered a wound. How infuriating! This was utterly unforgivable. Han Iza's fui surja, his eyes aflame with rage, wishing nothing less than to tear Yi Yu to shreds. "Go ahead, try hitting me again." Bang! With a resounding thud, Yi Yu landed another fierce punch on Han Iza's face, showing no mercy, not even flinching. The onlookers were utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Yi Yu relaxed his fist and shook his head, remarking, "Such shameless demands I have only seen in jokes. Since that is the case, I shall simply oblige to help." Beside them, Shun Xinhua could no longer contain her laughter, taken aback by Yi Yu's humor. This man was indeed extraordinary, completely unlike anyone else. Yu, Han Yis, were driven to the brink, spitting blood in a fit of rage, nearly fainting from the humiliation. Gasps filled the air as the crowd realized just how audacious this young man was. How bold! This was it. Such humiliation for Han Iza. He would likely not leave this mall unscathed. What a pity for the lovely girl by his side. Such a beautiful flower was destined to wither. Provoking a sigh of regret, fueled by rage from Yi Yu's punch, Han Iza clenched his fists and slowly advanced towards him, intent on making this vile insect pay dearly. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated, wary of becoming collateral damage, yet they could not resist witnessing the spectacle. With each step, Han Iza's movements grew more chaotic, his gaze filled with bloodthirsty madness, his eyes now a menacing crimson, exuding an aura of terror. He hastened to Yi Yu's side, seizing his collar, and bellowed like a demon, "You son of a b!" Han Iza raised his fist, poised to strike Yi Yu. "What do you think you're doing?" Shun Xinyue gasped, startled, and attempted to intervene. Yet, Yi Yu, fearing for her safety, shielded her with one hand. Suddenly, his pupils constricted with all his might. He grasped Han Iza's incoming fist and forcefully drove his knee into Han Iza's abdomen. With a pained cry, Han Iza released his fist, and Yi Yu swiftly broke free, sweeping his leg to send him flying. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished by the unexpected display of skill from this seemingly mere child. Shun Xinyue's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing just how impressive Yi Yu's fighting prowess truly was. At that moment, Yi Yu turned, clapped his hands together, and coolly stated, "Such a lowly adversary does not even warrant my effort." The crowd was momentarily shocked, before erupting into thunderous applause. Yi Yu's audacity and confidence captivated everyone present. "Boy, do you even know who I am? Security. Where's the security?" Just then, a cacophony erupted at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. A group of well-dressed men in sunglasses strode in, clearly seasoned professionals. "Men Nityahin, are you all right?" The leading middle-aged man inquired. Han Iza pointed at the two bodyguards groaning on the ground, his face twisted with rage as he yelled, "Get him! Break him! Kill him if you must!" The crowd exchanged glances, relishing the unfolding drama. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. He had intended to let Han Iza off the hook, but it seemed he had miscalculated. The henchmen exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. This did not align with protocol. What if something went wrong? After all, they were merely door guards, and assaulting someone was illegal. Furthermore, who knew about this boy's true identity? If anything went awry, they could not bear the consequences. Han Iza could easily throw them under the bus. "Why are you babbling? Just do as I say. I'm the manager. I'm law. Anyis Belovet." His face contorted with fury, his tone unyielding. Faced with his authority, the henchmen dared not refuse. After all, Han Iza was the manager of them all, and angering him could cost them their jobs. With no other option, they brandished electric batons and approached Yi Yu, threatening, "You'd better beg for mercy. Perhaps we can go easy on you. Otherwise." Yi Yu regarded the formidable man, shaking his head in amusement. Han Iza was indeed a coward. A chilling smile crept across his face. Since he wanted to play, he would gladly oblige. As Yi Yu spoke, the henchmen raised their batons, channeling all their strength to strike him down. Just then, a booming voice interrupted, "Stop." Everyone turned in unison to see a young man in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, striding confidently into the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Han Iza rushed to his side, feigning sincerity. "Mr. Luo, you finally arrived." The young man, Luo Zhenghao, head of the marketing department at the Su Group, glared disapprovingly. "What on earth is going on? How long have I been gone for you to cause such chaos? A public brawl? Are you trying to defy the heavens?" Typically composed and gentlemanly, Luo Zhenghao transformed when faced with rule breakers. Han Iza, chastised, felt utterly humiliated, yet dared not retort, for Luo Zhenghao was his superior. After reprimanding Han Iza further, Luo Zhenghao turned his attention to Yi Yu, frowning. "Young man, are you unharmed?" Although he witnessed part of the scene, he was unaware of the full story. But he had to prioritize courtesy in front of so many witnesses. Yi Yu rose and replied coolly, "I'm fine." "That's good to hear," Luo Zhenghao nodded, then addressed the security personnel. "Now, could you explain what transpired here?" The guards exchanged uneasy glances, stealing glances at Han Iza. Cold sweat beaded on Han Iza's brow. If his abuse of power was revealed, it would be the end for him. "What's the matter? Didn't you hear my question?" Luo Zhenghao's patience waned, a hint of anger flickering in his brow. Seeing Luo Zhenghao's irritation, the guards trembled. They understood that he was renowned for his ruthlessness. Concealing the truth would not bode well. One of them, stealing himself, stammered, "Mr. Luo, Manager Han." Han Iza, sensing the impending disaster, interjected, "Mr. Luo, it's not as you perceive." Luo Zhenghao shot Han Iza a scornful glance and replied, "Are you suggesting that you bullied a mere boy and expect sympathy?" Han Iza's face flushed crimson at the accusation. "Enough. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me," Luo Zhenghao commanded. Feeling utterly humiliated, Han Iza glared at Yi Yu with venomous eyes. Once Han Iza departed, Luo Zhenghao turned to Yi Yu, sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry for the fright you endured." "Umph." Yi Yu scoffed coldly, disdain evident in his eyes. "Frightened? Not quite. However, your company's judgment leaves much to be desired. Anyone can become a manager?" Luo Zhenghao paused, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "I will investigate Manager Han's personal issues. As for you, young man, I hope to never witness a similar incident again. After all, Brawling is no trivial matter. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. How about we each take a step back? Yi raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, how we step back? You see, Manager Han's girlfriend is, after all, the aggrieved party. So how about you just offer an apology and we let this matter rest? As for compensation, let us forget it," suggested Luo Zhenghao. Beside him, Han Iza, upon hearing such an easy way to let this young man off the hook, was naturally displeased, as was his girlfriend. "Iza, what do you think?" Han Iza patted his girlfriend's hand and retorted, "Manager Luo, I isn't that a bit too lenient on him?" Luo Zhenghao shot Han Iza a glare and growled, "Shut up." Han Iza fell silent, secretly cursing, "Damn brat. Even Manager Luo is on his side." Luo Zhenghao was utterly speechless at his subordinate's ineptitude. He intended to downplay the issue. Yet this fellow was trying to obstruct him instead. It seemed this manager had reached the end of his rope. Today was crucial, as the chairman was personally coming to inspect, allegedly to entertain an important client. At such a pivotal moment, causing trouble for oneself was nothing short of self-sabotage. Yu couldn't help but smirk slightly as he listened to the argument between Han Iza and Luo Zhenghao. Luo Zhenghao lifted his eyelids to glance at Yu and tentatively asked, "Young man, what do you think?" Yu shrugged and replied coolly, "What is there to think? Apologize to this woman? Is it your idea of fair treatment?" Yu pointed at Han Iza and the others, articulating each word. "Firstly, they're the ones making unreasonable demands. Secondly, he has abused his power, first by verbally insulting, then by resorting to violence. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely have to be carried out today. Your handling of this is rather hasty, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhenghao couldn't help but frown. He scrutinized Yu, noticing the young man's calm demeanor, clear gaze, and articulate speech, which hinted at a certain confidence. After pondering for a moment, he slowly inquired, "Then what do you suggest we do to resolve this?" Yu narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "I want them to apologize to my friend. These two could target him if they wished, but they had no right to involve Shinshiniue, especially Han Iza." Yu was fully aware of his thoughts. An apology would be a mercy, but if they remained ungrateful, then they could not blame him. Shinshiniue looked at Yu's profile with a hint of admiration, surprised that her brother Yu would stand up for her like this, something that would surely delight her for quite some time. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Han Iza exploded at this. "Why should we apologize? My girlfriend fell, and I was the one who got hit. Now you want us to apologize to them? What a ridiculous joke. No way. Absolutely not. Oh, are you quite sure about that?" Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "What are you planning?" Han Iza asked warily, trembling slightly. He had a premonition that the next move from Yu would exceed his wildest expectations. Yu cast a cold glance at Han Iza and leisurely pulled out his phone to dial a number. "Hello," he said nonchalantly once the call connected. "Come to this location immediately. I'll send you the address. I'll be waiting." After hanging up, he observed Shinshiniue's curious gaze, wondering who he was calling. Luo Zhenghao squinted his eyes and coldly interjected, "Young man, are you certain you want to proceed like this? What? Am I being unreasonable?" "Yu shuru dismissive. I suggest you think carefully," Luo Zhenghao advised. "Continuing down this path will only be detrimental to you." He could hardly believe that this young man would refuse. Generally, most people in such situations would seek to smooth things over. Yet this teenager was surprisingly resolute. Yu raised an eyebrow, unconcerned as he replied, "What do you mean by that, Manager Luo? Do you think we look like the weaker party who should just swallow their pride? Or do you believe you are inherently superior?" Luo Zhenghao sighed softly. "That is certainly not my intention. What I mean is, this matter should not be blown out of proportion. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to both you and me." Hearing this, a mocking smile crept onto Yu's lips. "So what? This matter is already at fault because of him." Luo Zhenghao furrowed his brow, clearly agitated. This lad was truly impervious to reason. Han Yis, seeing that the kid was digging his own grave, quickly stood up to fan the flames. "Manager Luo, can't you see? He doesn't even take you seriously." At this, Luo Zhenghao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and patiently asked, "What would it take for you to extinguish your fury?" "Young man, one must know when to stop. Otherwise, you will be the one to suffer," he added. Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "If that is the case, then there is nothing to discuss. Just wait. Someone will come to demand an apology from you shortly." "Oomph, what a charade." Chapter 118. The chairman arrives. "Mr. Li, what brings you here?" In the conference room of the Su group, Su Yuming sat at the head of the table, smiling as he greeted the middle-aged man who entered. "Apologies, Chairman Su, but our collaboration may need to be postponed," Li Jianguo said with a grin as he approached. "Oh, why is that?" Su Yuming asked, surprised. "Has something gone awry?" Alas, Chairman Su, it's rather embarrassing. I just received a very important phone call and have encountered a bit of trouble. I must step out for a moment, Li Jiangguo explained. Oh, must you personally attend to this? Su Yuming was quite taken aback. What kind of individual could make the chairman of Huanan Heavy Industries so anxious as to abandon his collaboration with him? Chairman Su, to be frank, the call was from the planner of our current project. I'm merely acting on their behalf, and moving forward, our cooperation hinges on this person's attitude. Li Jiangguo said apologetically. What? Su Yuming's expression turned grave. The owner of Huanan's premier group was willing to bow to someone else? It was almost unbelievable. Su Yuming pondered silently, unsure of the phone call's content, and opted to observe the situation. Since we are partners, why don't I accompany you? Perhaps I can be of assistance, Su Yuming offered as he rose to see him off. That, Li Jiangguo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat conflicted. If he brought someone along, would it upset young Master Yi? However, Su Yuming held a significant position in Jiangbei. If young Master Yi truly encountered trouble, his presence would likely be more reassuring. Then I appreciate your help, Li Jiangguo finally agreed after much contemplation. Yi, should I call Uncle Su? Shen Xinyue whispered as she approached Yi Yu from behind, speaking softly in his ear. She was referring to Su Xiaoxiao's father. It wasn't that she doubted Yi Yu. It was just that the other party was relentless, and she feared he might suffer. In truth, resolving such minor issues was a breeze given the Shun family connections. Shun Xinyue had refrained from speaking up to consider Yi Yu's feelings, but as the situation escalated, her concerns began to mount. No need. Yi Yu shook his head in refusal. He preferred to handle this matter himself without dragging Shen Xinyue into it unnecessarily. Seeing his determination, Shen Xinyue chose not to press further. She trusted Yi Yu, and if he deemed it unnecessary, then it was indeed unnecessary. TCH. Still pretending, Han Iza scoffed, looking down on Yi Yu's demeanor. Shut your mouth. Yi Yu turned around, glaring at Han Iza with a frigid tone, devoid of any emotion. You. Han Iza seethed, about to retort, but Luo Zhenghao silenced him with a look. Just then, our manager Luo, the chairman, has arrived. The secretary rushed in, her face a picture of anxiety as she exclaimed, What? Upon hearing her words, everyone except for Yi Yu and Shen Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into ones of alarm. How could the chairman arrive so unexpectedly, without any prior notice? Quick, please. Luo Zhenghao was the first to stand up, hastily making his way towards the door. Han Iza's eyes flickered, and he quickly followed suit. This was a golden opportunity to showcase himself before the higher-ups. If he seized it, he would no longer be just a mere shopping mall manager, but would soar to great heights. Brother Yi Yu, Shun Xinyue said, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. It's all right. Let us go take a look together, Yi Yu replied, smiling as he patted her arm. With a gentle nod of agreement, Shun Xinyue followed him out. Outside the shopping mall, luxury cars lined the entire street. A dazzling array of vehicles whose license plates hinted at the formidable powers behind them, each one a testament to their might. A row of sleek black Mercedes sedans approached in an orderly fashion from the end of the street, completely blocking the mall's thoroughfare. Leading the procession was a silvery Rolls-Royce Phantom that glided forward, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. This vehicle was not one that just anyone could ride in. Inside the car, a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, occupied the front passenger seat. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, he exuded an imposing presence that radiated an air of authority, reminiscent of a sovereign. Following behind was a convoy of black Mercedes sedans, each driver adorned with sunglasses that obscured half of their faces, leaving only their icy eyes and resolute features visible. These individuals were the elite of the Su Group and South China Heavy Industry. This place seems somewhat familiar, Su Yuming mused as he stepped out of the car, a sense of recognition washing over him, though he couldn't quite pinpoint where he had seen it before. Ah, Mr. Su. This location is one of our company's investment projects. We were preparing a project just a few days ago, right here, the secretary explained with a smile. Now it makes sense, Su Yuming realized, understanding that it belonged to his own company, hence the familiarity. It seemed he truly had too many affairs to remember. But it was hardly surprising given the vast number of enterprises under his purview. Ah, I didn't expect this to be Mr. Su's property. That simplifies matters. Li Jiangguo chuckled, finding the coincidence amusing. Su Yuming noted a peculiar expression on Li Jiangguo's face, but he couldn't articulate why it fell off. Thus, he shifted the topic. Mr. Li, do you know where the person you mentioned is? Just as Li Jiangguo was about to respond, a voice interrupted him. Understood. Chairman, what brings you here? Luo Zhenghao approached with an air of reverence. Xiao Luo, this is indeed under your supervision. Good job, Su Yuming said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand for a handshake. You flatter me, Chairman. I was wondering what brought you here today. Luo Jinghao replied with a forced smile. Hello, Chairman. Han Iza hastily joined in, seizing this rare opportunity to shine. Greetings. Unfortunately, just as he intended to engage in conversation, Su Yuming offered only a dismissive reply before turning his attention to Li Jianguo. His carefully prepared lines went unheard. This is Mr. Li from South China Heavy Industry, our key partner for future collaborations. I'm here to accompany him, Luo Jinghao said hurriedly, while Han Iza could only seethe in silence. Li Jianguo mareli nuda, not displaying much enthusiasm. After all, given his status, he had no need for excessive flattery. In terms of strength, South China Heavy Industry was, if not superior, certainly on par with the Su Group. Chapter 119. The shock crowd. Although the Su Group held a notable position in Jiangbei, it paled in comparison to Li Jianguo's perspective. If it weren't for Yi Yu, he wouldn't have sought a partnership with him at all. Where is young Master Yi? The place he mentioned is right here, but where is he? Li Jianguo scanned the area, disregarding Luo Jinghao and Han Iza. His sole focus was on Yi Yu. Rather than waste time with these individuals, he would much prefer to curry favor with him. Mr. Li, shall we head inside to see if the person you're looking for is there? Su Yuming suggested with an awkward smile, gesturing towards the interior of the mall. Li Jianguo nodded and promptly stepped inside, with Su Yuming hurrying to follow. Meanwhile, Luo Jinghao and Han Iza lingered at the rear, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual disarray. They were acutely aware that a troublesome individual awaited them inside, and the situation could quickly deteriorate. On the other side, Yi Yu and Shen Xinyue had made their way to the entrance on the ground floor. Brother Yi Yu, do you think there will be any problems? Shen Xinyue asked in a hushed tone. At her words, Yi Yu paused, recognizing her concern for him. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare make a move against us. But, Shen Xinyue hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts, but Yi Yu interrupted her. No need to fret. Didn't I mention I've already secured some assistance? By now, they should be arriving. All right. Shen Xinyue took a deep breath, feeling somewhat reassured by Yi Yu's confidence. Ding! Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing Li Jianguo and his entourage. Upon spotting Yi Yu, Li Jianguo's eyes lit up, ready to greet him, but was interrupted by a voice. What's going on? Security, take this person away immediately. Can't you see the chairman is here for an inspection? It was Han Iza who spoke, having rushed forward upon seeing Yi Yu. His sudden diligence was not born from genuine concern, but rather from the fact that he had felt overlooked by the chairman earlier. Thus, he jumped at the chance to gain attention from the higher-ups. He believed that if he flattered them well enough, he could earn their favor, which is why he was the first to act. However, it must be said that his calculations were astutely misguided. Wait, what is the meaning of this? How can you simply expel a customer? Su Yuming, as a leader, would not permit such an occurrence. Han Iza was taken aback, but quickly explained, Mr. Su, you misunderstand. This kid is here to cause trouble, and he even resorted to violence. Li Jianguo instantly recognized that this fool had certainly offended young Master Yi. Just as he was about to interject, he noticed Yi shaking his head in disapproval. Understanding Yi Yu's intent, he realized that the young man was planning to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Casting a sympathetic glance at Han Iza, he felt a tinge of pity for him. Offending Yi Yu was indeed a stroke of bad luck. What? Who are you referring to? Su Yoming's anger flared, knowing that with Li Jianguo present, a key partner in their collaboration, any fallout from this incident could jeopardize their partnership, resulting in significant losses for him. He then pointed at Yi Yu. Is it this young man? Indeed, Mr. Su, let me explain. The situation is as follows. Han Iza began, his tone exuding a sense of triumph, relishing the thought of how Yi Yu would be brought low. Of course, his explanation conveniently omitted the part about his own arrogance and that of his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Yoming's ire surged. Young man, is this true? Of course not. Yi Yu interjected before Shen Xinyue could respond. Xinyue? Su Yoming's expression softened as he saw Shen Xinyue, and a smile broke across his face. He had not expected to encounter the young lady here. To be frank, if it weren't for his daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, having a close relationship with her, he would have never had the chance to interact with the eldest daughter of the Shun family. What brings you here? He asked, his tone now warm and welcoming. Uncle Su, I'm just here shopping with my friends, Shen Xinyue replied, casting a glance at Yi Yu. Su Yuming, of course, noticed this subtle gesture, realizing that this young man shared a special connection with her. The individual causing the commotion among the subordinates turns out to be associated with Shen Xinyue. This matter likely harbors deeper implications. At this moment, Han Iza is drenched in perspiration, utterly astonished that the woman beside that insufferable brat is acquainted with the chairman. And, judging by the chairman's demeanor, he appears to hold her in high regard. This is disastrous. The thought reverberates in his mind. He finds himself regretting not discerning the backgrounds of that brat and the woman beforehand. Han Iza, come here. Su Yoming's tone bears a hint of severity. Han Iza trembles slightly and hastens to Su Yoming's side, saying, Chairman, please allow me to explain. Explain? Li Jianguo snorts disdainfully. Do you believe an explanation is still necessary? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I promise to change. Han Iza collapses to his knees beside Su Yoming, weeping profusely and recounting the truth of the matter in hopes of obtaining Su Yoming's forgiveness. He is desperate to retain his position. Li Jianguo does not even cast a glance at Han Iza, striding directly towards Yu. With utmost respect, he inquires, Young Master Yi, how shall we handle this matter? This scene leaves everyone astounded, particularly Han Iza, whose eyes widen in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that the esteemed leader of Huanan Group would exhibit such subservience. Yu surveys the gathering with an indifferent gaze and states, This matter shall be entrusted to you. Those who err must face the consequences. His voice, although calm, is laden with an unmistakable authority, instilling a palpable sense of pressure among all present. Even Li Jianguo has no doubt of Yi Yu's capabilities. Understood. Li Jianguo acknowledges. Grasping Yi Yu's intent. Let us proceed. Yi Yu turns towards Shan Xinyue and then to Luo Zhenghao. Shall we take our leave now? Certainly. Luo Zhenghao wipes the cold sweat from his brow, equally startled. Yi Yu leads Shan Xinyue out, slightly nodding to Su Yuming as a form of greeting. Unklisu. I shall take my leave. Shan Xinyue bids farewell to Su Yuming before rushing towards Yi Yu, calling out, Brother Yi Yu, wait for me. Su Yuming inhales deeply, Mr. Li, who is he? Chapter 120. One must bear the consequences of their actions. You refer to young Master Yi. He is the mastermind behind our collaboration. The proposal you possess is his creation. As for other details, I am not privy to much, Li Jianguo reveals without reservation, acknowledging that his knowledge of Yi Yu is indeed limited. However, it is undeniable that he is no ordinary individual. Youth is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Li Jianguo's introduction, Su Yoming's expression changes dramatically. What? It is he. Indeed. Oh, it makes sense now. Su Yuming nods, recognizing the profound connection between that young man and Shan Xinyue. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of his capabilities. Since he first laid eyes on Li Jianguo's proposal, he was astounded, perceiving it as a groundbreaking vision for the company's development over the next decade. To learn it originated from him is truly unexpected. Realizing this, Su Yuming feels somewhat embarrassed. His previous demeanor was far from commendable. Had he not recognized Shan Xinyue, this collaboration might have fallen through. It is no wonder that he departed without explanation. His displeasure was evident. This thought, however, leads Su Yuming to cast a sharp glare at his subordinate, blaming him for his ineptitude. Han Iza, too, is taken aback. It dawns on him that Yi Yu is indeed the partner in this collaboration with Su Yuming. They are acutely aware of the high regard held for this partnership, and he has dared to provoke him. Seeing Su Yoming's grim expression, Han Iza becomes frantic. No, he must find a way to salvage this situation. Chairman, I was momentarily foolish. I shall apologize to young Master Yi. I am willing to compensate. With that, Han Iza pulls out his wallet, only to realize it is completely empty. He has no cash. Su Yuming furrows his brow, incredulous at the presence of such a foolish subordinate. Even if this were his first offense, surely a compensation would not be warranted. Enough. Silence. Mr. Li, how shall we handle him? Su Yuming turns to the man seated beside him. Though he harbors discontent towards Han Iza, he recognizes that he is still an employee of his company and must maintain a degree of decorum towards their partner. Thus, Su Yoming's tone reflects his vulnerable position. He cannot afford to gamble with the potential loss of future opportunities for his company. After all, given the other party's strength, finding collaborators in Jiangbei would be no challenge at all. Chairman, young master, you just mentioned that those who make mistakes must bear the consequences. Li Jianguo promptly responds. I firmly believe that retaining such individuals is merely a waste. It would be better to dismiss him outright, thus sparing you further trouble. At these words, Han Iza crumbles, realizing that should he indeed be dismissed, his career prospects would come to an abrupt end. The thought of a distinguished overseas elite losing his job over a mere novice fills him with indignation. Yet, what does his anger matter? Does he have any other options? Chairman, I was wrong. You cannot dismiss me. I have always been diligent for the company. You must not do this to me. Chairman, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot. Su Yuming ignores Han Iza's lamentations, waving his hand dismissively. Take him away. Soon, Han Iza is dragged away, still struggling and shouting. You cannot dismiss me. You cannot. Su Yoming, you will regret this. Hearing this, Su Yuming furrows his brow. There's truly no need to retain such a subordinate. He scans the crowd, stating coolly, remember, should any employee of the group find themselves in a similar predicament in the future, they shall face severe repercussions. With that, the senior executives wipe their brows, stunned and unable to regain their composure. As a leader, Su Yuming understands the delicate balance required in managing people. He does not intend to continue instilling fear. Instead, he smiles reassuringly. Rest assured, as you have all followed me for years, I shall not mistreat you. Upon hearing this, the executives finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet their respect for Su Yuming deepens. Chairman Su, you truly are remarkable. Li Jianguo praises from the sidelines. Su Yuming, feeling somewhat pleased by the compliment, raises an eyebrow and replies, in that case, you may all return to your duties, Mr. Li, and I will meander for a while. Everyone nods in agreement, respectfully responding, certainly, Chairman. With that, Su Yuming waves his hand, signaling for them to disperse. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and Shun Xinyu stroll along the street, their leisurely gait exuding an air of contentment. However, it is clear that Shun Xinyu is far more curious about Yi Yu's relationship with that older gentleman. After all, she can discern that the man commands a degree of respect from even Uncle Su, yet he treated Yi Yu with such deference. When did Brother Yi Yu become so formidable? Her hesitance to vocalize her thoughts catches Yi Yu's attention. He glances at her and says, Xinyu, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, Shan Xinyu bites her lip. I'm simply puzzled. Why was that man so respectful towards you, Brother Yi Yu? In response, Yi Yu scratches his nose. Oh, it's nothing. We merely have some collaborative ties. Collaborative? Shun Xinyu blinked her large eyes, blissfully unaware that Yi Yu was no longer the empty-handed Yi Yu of the past. It was merely a business collaboration. Brother Yi Yu, you still engage in business? Shun Xinyu inquired, somewhat astonished. Yi Yu cleared his throat twice and replied, well, I have a bit of understanding. This revelation took Shun Xinyu by surprise. Although upon further reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, having spent so long by Chu Menghan's side, she may have influenced him in some way. Speaking of which, where's Chu Menghan? It had been several days since she last saw her. Could it be related to this matter? Brother Yi Yu, you didn't ask Chu Menghan for help, did you? Yi Yu, caught off guard by her question, scratched the back of his head and admitted, yes. So it was indeed Chu Menghan. Shun Xinyu pouted, feeling a sense of indignation. Observing her sulky demeanor, Yi Yu realized that she was somewhat displeased. And with a helpless smile, he could only shrug. Chapter 121. Shun Xinyu was upset. The two wandered aimlessly through the streets, flanked by towering skyscrapers, each crowned with massive LED screens displaying news from various television stations. However, Shun Xinyu paid little attention to these distractions. She appeared somewhat preoccupied, clearly still troubled by thoughts of Chu Menghan. After all, Yi Yu had sought assistance from Chu Menghan instead of her. This revelation was a significant blow to her. It was one thing to be unable to compete with the grown-up Chu Menghan in business, but could she, a reborn individual, truly be inferior to her childhood self? The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of injustice and grievance. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually Chu Menghan who had taken the initiative in this matter. Yi Yu, lacking insight into women's emotions and failing to clarify, inadvertently led her to misinterpret the situation. Noticing Shun Xinyue's unusual mood, Yi Yu, filled with concern, asked Xinyue, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Huh, I'm fine, Shun Xinyue stammered, shaking her head in a fluster. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, by the way, Brother Yi Yu, since you are venturing into business investment, is there any way I could assist you? She tentatively inquired. With Chu Menghan having taken the lead, she couldn't afford to lag behind. She needed to showcase her exceptional qualities in front of Yi Yu. Looking at the hopeful Shun Xinyu, Yi Yu hesitated for a moment before finally responding, I haven't thought of anything yet. Although he anticipated this answer, hearing it from him still left Shun Xinyu feeling somewhat disappointed. Oh, I see. I must be quite useless, unable to contribute anything, she sighed dejectedly. She had hoped that when Yi Yu needed her, she would rise to the occasion and prove herself. Unfortunately, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Ultimately, she found herself overshadowed by Chu Menghan. The thought left a bitter pang in her heart. Though Yi Yu was somewhat oblivious to emotions, he did possess an ability to read the room. Observing Shun Xinyue's slightly downcast expression, he couldn't help but feel concerned. Xinyu, actually I just remembered. There is something you can help me with. Shun Xinyue's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Is there something I can assist with? She exclaimed, her excitement momentarily overshadowing her earlier sadness. Yes, Yi Yu nodded, somewhat helplessly. I truly do not understand why these two girls are so competitive. While he could excuse Chu Menghan as prideful nature, Shun Xinyu, typically so gentle, also displayed an equally fierce spirit when it came to competition. What is it? Brother Yi Yu? Please tell me. Shun Xinyu urged eagerly. Well, I've revamped my father's factory and handed over the management to Li Jiangguo. But now we need a good product design. Yu elaborated on his plan. Are you suggesting that I assist you? Shen Xingyue's face reflected surprise. Exactly. All right. I'll give it a try, she murmured softly. It's all right. Just do your best, Yu encouraged. He was aware that in her previous life, Shen Xingyue had carved out a niche in the business world through her independently designed clothing. Though she was still young, he had faith in her capabilities. Though Shen Xingyue maintained a composed exterior, internally, she was elated. This was her forte. While she might not compete with Chu Menghan in operational management, when it came to design and the quality of designers, Chu Menghan was indeed far behind. Thank you, Brother Yu, Shen Xingyue expressed sincerely. What is there to thank for? Shouldn't I be thanking you? Yu glanced at her, perplexed. Regardless, thank you, Shen Xingyue said, her cheeks flushing, unable to meet his gaze. Yu shook his head in confusion. A silver-gray BMW sped past in the night. Inside, Chu Menghan wore a serious expression. Seated in the passenger seat, her brows furrowed as if lost in some deep contemplation. The car halted at the entrance of the Chu Group S branch in Jiangbei, and Chu Menghan exited, heading straight for the Group S lobby. Even though it was merely a small branch, the Chu Group covered an expansive area exceeding 400 acres. This was the Jiangbei headquarters of the entire Chu Group. She had intended to come sooner, but her thoughts had been entirely consumed by Yi Yu, leaving no room for any plans to visit here. As she walked, several employees paused to greet her respectfully. She paid no heed to their salutations, continuing toward the lounge. At that moment, a man in his 40s hurried over, bowing respectfully. Miss, what brings you here? You didn't inform us in advance. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat beading on his forehead, seemingly fearful of incurring the displeasure of the girl before him. I just happened to be passing by to take a look. There is no need for any fuss, Chu Menghan replied, casting him a disinterested glance, her tone tinged with impatience as she pressed on. What has been happening in the company lately? The company is doing well, but recently, Huanan Heavy Industries has entered Jiangbei with considerable force, encroaching upon the local garment industry. It seems they are looking to transform, the man reported hastily. I wonder if we should take any countermeasures? After speaking, he cautiously gauged Chu Menghan's expression, wary of provoking this formidable presence. Hearing this, Chu Menghan's lips curled into a slight smile. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my plans, she replied lightly. Yes, and if they pose any commercial conflict, we will yield, she added. What? The man was taken aback, unable to comprehend what scheme Chu Menghan was concocting. Noticing his bewildered expression, she instructed, just do as I say. This was a U.S. project, entrusted to her care, and she was determined to execute it flawlessly. Today, she had come to preemptively address any potential conflicts. Also, if my father inquires, act as if you are unaware, Chu Menghan continued, issuing her directives. Understood. I will comply immediately, the man responded eagerly. Chu Menghan nodded and departed from the Jiangbei branch. Chapter 122. Meeting Yu's father? In the office, Yi Weidong sat quietly on the sofa, holding a contract with trembling hands, seemingly in disbelief. Menghan, what is going on here? Yi Weidong asked Chu Menghan, gazing incredulously at the document before him. This was a financing contract detailing the investment from Huanan Heavy Industries in his factory. His garment factory had been teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, when just then, Chu Menghan had appeared with a lifeline. Yi Weidong didn't know much about Chu Menghan, only that her relationship with his son seemed unusual. However, now that such a generous offer had come to light, he couldn't help but entertain other thoughts. When did Yi become so popular? He pondered silently, seemingly lacking confidence in his son's charm. Upon hearing his inquiry, Chu Menghan smiled slightly and replied, Uncle, this matter is entirely orchestrated by Yi Yu. I have no part in it. She gestured toward a pile of documents on the table and continued. Yi Yu is exceptionally talented. This is a plan he formulated previously, along with the proposal he drafted. We attended an exhibition together, and fortunately, Mr. Li was captivated by his plan, which consequently attracted the investment. After speaking, Chu Menghan handed over one of the proposals from the table. Her words were a blend of truth and embellishment, for she did not reveal the entire reality to Ye's father. The fact that she and Yi Yu were both reincarnated beings was a secret that must remain concealed, lest it stir up a tempest. Could Yi Yu truly have crafted this proposal? Yi Weidong accepted the documents with both hands, scrutinizing them meticulously. Indeed, this proposal was remarkably detailed, outlining everything from the brand registration for the factory to the various sales channels, all clearly marked. Each word seemed to be the finishing touch that breathed life into what was once a hopeless enterprise. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Is this truly the work of my son? Does he possess such capability? Chu Menghan smiled subtly, understanding how incredible it was from his perspective. However, She had already devised a plausible explanation. Uncle, during this time, I have been tutoring Yiyu. At his request, I imparted some business knowledge. And I was surprised by how astute he is, grasping concepts with ease. Oh, I see. Yi Weidong accepted this explanation with a hint of skepticism. It seemed there were no other possibilities. Seeing that Ye's father had been convinced, Chu Menghan felt a slight relief. Originally, this was something Yiyu should have explained himself, yet that fellow had chosen to remain silent, claiming trust in her abilities to resolve matters. How infuriating. Had she known, she wouldn't have taken on so much responsibility, inadvertently inflating his ego. Despite her extensive help, he had not even made an appearance. In truth, Yiyu had not completely abandoned his responsibilities. At the very least, he had found an assistant for Chu Menghan. Of course, whether this assistant was to her liking was not his concern. Ashu, Ashu. Yiyu sneezed several times, rubbing his nose and muttering, "Who is cursing me behind my back?" "Brother Yiyu, are you all right?" Shun Xinyue inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a minor issue," Yiyu replied, massaging his temples. Recently, he had been experiencing persistent headaches, feeling drowsy and lethargic, likely due to prolonged study sessions. "By the way, where were we?" Shun Xinyue, seeing that Yiyu seemed unbothered, continued the previous topic. "We were discussing the concept behind the clothing design I created. Ever since Yiyu had previously shared his insights with her, she had wholeheartedly devoted herself to the new clothing design project. She had given it her utmost effort, even dedicating time to research the prevailing aesthetic preferences of the public during this period. Today, she had just submitted a draft of a garment for Yiyu's review. As Yiyu examined the design sketches created by Shun Xinyue, admiration and astonishment shone in his eyes. Fashion, unlike other consumer goods, evolves rapidly. What the public adores today may be entirely different tomorrow. Thus, it was indeed impressive that Shun Xinyue had conceived ideas so swiftly. This is excellent. The design is both unique and elegant, showcasing elements of our Chinese heritage while incorporating innovative features. It perfectly aligns with the aesthetic sensibilities of contemporary young women, especially suitable for us girls. Really? You think the garment I designed is wonderful? Shun Xinyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with delight, appearing charming and captivating, leaving onlookers entranced. So, Brother Yiyu, do you think my design meets your expectations, or is there room for revisions? She was eager to share with Yiyu, hoping to receive his praise. The thought of being able to assist him filled her with joy. Yiyu nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, not only is it creative, but also possesses a soul. Your ideas are commendable." It was evident that Yiyu was thoroughly satisfied, as this design was precisely what he had envisioned. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yiyu." "No, I should be the one thanking you," Yiyu replied, shaking his head. Thanks to Shun Xinyue's diligence. Even with his strong learning abilities, he would have wasted a great deal of time and energy if he had attempted this alone. Initially, he had approached it with a mere trial mindset, not anticipating that she would surprise him so greatly. Now, his most pressing concern had been resolved. All that remained was to strategize for market entry. However, his voice suddenly trailed off. "What's wrong?" Shun Xinyue asked anxiously. Did Brother Yiyu find her design unsatisfactory? Yiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then looked up at Shun Xinyue and said slowly, "Now that we have the design draft, we should try to create some sample garments. This will allow us to better assess the outcome." Shun Xinyue's eyes lit up at his words, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "You're absolutely right, Brother Yiyu. I'll arrange for that immediately." Just as she was about to turn away eagerly, Yiyu stopped her, saying, "No need. Let us go to my father directly. It's a perfect opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the environment." Ye Unle. Shun Xinyue was taken aback. Since arriving at Yiyu's home, she had yet to meet Yi Weidong. Of course, Aunt Sun had explained that it was due to work commitments. Initially, she had felt some regret, but now, this was quite sudden. Chapter 123. Xinyue, trust me. Uncle, is my dad in the office? In a security booth, a middle-aged man wearing reading glasses was engrossed in a magazine, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Uncle?" Yiyu called twice without response, then knocked firmly on the glass window. "What are you so absorbed in?" "Hey, you little rascal. Why are you so impatient?" Startled by the call, the man quickly swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth, setting the magazine aside and hiding it behind his back. "Is my dad here?" "Yes, come in," the security guard replied, opening the door for Yiyu. This man was Yiyu's uncle, Wang Guozhong, a veteran at the factory. "Why are you here instead of studying at home?" Wang Guozhong reproached, casting a disapproving glance at his nephew. He had heard that Yiyu had been diligently studying at home recently, spending most of his time in his room, only emerging for meals and sleep. Yet today, he had come to visit him, which was unusual. Yiyu rubbed his nose and chuckled. "I was just passing time. Thought I'd drop by and brought a friend along." At that moment, The uncle noticed Shun Xinhua behind Yu and quickly tucked the magazine away more securely, just as Yu caught a glimpse of its eye-catching content. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart, clearing his throat awkwardly. The uncle shot Yu a glare and said, "You rascal. You could have at least given me a heads up about bringing a friend." Yu chakit shi pipish, not daring to retort. He had learned from experience that whenever he irritated his uncle, he would receive a stern lecture. As a child, he had been quite mischievous, utterly fearless, and his parents had been at a loss. But with Uncle Wang, it was a different story. He would always reprimand him until he cried. And who might this be? Wang Guozhong scrutinized Shun Xinhua, a bit taken aback by her beauty. Although she was dressed modestly and wore no makeup, her features were exquisite and dignified, her large eyes sparkling with life, and her complexion was smooth and fair, exuding a refreshing charm that rivaled any girl he had previously encountered. Shun Xinhua felt a bit shy under his gaze and promptly introduced herself. "Hello, uncle. I am Yiyu's friend, Shun Xinhua." "Just a friend?" Upon hearing her self-introduction, Wang Guozhong cast a peculiar glance at Yiyu and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked with a mischievous grin, "Young man, not bad at all, better than your father." This comment struck Shun Xinhua, causing her heart to race and a rosy hue to bloom on her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Yiyu, she felt a surge of delight within. Yiyu, feeling exasperated by his uncle's gaze, clarified, "Uncle, you misunderstand. We are merely friends." With a knowing smile, the uncle observed the two without offering any judgment. Yiyu let out a sigh. Indeed, he and Shun Xinhua were just friends, perhaps childhood companions at most, yet he recognized that any explanation would only exacerbate the situation. "Uncle, please continue with your work. I'll head inside," he said, waving at Wang Guozhong as he pushed the door open. Shun Xinhua bowed politely before following Yiyu in, calling out, "Goodbye, uncle." "Very good. She's not only beautiful, but also so courteous," Wang Guozhong murmured as he watched their departing figures, his words laced with admiration. His gaze remained fixated on Shun Xinhua, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Suddenly, realization struck him. He had forgotten to remind that young man about the beauty awaiting inside. Rising abruptly, he slapped his thigh and hurried out of the gazebo, only to find that Yiyu and Shun Xinhua had already vanished from sight. He muttered with annoyance, "Damn it, how could I overlook such crucial information? That girl seems to share an extraordinary bond with that brat. This lad is quite popular, attracting two stunning beauties at once." Adjusting his reading glasses, he pondered, "I wonder if there will be a confrontation later." After a moment's consideration, he shrugged, thinking, "What concern is that of mine? It's old Ye's worry." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and reclined leisurely on the security booth's lounge chair. "The matters of youth should be resolved by the youth themselves, my boy. Uncle can no longer assist you." Shun Xinhua was feeling somewhat anxious at that moment, although it was merely for work. It was still her first encounter with Yiyu's father after many years. She feared leaving a poor impression. "You go," she said softly, biting her lip. Yiyu turned to her with a puzzled expression. What is the matter?" As they ascended the staircase together, Shun Xinhua slowed her pace, halting to look up at him. I'm a bit nervous," she confessed in a low voice. "Nervous about what? Afraid to meet my dad?" Yiyu asked, bewildered. "Oh, are you worried that my dad won't approve of your design? Rest assured, he will undoubtedly be satisfied with your work." Yiyu chuckled it, patting Shun Xinhua's shoulder. "Don't fret too much. That essay project, I personally vetted and endorsed. It's bound to be flawless." Shun Xinhua felt a pang of helplessness. It wasn't he that she was worried about that. "Yiyu, you really don't understand a girl's feelings at all. I'm not worried about that." "You're not worried about that?" Yiyu was taken aback. If she wasn't concerned about that, then what could it be? Perhaps she feared that his father was unreliable? That was plausible. After all, if one's business required a son to step in as a savior, one would certainly question the father's competence. "Dad, oh dad, you need to reflect on yourself," Yiyu thought, nodding to himself, believing he had deciphered Shun Xinhua's thoughts. Shun Xinhua stammered, struggling to find her words. Finally, gathering her courage, she raised her head to meet Yiyu's gaze. Yiyu blinked expectantly, waiting for her to continue. However, after a prolonged silence, Shun Xinhua remained hesitant, unable to articulate her thoughts. "No worries. You don't have to say anything, I understand." Shun Xinhua's face transformed. "Yiyu, have you finally realized something? Having such a father, I too feel quite troubled." Yiyu shook his head. "However, even if you doubt him, you should still trust me." Shun Xinhua appeared perplexed. "What does that even mean?" "Xinhua." Yiyu's expression turned serious as he grasped Shun Xinhua's arms, seemingly wishing to impart strength. Her heart raced at his words. "Believe me." Chapter 124. The Shock of Ye's Father. Shun Xinhua, in a daze, nodded. She was unsure why Yi Yu suddenly displayed such fervor toward her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Then let us head in. Huh? Let us go. My dad must be eager to see us. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Oh. Yi Yu took Shen Xinyue by the hand, leading her towards the office. Shen Xinyue followed passively, her mind a blank slate, unable to process anything except the lingering sensation of Yi Yu's grip on her arm. Dad! Yi Yu exclaimed as he pushed open the door, his voice echoing as he entered. His father was seated on the sofa, perusing a planning document. Upon hearing Yi Yu's voice, he set down the file. Beside him sat Chu Menghan, who, upon recognizing the familiar voice, displayed a glimmer of delight. Yi Weidong looked up, and indeed, a handsome young man stood at the door. As Yi Yu stepped inside, he spotted his father and, Chu Menghan, what are you doing here? Yi Yu's expression shifted. He was aware that Chu Menghan had approached his father regarding his plan, but he hadn't anticipated her presence today. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Oh no. These two women are bound to clash again, he thought. Noting Yi Yu's astonishment, Chu Menghan smirked. You assigned me to this project, so how could I not be here? Yi Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He had only been casually dismissive of Chu Menghan, never expecting her to be so persistent. At that moment, Shen Xinyue appeared around Yi Yu, sweetly greeting, Hello, uncle. Xinyue? Shen Xinyue? Yi Weidong and Chu Menghan echoed in unison. What are you doing here? Yi Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. He certainly couldn't divulge to his father that he had brought her to express his feelings for her and to consider her as a potential partner. Such words were utterly beyond his capacity to utter. Chu Menghan narrowed her eyes, casting a frosty glance at Yi Yu, who averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. This small gesture did not escape Chu Menghan's notice, stirring her dissatisfaction. This guy, while I'm away, hasn't he gotten too close to Shen Xinyue, has he? You scheming Shen Xinyue, seizing the opportunity, are you? The two women exchanged glances, sparks igniting between them. Sensing the rising tension, Yi Weidong quickly intervened, clearing his throat. Xinyue, a few days ago, your aunt mentioned you were coming to our home. Unfortunately, I've been too busy to meet you. My apologies. Oh, uncle. You're too kind. I should have come to visit you sooner, Shen Xinyue replied, her head bowed, a shy demeanor gracing her features. Indeed, Yi Weidong mused, feeling gratified. This child truly understands manners and propriety, just as she did in her youth. While Yi Weidong reveled in his inner joy, he remained oblivious to the silent competition brewing between the two women. Chu Menghan, observing Shen Xinyue's smiling countenance, pursed her lips, seemingly harboring some unspoken discontent. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, Shen Xinyue, I'm curious why you are here. I was invited by Yi Yu, Shen Xinyue responded. Yi Yu's expression stiffened. He knew he couldn't evade this inquiry. Chu Menghan's eyes narrowed, fixating on Yi Yu. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Yu, brother. You invited Xinyue here, for a reason? Her tone was soft yet imbued with a palpable hint of jealousy. Yi Yu felt somewhat awkward, but steeled himself, Dad. Menghan must have discussed the future development plans for the clothing factory with you, right? Indeed, our future plans necessitate establishing our own brand, which is why I'm reviewing this proposal, Yi Weidong affirmed. It's quite enticing. That is excellent, since you find it feasible. The first step is to design products that align with market trends. XINU is the designer I've hired. What? Chu Menghan's eyes widened in disbelief as she cast a peculiar glance at Shen XINU. This young girl already possesses product design capabilities at such a tender age. As a future competitor, she was acutely aware of Shen XINU's talents, but she never anticipated that at merely a dozen years old, she would possess such remarkable abilities. This girl is truly extraordinary. Chu Menghan clenched her fists in secret, feeling a surge of pressure. Yi Weidong looked at Shen XINU with a hint of astonishment. What are your thoughts? He inquired, directing his gaze toward her. Shen XINU slightly pursed her lips. Lowering her head, her voice barely audible. Uncle, this is my initial draft. Please take a look. Oh, I intend to create several special series of products using this clothing design and subsequently launch our company's new line. Shen XINU looked at Yi Weidong, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. She yearned to prove that she was not inferior to Chu Menghan, that she too could assist Yi Yu. Yi Weidong was taken aback, then smiled and nodded approvingly. Good, good. XINU, your effort is commendable. I am very grateful. Let me have a look at your work. Evidently, while Yi Weidong was somewhat surprised, he merely regarded this as a fleeting whim of youth. After all, her age made it hard to believe she could present any groundbreaking ideas. However, upon his first glance at the design draft, he realized he was gravely mistaken. This design completely surpassed his expectations, showcasing many unprecedented and exquisite elements. After years in this industry, he felt his own knowledge was painfully superficial for the first time. Uncle, What do you think of this piece? Shun Xinu asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Good, good, very good. Yi Weidong nodded, his eyes glinting with admiration. Xin Yi Ue, this is truly your design. Hearing the affirmation from Yi Weidong filled Shun Xinu with relief. It seemed her efforts had not been in vain. She nodded yes. Yi Weidong took a deep breath, exclaiming, the younger generation is indeed formidable. Are all young people so impressive nowadays? First, there was that Chu girl. And now another remarkable talent in Shun. Unbelievable. These two young ladies are exceptional. One must wonder when his son became so sought after. He was not blind and could easily discern that the hard work of these two girls was undoubtedly motivated by his son. Chapter 125, A Clash of Two Women. It was evident that Yi Weidong held Shun Xinu in high regard, which instilled a sense of urgency in Chu Menghan. She subtly approached Yi Weidong, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the design draft in his hands. Shun Xinu's design was remarkably exquisite and elegant, with every detail meticulously handled, particularly the cuffs and tie clips, which accentuated the garment's opulence and sophistication. However, the style bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, a decade into the future. Yu, lacking expertise in this area, could not discern the nuances, but Chu Menghan, who had long been in contact with Shun Xinu, knew her far too well. This design could not possibly originate from someone of Shun Xinu's age. Something was amiss. Chu Menghan regarded Shun Xinu without revealing her thoughts, instead probing. This level of design is quite exceptional. How did you achieve it? Yu also shot a curious glance at Shun Xinu, genuinely intrigued. However, out of trust, he refrained from saying much more. Shun Xinu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by how astutely Chu Menghan had picked up on this detail. Yet, she remained unfazed, for she had long prepared a response. She smirked and replied nonchalantly, it was merely a coincidence. I have been studying, and a few days ago, an abundance of inspiration struck, leading me to conceive this idea. After a brief pause, she added, however, this is also a labor of love for me. So I hope we can expedite its production, as the sooner we do so, the more advantageous it will be for us. Rest assured, I will instruct my team to handle this matter immediately. Hearing Yi Weidong's words, Shun Xinu finally exhaled in relief. Her intention today was to leave a favorable impression on Yi Weidong through her design draft, never expecting Chu Menghan to be present. It appeared she shared the same aim as Shun Xinu, seeking to gain favor with Yu's family first. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. Otherwise, she might have been one step behind again. Yi Weidong keenly sensed the undercurrents between these two young women and subtly moved closer to his son. So, what's going on here? He nudged Yu with his elbow. What is going on? I have no idea. Yu shuruk, responding innocently. Observing Yu's bewildered expression, Yi Weidong rolled his eyes. You're playing coy, aren't you? I want to meddle in your youthful affairs, but be mindful of your boundaries. I have no desire to bail you out of jail. At this, Yi felt somewhat speechless, Dad. What are you talking about? As the father and son engaged in their quiet banter, Chu Menghan approached Shun Xinu with a smile. Are you certain you're willing to so readily hand over this invaluable design to Yu? Shun Xinu smiled calmly, unperturbed. Of course it's worth it. After all, being able to assist Brother Yu is what matters most. This statement caused Chu Menghan's expression to shift momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Aren't you the same? Gaining Yi Uncle's trust without a word? Shun Xinu was not one to back down, and immediately retorted. The two exchanged barbs, clearly unwilling to concede an inch. As an elder, Yi Weidong felt compelled to intervene. He coughed a couple of times to alleviate the tense atmosphere, then shifted the topic. By the way, Menghan, why don't you and Xinu discuss that proposal from earlier? Truth be told, it was quite humbling for him, at his age, to rely on the younger generation for rejuvenation. Thank you both. The two women quickly waved their hands. Uncle Yi, you're too kind. Following this, Yi Weidong briefly discussed matters concerning the new project before departing the office. In light of Uncle Yi's goodwill, shall we consider collaborating this time? Chu Menghan looked at Shun Xinu, seemingly having forgotten the earlier tension. Shan sin iu zdd zipli, absolutin. Well, since you two have come to an agreement, I'll leave this to you both. I'll take my leave, Yu declared, preparing to make his escape. There was no choice. These two women exuded too much pressure, and he feared becoming collateral damage. Noticing Yu's retreating form, Chu Menghan could not help but chuckle. Yu, where are you running off to? Yu halted, awkwardly scratching his head. I'm not running away. Oh, really? Of course, he asserted, already stepping away. However, someone was not about to let him off so easily. Chu Menghan, observing Yu's hasty exit, wore a playful smile. You know, we've helped you so much. Don't you plan to show any gratitude? As Yu reached the door, he was halted by her plaintive voice. Yu glanced at Chu Menghan, then at Shun Xinyu, only to find both girls staring intently at him, realizing there was no escape today. So, what do you both want as a token of my appreciation? Chu Menghan flashed a beguiling smile. What do you think? Seeing cat enchanting simide, Yu glupit. Mustering his courage, he suggested, how about this? It's just about mealtime, so let me treat you both to dinner. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyu exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. Sounds good. I'm fine with that as long as it's not too much trouble for you, brother Yi. I am indifferent. Yi let out a sigh of relief. These two women, each more astute than the other and equally challenging, together placed an immense burden upon him. Alas, I had no intention of entangling myself in the mundane world, yet the young ladies are relentless in their pursuits. Upon leaving the company, the trio made their way to a nearby modest eatery. Indeed, it was a humble establishment. Located merely a few hundred meters from the factory, it appeared quite dilapidated, yet offered a tranquil atmosphere and maintained commendable hygiene. Do not dismiss it. This restaurant boasts a pleasant ambience and delectable cuisine. Yi led the two women directly inside. Chu Menghan discerned that his choice of such a venue was merely to minimize his footsteps. Typically, one would showcase two beautiful companions at a fine dining establishment, rather than opting for a roadside stall. Yet he chose the contrary. Although both women were accustomed to a life of luxury, they did not exhibit any disdain and certainly did not harbor ill feelings towards Yu for his choice of venue. Shall we sit? Knowing that women appreciate cleanliness, Yu wiped the chairs for the two ladies and gestured for them to take a seat. They exchanged glances, catching a glimpse of each other as surprise, yet complied, for they were not overly particular individuals. On the contrary, their curiosity about the food began to grow, especially since Yu seemed to hold this place in high regard. The restaurant owner was a middle-aged man who, upon noticing customers entering, greeted them with a warm smile. Xiao Yu. It has been quite a while since we last met. Please, come in, come in. He then shifted his attention to Shun Xinyue and Chu Menghan, intrigued. He had never seen Yu with such beautiful companions before, let alone two at once. And who might these lovely ladies be? Noticing the owner's inquisitive gaze, Yu raised an eyebrow, familiar with such scrutiny, suspecting a misunderstanding was afoot. This is Shun Xinyue, and this is Chu Menghan. They're both my friends. Hello, boss. The two women replied politely. Excellent, excellent. The owner beamed at their respectful address. What would you like to eat? Here, take a look at the menu. He handed the menu to Yu and whispered teasingly in his ear, Young man, you are indeed fortunate in your romantic pursuits. Rest assured, I shall personally prepare a delightful meal for them. Yu accepted the menu, his expression twisting into a grimace. Sir, you've misunderstood. They are merely friends. Ha! I understand. Yu found himself at a loss for words. Why was it that every time a man was seen with a beautiful woman, people assumed they were lovers? Couldn't it be a different kind of relationship? Did he exude such an alluring charm? He shook his head, deciding against further explanations. However, his expression piqued the curiosity of the two women. What did the boss say to you? Chu Menghan inquired, tilting her head. Shun Xinyue also gazed at him with keen interest. Faced with their persistent questioning, Yu sighed. The boss mentioned that all of us neighbors hope you find a girl of suitable standing to marry, and that you should strive for it. He paused for effect, then continued with a mock-serious tone. He also mentioned that since you two are so beautiful and graceful, akin to fairies descended from the heavens, you are simply out of my league, so I should give up. Indeed, it was Yu's penchant for mischief that stirred the pot, and he managed to deliver this jest without needing a script. Initially, the two women had found the first part of his recounting quite agreeable, but the latter half left them feeling somewhat perturbed. They had strived so hard to gain Yu's acceptance, and his words seemed to undermine their efforts. Nonsense! They exclaimed in unison, slamming their hands on the table and standing up in agitation. Their eyes locked, silently communicating their shared sentiments. Yu stared in bewilderment at the two women, now visibly upset, wondering why they were reacting so strongly to what he thought was a harmless joke. Were they about to flip the table, or perhaps wreak havoc in the restaurant? Observers might think they were there to cause a scene. What are you two doing? Seeing their rising tempers, Yu quickly attempted to placate them. Calm down. There are other customers here. Taking a deep breath and suppressing their indignation, the two women reluctantly sat back down, though their glares remained fierce, suggesting they were still quite upset. Oh no, I've gone too far with my jest. Coughing awkwardly, Yu, intimidated by their fierce gazes, stammered, No. Chu Menghan, I can understand your reaction, but Shun Xinyue, why are you following her lead in this outburst? What do you mean by that? Chu Menghan retorted, her frustration bubbling over. Are you implying that I am the impulsive one? No, that is not what I meant. What then? Before Yu could clarify, Shan Xinyu interrupted, "It's not entirely our fault. After all, what the boss said was indeed inappropriate." "Exactly. How dare he suggest you are unworthy of me? I shall make him realize his error." Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Actually, the boss is a good man. Perhaps I misheard him? No way. I need to confront him directly. Wait, that's unnecessary." Yu interjected, thinking to himself that if the boss actually confronted them, he would be the one in trouble. Ugh, if only I kept my mouth shut. It was evident that the two women were resolute in their indignation, prompting Yu to hastily change the subject. "As mature individuals, let us forgive him this once and peruse the menu instead." Though reluctant, Chu Menghan and Shan Xinyu complied. Their anger momentarily quelled as they obediently picked up the menus to browse. The menu consisted of 4 pages, each containing 10 dishes, totaling 40 options. After perusing, Chu Menghan pointed to a dish on the far right and said to Shan Xinyu, "Please order this one for me." Shan Xinyu casually selected a dish as well. Yu glanced at the two women, relieved to see them calming down, and silently apologized to the owner for the trouble he had inadvertently caused. "Sir, my sincerest apologies. You shall bear the brunt of this misunderstanding. My deepest regrets." Yu silently expressed to the owner. Seeing that the women had made their selections, he began to flip through the remaining dishes. The options on the menu were simple home-style dishes, reasonably priced and suitable for the average diner. As Yu scanned the menu, he observed the slight lingering gloom on the faces of the two women, realizing that the repercussions of his earlier jest were not yet resolved. Alas, one must face the consequences of their own misdeeds. "Here, take the menu. Order a few more dishes." He returned the menu to Shan Xinyu. "I'll step outside for a moment. I'll be back shortly." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already slipped away. "Where are you going?" Chu Menghan called after him, but her inquiries went unanswered. "Humph, he sure is quick on his feet," Chu Menghan muttered. "Where could he possibly have gone?" She turned to Shan Xinyu, who simply shook her head in response. "I have no idea. However, he must have something important to attend to. Let us just wait here." He seemed quite composed. "That's because I trust that Yu would never abandon us." Not far from the restaurant, Yu was wandering the streets, searching for something. "Where is it? I remember it being around here somewhere." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a vendor selling sugar figurines. Found it, at last. He recalled fondly how he often bought sugar figurines in this vicinity during his childhood, though this street was quite obscure, and most people were unaware that such delights were available for purchase. As a vendor noticed Yu approaching, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Young man, would you like one?" "Hee. Let me tell you, my sugar figurines are crafted using a family secret technique. Once you taste it, you'll surely be left with an everlasting aftertaste." The vendor rubbed his hands together with a smile. Yu chuckled softly. Although the proprietor's words were somewhat exaggerated, these treats indeed stirred fond memories of his childhood. Looking down, he noticed a variety of sugar figurines, each resembling a doll meticulously shaped by a child's hands, with lifelike features that seemed incredibly realistic. They appeared soft and emitted a delightful fragrance. "Here, try one." The vendor, ever the gracious host, promptly grabbed a sugar figurine and handed it to Yu, explaining, "This one is a Fua, symbolizing a lifetime of happiness and a carefree childhood." With a smile, Yu accepted the figurine and placed it in his mouth, immediately experiencing a rich flavor accompanied by a hint of sweetness, though it was a tad sticky. Quite delicious. "Hee, this is a unique skill my master developed. Truly remarkable." The vendor boasted proudly. "I assure you, others cannot learn it." "I want to try another," Yu exclaimed eagerly, receiving another sugar figurine from the vendor. "How is it? Sweet enough?" The vendor inquired with anticipation. Yu swallowed, praising it earnestly. "It's tasty, very delicious." "Hee, I'm glad you like it. Take your time." The vendor waved his hand. "If you enjoy it, feel free to have more." Observing the satisfaction on Yu's face, the vendor's demeanor grew even more cordial. "Why not try something else?" Yu continued to sample several more pieces before finally saying, "That's enough. I've had my fill." He waved his hand, realizing he had indulged a bit too much. "Excuse me, can I make my own?" Yu asked, holding a wooden stick in each hand, appearing somewhat childish. Yet he had not forgotten his purpose for being there. Hadn't he spoken out of turn? Feeling somewhat guilty, he thought of this. Sugar figurines. They were a splendid gift, surely. Even if the two girls were upset, a sweet treat would surely bring them joy. If not, he would simply make more. The vendor was taken aback, stammering, "Why you want to DIY?" "Yes, I wish to make them myself, to give as gifts." "Oh, I see," the vendor replied, a light of understanding dawning upon him. "Of course, you can. However, do you know how to do it?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice, as this craft required both skill and dedication. "I should be able to manage," Yu replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The vendor, being understanding, patted Yiyu on the shoulder to reassure him. Very well. All the materials are here. You can go ahead. But, you must pay for them. Of course. Upon hearing this, Yiyu felt a surge of gratitude. You're truly kind sir. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Go ahead and create. The vendor waved him on, making space for him to work. Yiyu, encouraged by the vendor's support, focused intently on the array of supplies before him. Contemplating what design to create, he mused on how to convey sincerity through his craftsmanship, aiming to bring happiness to the girls. What's wrong? Have you given up before even starting? The vendor observed the young man, hesitating, and offered. I advise you to abandon this if it proves too difficult. I can make whatever you desire. Then, inspiration struck Yiyu, ignoring the vendor's words. He suddenly had an idea. This is it, he declared, and without hesitation, he began to gather tools from the shelf. The vendor stared in astonishment, realizing the boy was genuinely serious about his undertaking, not merely jesting. As Yiyu commenced his work, the vendor sighed, alas. This task is not as easy as it seems. Today may be a futile effort. Yet, Yiyu paid no heed to the vendor's doubts. He carefully placed the sugar mixture into a mold, skillfully executing his vision. The vendor watched in bewilderment as Yiyu's creation gradually took shape. Is this the technique? Could this young man be a chef? The vendor pondered, shaking his head, unable to comprehend the steps involved. Before long, Yiyu's sugar figurine emerged, intricately detailed and lifelike. He admired his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction, thinking it turned out rather well. The final figurine was a chibi version of Chu Menghan, dressed in a princess gown. Her ponytail swaying, her delicate oval face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. The vendor was left speechless. He could hardly believe that such artistry was possible. Young man, did you truly craft this? He asked, still in disbelief. Your technique surpasses that of many seasoned artisans. In response, Yiyu humbly remarked, I merely possess a smattering of knowledge. Quite impressive. The vendor admired the sugar figurine in Yiyu's hands, smiling as he speculated. This must be for your girlfriend? Yiyu hesitated, contemplating the vendor's earlier words, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In this day and age, it was rare to find a young man who put forth such effort, the vendor thought, patting Yiyu's shoulder with appreciation. Hehe, Yiyu simukit. Privately hoping the vendor would continue to think so. Sir, I would like to make another. The vendor paused for a moment, then quickly understood. Two, one for each. I see. Feel free to proceed. Yiyu, reluctant to shatter the vendor's assumptions, quietly apologized. I'm afraid the pairing might not be quite what you imagine. Chapter 128. The young man truly knows how to have fun. Yiyu resumed crafting the new sugar figurine using the same method, this time with greater ease and confidence. Within a few minutes, another chibi girl materialized in his hands. Naturally, this one was Shun Xinyue. What is this? The vendor observed with intrigue, noting the lifelike detail in the new figurine. The girl's gaze was gentle and clear, reminiscent of a tranquil pool, captivating all who beheld it. However, this figurine seemed different from the previous one. The vendor scrutinized it for a while, affirming he wasn't imagining things, and finally voiced his curiosity. Yiyu smiled faintly and produced the earlier sugar figurine for comparison. Good eye. They are both my friends. Friends? The vendor, a somewhat seasoned individual, was skeptical of this childlike explanation. Although he had never met them, he could perceive from the sugar figurines their remarkable beauty. Could two such stunning girls merely be friends? He found it hard to believe. Moreover, seeing the boy's earnestness, he wondered if he was being a bit too self-deceptive about their relationship. Yet, the youth's playful spirit was undeniable. One was not enough, but two. The vendor was taken aback. I must admit, I thought this young man quite impressive. But he is truly extravagant. Realizing the vendor's skeptical gaze, Yiyu clarified, I assure you, they are truly just friends. However, no matter how much Yiyu insisted, the vendor had already formed a firm opinion that he was simply a flirtatious young man. No need to explain yourself to an old man like me, the vendor remarked, a hint of wisdom in his voice. Young man, you must take care of your health and not indulge like us old-timers once did. Sigh, forget it. You know what I mean. I know what you mean. Yiyu was utterly bewildered. This misunderstanding had escalated tremendously. Meanwhile, Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyue, having placed their orders at the restaurant, found themselves in a state of ennui. It was a rare occasion for the two to spend time alone together, and their silence rendered the atmosphere somewhat heavy. At last, it was Chu Menghan who could no longer contain herself. Where was Yiyu? Shun Xinyue glanced at the time on her phone and realized it had indeed been quite a while. Chu Menghan cast a sidelong glance at Shun Xinyue's attire, a delicate chiffon dress that flowed gracefully, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, softly curling at the tips and emanating a subtle fragrance. It was undeniably exquisite. She found herself comparing her own appearance, her long hair gently stirred by the breeze, and furrowed her brow slightly as she smoothed a few stray strands with her slender, elegantly manicured fingers, painted a soft pink that sparkled in the light. Perhaps she was not at all inferior to Shen Xinyue. Noticing Chu Menghan's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Xinyue inquired, "Is there something amiss with my outfit? You've been staring at me since earlier." Taken aback by the question, Chu Menghan quickly composed herself, ensuring her thoughts remained concealed from Shen Xinyue. It would be quite embarrassing if Shen Xinyue discovered her true feelings. Internally steadying herself, she replied in a low voice, "It's nothing. I was merely curious. You dressed so beautifully today, I assumed it was to make a good impression on Uncle Yi." Shen Xinyue paused, surprised that Chu Menghan was concerned about that aspect. Yet she did not shy away from the inquiry. Instead, she countered, "Aren't you doing the same? You seem even more eager than I am." Chu Menghan's expression remained inscrutable as she took a sip from her cup. "It seems you are determined to compete with me until the end?" Earlier, when Yi and Uncle Yi were present, there was a question she had refrained from asking. "What question?" Shen Xinyue queried, her brow furrowing with confusion. To her, it seemed they shared an unspoken understanding of each other's intentions. What could possibly still perplex her? "About your design," Chu Menghan began, but her words were interrupted by the proprietor's voice. "Here you go. Your dishes have arrived." With a cheerful exclamation, the owner entered, beaming, holding a steaming large iron pot that wafted an enticing aroma. Moments later, the table was adorned with an array of colorful dishes. Glancing at Yi Yu's previous spot, she expressed her confusion. "Huh? Where is Xiaoyu?" Chu Menghan, who had been interrupted, frowned slightly, her displeasure growing as she recalled Yi Yu mentioning that this owner had urged him to abandon her and Shen Xinyue. Thus, upon hearing the owner's inquiry, she responded with evident lack of enthusiasm. "He just stepped out." The owner scratched his head, observing the peculiar expressions on both women's faces, as if he had somehow offended them. However, being a good-natured individual, he shrugged it off and murmured, "What a child. How could he leave his friends behind? I should have a word with him." As he spoke, he arranged the dishes on the table more neatly, declaring, "Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, boss." The two women replied in unison. Though they held some dissatisfaction towards the owner, their demeanor remained respectful, for he was a familiar figure to Yi Yu, and they wished to avoid leaving a negative impression. "You're welcome." With that, the owner turned and returned to the kitchen to attend to other patrons. Shen Xinyue cast a skeptical glance at the owner's retreating figure, sensing that he did not seem as unfriendly as Yi Yu had described. Perhaps they had misunderstood something. This thought was directed towards Chu Menghan. Chu Menghan nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Reflecting on the owner's demeanor, he truly did not appear to harbor any ill feelings towards them. Could it be that Yi Yu had deceived them? A spark of realization lit up her eyes as she speculated on this possibility. Strangely enough, Shen Xinyue harbored an inkling of this probability, yet she clung to her unwavering belief in Yi Yu. However, as the thought crossed her mind, a hint of uncertainty crept in. Yi Yu would not engage in such trickery, would he? Chu Menghan pouted, unlike Shen Xinyue, who was seemingly naive. She understood Yi Yu's intentions all too well. The likelihood was that her suspicions were correct. "No, when he returns, I must clarify everything." Chapter 129. The gift. Yi Yu, clutching the sugar figurine in his hand, retraced his steps. Looking at the gift, he hoped it would bring joy to Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue. Upon returning to the restaurant, he overheard the conversation between the two women and swallowed hard, fearing that his previous remarks might have been discovered. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, he finally stepped inside. Whatever comes, comes. Chu Menghan rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the delectable dishes on the table, sighing in boredom. "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Shen Xinyue replied with a smile. "Perhaps he got held up with something?" "Great, great." Chu Menghan perked up immediately. Cough, cough. Yi Yu stood at the door, awkwardly scratching his head, clearing his throat twice before directing his gaze towards Chu Menghan. Have you been waiting long?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue turned abruptly. Chu Menghan's eyes sparkled upon seeing Yi Yu, and she leaped from her seat, rushing towards him. "Yi Yu, you're back. Where have you been for so long?" While Shen Xinyue also wished to rush over, her sense of decorum held her back, and she remained seated. "Yi Yu, brother." Startled by Chu Menghan's sudden approach, Yi Yu almost jumped, shaking his head. Didn't he do anything?" "Didn't he do anything?" Chu Menghan tilted her head in confusion. Yi Yu rubbed the tip of his nose, feeling a bit awkward as he turned his head away. "So, what were you two talking about earlier?" "Oomph. We were discussing that owner. We think he seems quite warm towards us, not all like you described. You're not trying to brush us off with those words, are you?" Chu Menghan fixed her wide eyes on him. Shen Xinyue, not wanting to be outdone, echoed her sentiments. While she wanted to believe in her brother Yi Yu, Her rational mind hinted that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Cough, cough. Yiyu feigned composure. Of course not. How could I dare deceive you? Chu Menghan pouted. Who knows if you're being truthful or not? Shen Xinyue glanced between Yiyu and Chu Menghan, biting her lip. Actually, I think the owner seems quite nice too. Yiyu. Oh no. Yiyu thought to himself, realizing he was on the verge of being exposed. Even Shen Xinyue, who had always trusted him, was beginning to doubt. He desperately tried to manage his expression, aiming to appear as normal as possible. No, I must divert their attention. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, actually, I think he has quite good too. How about we eat first? Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue exchanged glances. Yiyu's unusual behavior undoubtedly hinted at something amiss. However, Yiyu seemed oblivious to the shift in their demeanor and took his seat. Shen Xinyue shook her head. It appeared that the path to fulfilling her wishes would be long and arduous. Yiyu had clearly not thought things through, although it would be disheartening. It also meant she still had a chance. As she lowered her head to eat, she couldn't help but steal glances at Yiyu, noticing he exhibited no unusual behavior, which somewhat eased her mind, and she continued her meal. Meanwhile, Chu Menghan scrutinized Yiyu thoughtfully, her resolve strengthening as she encouraged herself internally. She refused to believe that her overt attentiveness would leave him indifferent. As Yiyu busied himself with the food, he discreetly observed the expressions of both women. Relieved to find they were not probing further, he let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly dug a pit for himself, and in doing so, had nearly ensnared both of them. I must learn to remain silent in the future. The three individuals were each lost in their own thoughts, and soon finished their meal. I'm full. Chu Menghan was the first to set down her chopsticks. After glancing at the remaining food on the table, Shen Xinyue followed suit. Me too. Yiyu, with his chopsticks hovering in midair, looked at the two women with a hint of exasperation. Is this really a competition over a meal? He glanced at the nearly untouched dishes, noting their reluctance to eat. Is it not to your liking? Of course not. It seemed to be a common trait among women when dining. They savored their food slowly, as if indulging in a masterpiece of art, making it a delightful sight. More importantly, they would nibble at rice and greasy dishes, sampling only a little, all in the name of dieting. Though reasonable, Yiyu scrutinized the two women. You're both so slim. Are you both on a diet? Is that a problem? Shen Xinyue shot him a glare. A blush crept on her cheeks. She wasn't actively controlling her intake, but with Chu Menghan having finished, continuing to eat would only imply that she had a hearty appetite. That was unacceptable. She certainly didn't want to leave Yiyu with that impression. Yiyu shook his head in confusion. He couldn't fathom why they would deprive themselves when they could simply enjoy their meal. If you're not eating, then let me. Without hesitation, he grabbed a bowl and dug in heartily. The two women watched him devour his food, shaking their heads in disbelief. After putting down his bowl and letting out a satisfied sigh, Yiyu exclaimed, I'm stuffed. Observing his demeanor, Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy truly had no restraint. Hey, eating so much. Aren't you worried about overindulging? Chu Menghan gao diung. Amazed at how he could relish his meal while being scrutinized by two stunning beauties. Don't worry, I'm only 7/10 full. Yiyu replied with utmost seriousness. 7/10 full? Both women were taken aback. Is that even possible? Yiyu patted his stomach, sighing in satisfaction. Delicious. Oh, right. Yiyu suddenly recalled something and nearly forgot. I went out to get you a little something. He bent down, rummaging through a bag behind him. The two women looked on curiously, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. In fact, when Yiyu had entered earlier, Shen Xinyue noticed he was holding something, but Chu Menghan had jumped in first, preventing her from inquiring. But what could it be? Finally, Yiyu produced 2 boxes, presenting them to the two women with a beaming smile. A little gift for you. The two women were taken aback. Has this wooden block finally had a revelation? What is it? Open to find out. Chapter 130. The different treatments of the two women. Shen Xinyue and Chu Menghan looked at the unexpected delight before them, feeling both surprised and grateful, their hearts brimming with joy. Thank you, Yiyu. Shen Xinyue carefully opened the paper box. Why a paper box, you ask? Well, presenting a gift in such a manner exudes elegance and sincerity. It's akin to how we usually gift items. Without exquisite packaging, one feels embarrassed to present it. Sometimes, Yiyu pondered why everyone indulged in this facade, knowing it served no real purpose, yet they continued to delight in it. He handed the other box to Chu Menghan. Why don't you open it too? Really? Is this for me? Chu Menghan's eyes sparkled with delight, appreciating that this guy had a heart. Yiyu nodded. At this moment, Shen Xinyue had already gently lifted the box lid, revealing a golden sugar figurine within, exuding a sweet fragrance. Shen Xinyue was momentarily stunned, raising her gaze to find Yiyu smiling at her. Her heart skipped a beat as she gazed at the sugar figurine, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own likeness. "Is this me?" she gasped, her cheeks flushing as she shyly looked at him. "Indeed." Yu chuckled. "What do you think? Do you like it?" "Wow. This sugar figurine is remarkably lifelike. It looks exactly like Shan Xinyue." Chu Menghan leaned in closer, noticing that the figurine's eyes were adorned with glistening tears. Marveling at the craftsmanship, Shan Xinyue, with her lips pressed together, wore a gentle and happy expression, her emotions spilling over. She gazed contentedly at the golden little figure, taking in its rounded head, bright black eyes, long dark eyelashes, perfectly shaped, rosy lips, and pointed chin. The craftsmanship of this sugar figurine was exquisite, with its lifelike features evoking a sense of its joys and sorrows, almost akin to a piece of art. "You're amazing. This sugar figurine is simply splendid. I love it." "Thank you." Shan Xinyue cherished it dearly, having never encountered such a meticulously crafted piece before. Though not expensive, it held profound significance, and she deeply appreciated this thoughtful gesture. Meanwhile, observing Shan Xinyue's contentment, Chu Menghan felt a twinge of envy. However, she quickly reassured herself. Wasn't her gift also special? With that thought, she felt a wave of balance wash over her. Since Shan Xinyue's gift was a sugar figurine resembling her, surely hers must be one that resembles her as well. Turning to Yeyu, Chu Menghan inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Can I see mine now?" "You'll know when you look." Yeyu shrugged, feigning mystery. Chu Menghan smiled slightly, already looking forward to unveiling the sugar figurine that mirrored her likeness. Shan Xinyue, too, curiously glanced over. "I'll tell you, if it's too ugly, I want to accept it," Chu Menghan declared proudly as she began to unwrap the box. Her heart raced with nervous excitement, her hands trembling slightly as she slowly peeled away the packaging. A subtle fragrance wafted around them, enveloping the space. However, to her dismay, what she expected to be a meticulously crafted sugar figurine turned out to be the complete opposite. "What happened to the sugar figurine?" Chu Menghan exclaimed, standing there in shock, her mind struggling to process the situation as she stared blankly at Yeyu. Shan Xinyue was equally bewildered, gazing at Yeyu with wide, innocent eyes. "Yeyu, what is going on?" Yeyu shrugged his shoulders innocently. "Oh, I just remembered, didn't she say she was on a diet? This 100 grams of maltose contains 331 calories. Giving you this would be detrimental to you, wouldn't it? So, for your sake, I took the liberty of digesting it for you." His words were delivered with heartfelt sincerity, making one wonder if he truly had Chu Menghan's best interests at heart. As he concluded, he reminisced, not to mention, "It's quite sweet. Sticky too." Puffed. Shan Xinyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You, how could you do this?" Chu Menghan fumed, gritting her teeth. "You owe me a sugar figurine." Shan Xinyue looked at Yeyu, her smile growing even brighter. "Well, it's too late now." Chu Menghan. Fuming, she sulked in a corner, puffing her cheeks as she shot daggers at Yeyu. This guy never seemed to listen to her, but during moments like this, he was surprisingly obedient. How infuriating. She was convinced he was doing it on purpose. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Why did Shan Xinyue get a gift, and she did not? It was simply too unfair. She resolved to ignore him from then on. Meanwhile, Shan Xinyue watched Yeyu with an amused expression, deep in thought. She quietly approached him and whispered, "You, don't tease her too much. Chu Menghan might really get angry." Upon hearing this, Yeyu raised his eyebrows playfully and cast a sidelong glance at Chu Menghan. There she was, still puffing her cheeks in an adorable display of indignation. He chuckled softly, conceding with a nod, "All right then, for your sake, I shall refrain." With that, he retrieved a small candy figure he had originally intended for her. "Here you go," he said, presenting it to her. "What for?" Chu Menghan turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Yeyu. "This is compensation for you," he replied. Chu Menghan scoffed, slowly pivoting to face him. "Don't think that just because you're giving me a gift, I will." Her words trailed off abruptly as her gaze fell upon the candy figure. "What do you think? Is it not a perfect likeness of you?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yeyu. "But you said there was none left." A smirk danced on Yeyu's lips. "Did I ever say that?" Chu Menghan's face lit up as she eagerly accepted the candy figure, her demeanor transforming entirely. Yeyu shook his head, bemused at how easily she was satisfied. Chapter 131. The approaching June and the sweltering month of May, the city of Jiangbei was stifling and windless, filled with the incessant chorus of cicadas. The blazing sun beat down mercilessly upon the streets, enveloping every alleyway in a wave of heat. The scorching atmosphere seemed to pierce the skin, igniting a sense of restlessness within the populace. Despite the oppressive weather, throngs of people bustled through the streets, each intent on their own affairs. They wielded parasols or covered their faces with their hands, while beads of sweat trickled down their brows, rendering even a refreshing shower futile in such sweltering conditions. The trio emerged from a restaurant, basking in the summer sun. The trees lining the streets stood silently, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze. As if resigned to the relentless heat, a heavy warmth lingered in the air, accompanied by the rhythmic calls of cicadas, which seemed to add a touch of vitality to the sweltering summer days. The two girls, each holding a parasol and the cherished gift, maintained the same smile. I told you too, the candy figures are for eating, not for this. You remarqued exasperatedly, watching the girls who seemed intent on pressing the candy figures against their faces. You would understand, Chu Menghan retorted without hesitation. Such a waste. Had I known, I would have eaten it myself, Yu muttered, rolling his eyes. Chu Menghan shot him a glance, her irritation softened by his commendable behavior that day. Choosing not to engage further, Shen Xingyue merely glanced at Yu, remaining silent, for she was not one to challenge him like Chu Menghan did. Yu shook his head, glancing down the street and shielding his eyes from the sun. It was indeed scorching, in his line of sight. An elderly man sat on a bench at the roadside, clad in tattered clothing, his face etched with wrinkles. He bowed his head, occasionally fanning himself with a handheld fan, hoping to alleviate the oppressive heat. The weariness and helplessness in his gaze suggested that he felt powerless to change his circumstances in this sweltering season. Across the street, a young couple ambled hand in hand. The boy gazed up at the girl, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness, while she lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. They exchanged no words, simply relishing each other's company. Sunlight enveloped them, casting a gentle glow, as if their love thrived even more vibrantly amidst the summer's heat. At that moment, a delivery rider sped by on his bicycle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, obscuring his brow. He expertly navigated from one end of the street to the other, moving swiftly and efficiently. In this sweltering season, these ordinary figures painted a vivid tableau upon the streets. The relentless heat was unbearable, yet life persisted. Whether it was the elderly man, the couple, or the delivery rider, each faced the sweltering weather with courage, adapting and living in their own ways. They fanned themselves, exchanged silent glances, or toiled diligently, each action narrating their resilience and love for life. A serene scene, indeed, Chu Menghan mused suddenly. I concur, Shen Xinyu echoed. Yu offered a faint smile, but chose not to elaborate. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, dispersing the stifling heat around them, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yu lifted his gaze to the azure sky, inhaling deeply. June is upon us. Both Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyu turned to him simultaneously, an inexplicable flutter rising within their hearts. They nodded in unison. Yes, June is here. June heralded a pivotal moment in Yu's life. He was to sit for the college entrance examination. In his previous life, he had faltered, succumbing to his own shortcomings and disappointing others. Every detail remained vivid in his memory, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Yu clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as he silently vowed, this time, I shall succeed. Yu, I believe in you. Shen Xinyu encouraged, nodding at him. She understood the regret he harbored for not seizing the opportunity to alter his fate a decade hence, and thus empathized with his current feelings. However, this time, she was confident he would not repeat past mistakes, for he had transformed. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes, feeling her intended words had been preempted by Shen Xinyu. I've been tutoring you with utmost dedication. You'll be just fine? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yu's lips. Of course, I'll be fine. But what about you? I haven't seen you putting in the effort. Indeed, Chu Menghan's initial reason for transferring schools was not for academic pursuits, but for Yu. Thus, she had scarcely devoted herself to studying. Yet, Yu had underestimated her intellect. She was a prodigy in her own right, and even without external assistance. Excelling in the examination would be a mere trifle for her. Moreover, as a reincarnator, she retained knowledge that many others would have forgotten, and her innate brilliance set her apart. Furthermore, he had also underestimated the influence of privilege for those from affluent families like hers. Attending school was simply a matter of words. I don't need your concern. Chu Menghan shot Yu an irritated glance. Had she not promised the school to strive for the top spot, she would have had no desire to participate at all. Yu shook his head, turning to Shen Xinyu. Xinyu, what about you? Don't you have to return to Kyoto for the exams? Shen Xinyu looked at him, her eyes sparkling. I've already secured a spot. This left Yu momentarily speechless. He realized he had asked a superfluous question, for the world of academic elites was beyond his grasp, and he was the only one feeling anxious. Alas, despite possessing a golden opportunity, he couldn't shake the feeling of unreality as the moment approached. Yu shook his head and turned to leave. This path was short yet daunting, It led to a hopeful future, yet was fraught with peril and challenges. At its end lay a luminous road, or perhaps an abyss of unending darkness and solitude. This time, he would not allow himself to falter. With each stride, Yi's steps grew more resolute, gradually obscured by the shade of lush greenery, until he faded into the verdant embrace of his surroundings. Chu Menghan and Shan Xinhue remained rooted in place, gazing vacantly toward the direction from which Yi had vanished, rendered speechless. Chapter 132. A last-minute effort. June arrived, and the college entrance examination loomed ahead, stirring a tumult of emotions within Yi. Although he harbored immense confidence, a tinge of anxiety lingered. He arrived at the examination hall, which was already teeming with a throng of candidates, an exuberant hustle and bustle. Standing outside, he surveyed the sea of dark-clad students within, marveling at the scene. Many candidates paced anxiously outside the hall, their heads shaking from side to side, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. However, in such moments, it is paramount to remain calm. Rushing at the last minute, do you think this is a rap competition, or do you believe yourself to be a rapper? What purpose does it serve? None at all. Alas, it is utterly exasperating. Why has it not yet begun? Who could disagree? Had I known earlier, I would have devoted myself to my studies. Sigh. Yi's ears caught the distant murmur of a cacophony of discussions. He turned to observe the boisterous group of students. Their expressions were rather exaggerated. Some were etched with anxiety, others bore signs of impatience, while a few were fervently praying to the heavens for the benevolence of the examination deity, hoping that all multiple-choice answers would be C. Yi remarked, while others resort to cheating, you all seem to be resorting to magical incantations for your exams. Huh? He couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. Their expressions more dramatic than a Hollywood blockbuster. Were they truly that anxious? Yi, don't be nervous. I have faith in you. A melodious voice rang out. Yi turned to see Shan Xinhue. Today, she stood gracefully, her youthful attire lending her an even more enchanting charm. She clenched her fair little hands into fists, her face radiating determination and hope. I'm fine. You really didn't have to come with me, Yi replied with a smile. Originally, his mother intended to accompany him personally, but due to his father's busyness, he firmly declined. Nevertheless, his mother insisted that Shan Xinhue stand in for her. It seems that in recent times, having family accompany students to exams has become a norm. Particularly in families of affluence, it appears they place significant emphasis on this matter, often spending months before the exam living and dining alongside their children. Yi's mother was no exception, insisting that a close acquaintance accompany him. Thus, Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. As for why Chu Menghan was absent, it was simply because their examination venues were not the same, which had left her rather discontented for days. At that moment, Shan Xinhue smiled sweetly. Yi, on such an important day, of course, I should be here with you. Yi was momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile graced his lips. Indeed, for an ordinary person, the college entrance examination is profoundly significant. It may well represent the most crucial opportunity for a common individual to alter their fate. Yes, an ordinary person, for he too is but an ordinary individual. In his past life, he seemingly squandered this opportunity. At that time, he believed he did not require it. He felt that merely existing was sufficient for this lifetime. Yet, alas, life is fraught with uncertainties. Opportunities to transform one's destiny are few and far between. Oftentimes, a single moment is all it takes to change one's fate. Unfortunately, he had never seized such opportunities. By the time he wished to cherish them, it was too late. Perhaps the heavens deemed him too complacent, and his punishment was to relive his life. This time, he would grasp every opportunity and rectify all past mistakes. Yi, I wish you great success. Shan Xinhue beamed at him. All right. Yi ruffled her hair. You should head back. There's no need for you to wait. Shan Xinhue lowered her head in silence for a few seconds, then raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes filled with resolve. I will wait. Yi was momentarily taken aback by her stubborn expression. All right. I will try to come out as soon as possible. Shan Xinhue blinked. Okay. I'm off. Yi waved goodbye, retrieving his examination admission ticket and identification from his bag. After a thorough inspection by the teacher at the entrance, he was permitted to enter. Shan Xinhue watched his departing figure from afar, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yi, good luck. In examination room 13, Yi held his admission ticket, searching for his designated seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Yi. He turned to see Zhou Tao, who was also taking the exam at the same school, albeit in a different room. Even amidst the urgency, Zhou Tao's nonchalant demeanor remained unaffected, as if the sky could fall and it would not disturb him in the slightest. I thought you were in room 1. What brings you here? Yi frowned. The exam was about to commence, and Zhou Tao appeared so relaxed. Zhou Tao chuckled. I'm just a bit anxious. Can be ease my nerves. Ye usmo taichet, ansios. Seriously? Zotaolianet collusive. Adopting a conspiratorialtone. Yeyu. I just saw Shenxinhua. Is she here to send you off? Yeyu forced a smile. So you came here just to gossip? He had come to realize that there were only two types of people who were unperturbed before the Gaokao. Those who were certain of their admission and those who knew they would not pass. Zhou Tao evidently belonged to the latter, and it baffled Yeyu that he still had the energy for gossip. Hey, I'm curious. What is the situation between you? Shenxinhua and Chu Menghan? How does it feel to be in the midst of a love triangle? Zhou Tao asked with a grin. Here's a word for you. Yeyu retorted. What? Get lost. Yeyu kicked him lightly. You need to get back to your exam. How rude. Zhou Tao exclaimed. If I don't do well. It'll be because of your kick. Well, then I suppose that would be my fault. I forgot you think with your backside. Yeyu shot back mercilessly. Fine. I'll let you have this one. Zhou Tao waved dismissively. Do well. Let me live vicariously through you as the top scholar. Yeyu watched him depart, shaking his head. That guy must be intentionally trying to keep him from feeling anxious. Chapter 133, a small scene. 3 days. The examinations spanned a full 3 days, which felt like an eternity to the multitude of candidates. At last, the third day concluded, and the majority of students breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a portion of them wore expressions of despondency. They were acutely aware that they had not performed well, yet clung to a sliver of hope, refusing to accept their fate. Outside the examination hall, a throng of people assembled, a veritable sea of humanity, with all eyes fixed on the entrance. Naturally, they were all family members of the candidates. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and an excited shout rang out. They're coming out! They're coming out! Immediately, everyone surged toward the entrance of the examination hall. Inside, all the students who had participated in the exam began to emerge one by one. At that moment, Yeyu, positioned at the back of the line, raised his head to look ahead and instantly spotted Shenxinhua. She wore a light blue dress, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, her fair, delicate face adorned with a faint blush, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled as if they could speak. She stood there quietly, effortlessly outshining the surrounding girls, none daring to compete with her. In her hands, she held a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing that familiar figure, a sweet smile graced her lips as she walked toward him. Yeyu gazed at her, unable to suppress a smile of his own. Yeyu, congratulations. She cheerfully thrust the flowers into his embrace, completely oblivious to the surrounding stares. Beautiful things inevitably draw attention, and this scene did not escape the notice of many. The young couple stood unabashedly before the crowd, eliciting whispers of envy and admiration, alongside a tinge of jealousy. This spectacle pierced the hearts of many, with some wishing to rush forward and give you a good thrashing. Wow, who is that girl? I've never seen her before. Students around them began to speculate. Is she the boyfriend/girlfriend? Who knows? Having a goddess accompany you to the exam has left me at a loss for words. The murmurs of the crowd left Yeyu feeling quite embarrassed, especially as Shenxinhua looked at him with such hopeful and expectant eyes, making it even harder for him to know how to respond. He had observed numerous individuals already extracting their smartphones to capture the moment, particularly those who had graduated or secured their admissions. Their gazes directed at him were laden with animosity, as though he had usurped their goddess. Yeyu felt a sense of helplessness. After spending time with these two women, such scenes seemed to proliferate. Thank you, he said as he accepted the flowers, then turned to Shenxinhua, remarking, I told you not to wait for me. Shenxinhua's smile radiated like a blossoming flower, her gentle voice gracing his ears. How could I? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must witness your success. Brother Yeyu, once in a lifetime? Yeyu shook his head. You exaggerate. And it's rather premature to speak of success. Regardless, I firmly believe you will achieve your desires. Shenxinhua's voice, though sweet, carried an unwavering conviction. As if in her eyes, Yeyu possessed boundless potential. It was perplexing how blindly she placed her trust in him. A gentle breeze wafted by, and the fragrance of the flowers in his hands became intoxicating. Yeyu lowered his head to inhale deeply, and inexplicably his spirits lifted, as if the heavy stone that had long resided within his chest had vanished. Observing the delight on Yeyu's face, Shenxinhua's laughter grew more exuberant. In his past life, she had missed out on all of Yeyu's youth. Thus, in this life, she was determined to make amends. Fortunately, Chu Menghan was occupied with her examinations. Otherwise, this extraordinary moment would have been exclusively hers. Yeyu gazed at the school behind him, filled with nostalgia, never anticipating that he would once again experience this moment, which remained as poignant as ever. After all, this departure might be the last opportunity for a return. Looking at the place he had labored over for 3 years, A wave of melancholy washed over Yu. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. He had no regrets this time. He had done all that he could, and now it was left to fate. Yu gathered his thoughts and prepared to leave the school with Shen Xinyue. Let's go. As they turned, they were confronted by a luxurious vehicle halting before them. The window slowly descended, revealing a stunning visage adorned with a subtle smile, her eyes glimmering with sparks as they met theirs. Chu Menghan, you exclaimed in surprise. How could she be here so swiftly after the exam? Oh, you have flowers. Chu Menghan glared at the bouquet in Yu's hands, then turned to Shen Xinyue. Why was I not given one too? It seemed she could not let her guard down for a moment, nearly allowing Shen Xinyue to slip away. Shen Xinyue, undeterred, replied with a smile, Does the esteemed Miss Chu truly care for the flowers I present? Humph. Chu Menghan huffed, evidently unsatisfied with the response. Yu watched this exchange, bemused, and sought to diffuse the tension. What brings you here so quickly? Your examination venue should be quite distant. With her arms crossed, Chu Menghan disdainfully retorted, Did you not know one could submit their papers early? For her, high school knowledge posed no challenge. Thus she had easily completed her exam and left. Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. He had forgotten that this young lady was a genuine prodigy. At that moment, the crowd, previously astonished by Shen Xinyue, was now further astonished by the arrival of this glamorous beauty in a luxury car. Goodness, what is going on? This guy has two goddesses? They murmured, incredulous. Am I dreaming? How can this be real? Is he some rich heir? Most of those present were not from his school, and thus did not recognize Yu, rendering this scene utterly bewildering to them. In contrast, those from Yu's school had long since grown accustomed to his unintentional display of grandeur. Brother, stay calm. You get used to it. This is just a small scene, nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, a familiar, irritating voice broke through the air. Isn't that Yu? Su Fangzhe, clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, strolled over with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon seeing him, Yu frowned. He hadn't expected this troublemaker to be present. I thought it was someone audacious. Turns out it's young Master Su. Su Fangde Zhuge. Accompanied by Zhang Haiyang, whom Yu had previously humiliated. The two appeared to be conspiring together. Oh, Yi, you still remember us, huh? What? Are you two back for more punishment? Yi regarded Su Fangzhe coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Haiyang, who was brazenly ogling Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue, eliciting scowls of disdain from both women. Yet he remained unabashed, grinning at them. From Yu's perspective, he noticed Zhang Haiyang whispering something to Su Fangzhe. Bro, this kid made me lose face last time. You have to help me get it back. Rest assured, I'll ensure this kid loses everything. Su Fangde Asut, a sinister grin on his face. Hearing their whispered conspiracy, Yu couldn't help but frown. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. These two were cut from the same cloth. What was unfolding? Although the examination had concluded some time ago, many spectators remained curious about this tense standoff. Bro, you clearly aren't from our school. Yu and young Master Su have a long-standing feud. It seems young Master Su lost $1 million before and later wagered half of the Su family's fortune. Wow, that is a serious bet. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the unfolding drama. Su Fangzhe, with a provocative glare, challenged Yu. You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? Yu Simivkit. How could I possibly forget? Perhaps young Master Su should take this time before results are released to tally up my half of your family fortune. Upon hearing Yu's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, someone dares to mock the Su family. What audacity! Stop boasting. You think you can claim half of it just like that? Sugu, show this kid what. As the crowd clamored, Yu disdainfully surveyed them, then smiled calmly. Just don't resort to trickery when the time comes. What bravado! Su Fangzhe sneered. Today, I shall assure you, I will not lose. It bore noting that Su Fangzhe had mobilized all the resources of the Su family, hiring the best private tutors and undergoing extensive targeted training, confident that his examination scores could rival those of the top achievers. Hence, he hardly regarded Yu as a competitor. Indeed, Su Ge will never lose. Zhang Haiyang chimed in. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyue, who had been quietly observing, began to grasp the situation. Neither Chu Menghan nor Yu had mentioned this wager to her, leaving her unaware of the animosity between Yu and Su Fangzhe. To confirm her suspicions, she discreetly approached Chu Menghan and whispered, What are Yu and that person betting on? In response, Chu Menghan casually replied, It's nothing serious, just a wager on the college entrance exam scores. Hearing this, Shen Xinyue felt a wave of relief. It seemed not to be of great consequence. Otherwise, Chu Menghan would have intervened long ago. If Yu lost, he would disappear forever. If he won, he would claim half of the Su family fortune. Just when she had relaxed, Chu Menghan's words struck her. causing her face to pale. Half of the Su family's fortune. That constitutes an astronomical sum. Indeed, a formidable figure. If Yi Yu emerges victorious, will the Su family easily fulfill their promise? Conversely, should Yi Yu face defeat, the situation would be even more intolerable. Regardless of the outcome, Yi Yu find himself in a precarious position. Why do you not dissuade him while you are at his side? Shen Xinyue cast a reproachful glance at Chu Menghan. Why should I intervene? Chu Menghan replied with a smile. Are you not concerned he might lose the match? Shen Xinyue furrowed her brows in worry. Chu Menghan shook her head, her laughter light. He will triumph. But even if he wins, what then? Shen Xinyue's agitation grew. Do you genuinely believe they will honor their word? She could not fathom how Chu Menghan could overlook such a blatant truth, for this was unlike her at all. Of course I am aware. Chu Menghan not that. Shen Xinyue was utterly bewildered. She simply could not comprehend Chu Menghan's thought process. How could she support him if she recognized the potential folly? Chu Menghan gazed thoughtfully at Yi Yu's silhouette ahead, a faint smile gracing her lips. Because he is the one I cherish. At these words, Shen Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, and a bittersweet smile spread across her face, leaving her at a loss for words. However, this did not justify unwavering support for a clearly erroneous choice. Just as Shen Xinyue pondered this, Chu Menghan continued, moreover, with me by his side, he will not falter. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue abruptly lifted her head to look at her. In that moment, Chu Menghan appeared strikingly unfamiliar, as though she were a different person from the one Shen Xinyue had known. Yet, Shen Xinyue could discern that Chu Menghan was utterly sincere. Chu Menghan's conviction was genuine. Her words represented both a redemption for her past life and a promise to Yi Yu in this one. This time, she would remain steadfastly by his side, facing any adversity together, unwavering and resolute. Shen Xinyue tightened her grip, sensing Chu Menghan's determination, and inhaled deeply, her gaze reflecting newfound resolve. She too would not be defeated. She absolutely would not falter. Chapter 135. An outing. While Shen Xinyue and Chu Menghan engaged in their hushed discussion, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar. Observing the palpable tension between Yi Yu and Su Fangzhe, they exclaimed, he dares to wager against Su Fangzhe? This lad will surely be humiliated. Huh. I am quite eager to see who will emerge victorious. I bet on young Master Su. Betting on Su? What flaw does Yishin possess? Amidst the spectators' banter, Su Fangzhe sneered. I advise you to concede early, kid. If you surrender now, I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Ye humidity food. Dismissing his words with contempt. I actually hope you can make me regret it. Unfortunately, you lack the capability. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Yi Yu would dare to utter such words in front of the Su family's heir. This was a direct slap in the face. Witnessing the shocked expressions of those around them, Su Fangzhe's fury turned to mockery. Very well. Let us see what you can do to defeat me. Then let us await the outcome. Yi Yu's demeanor remained calm, yet his eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. Su Fangzhe, annoyed, coldly snorted before turning to Zhang Haiyang, curtly instructing, let's go. Zhang Haiyang nodded and followed Su Fangzhe as they departed. Watching their retreating figures, a cold smirk played on Yi Yu's lips. This was what one might call a pampered scion, utterly dismissive of others. How lamentable. Is that it? I expected a brawl. Could it be that young Master Su is afraid? I doubt it. He probably has everything under control and thinks little of Yi Yu. True, the Su family has deep roots in Jiangbei. Offending them is unwise. The crowd buzzed with speculation as Yi Yu feigned ignorance, approaching Shen Xinyue and Chu Menghan, softly inquiring, what were you discussing just now? Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan playfully smiled. We were talking about you. Oh, Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. Yi Yu go. While you are indeed formidable, do not let your guard down. These spoiled brats are cunning and treacherous. You must be cautious, Shen Xinyue warned, her concern palpable. She subtly hinted that Su Fangzhe might not play fair. Yi Yu was no stranger to the world. He had never naively believed that the progeny of influential families would engage in a fair gamble against him. Having already agreed to this high-stakes wager, he had undoubtedly considered every possibility. Regardless of Su Fangzhe's underhanded tactics, he would face them head-on. In such circumstances, to hesitate would only portray him as cowardly. The humiliation he endured from Su Fangzhe's taunts in his past life remained vivid in his memory. Given a second chance, he would certainly demand interest. With this resolve, Yi Yu smiled slightly. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. Yes, I believe in you. Shen Xinyue nodded firmly. Although Yi Yu's words seemed simple, Shen Xinyue could sense the conviction and bravery behind them, bringing her some solace. Let us depart. It's time to go home. Chu Menghan interjected, glancing at the two. She was reluctant to attract unwanted attention with the growing crowd. Yi Yu surveyed the onlookers, feeling somewhat displeased. All right, let's head back. With that, he opened the car door, just as a voice called from behind. Yi Yu, wait for me. Hearing this, Yi Yu paused and turned to see Zhou Tao sprinting towards him, plopping down beside him with excitement. Bro, you ran too fast. You didn't even wait for me. Zhou Tao was panting, his eyes filled with mock grievance, as if Yi Yu had abandoned him. He then turned to Shun Xinyue and Chu Menghan, cheerfully greeting, hello. The two girls exchanged nods, accustomed to his antics. Seeing Zhou Tao's demeanor, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. Why are you still here? Don't you usually submit your papers early? In past examinations, Zhou Tao had never submitted his work on time. He always handed it in ahead of schedule. In his own words, he preferred to spend the last half hour on something worthwhile, rather than engage in futile efforts. Of course, these were merely his excuses to leave early. But it seemed he was truly taking this seriously this time. Zhou Tao grinned. I wanted to bail, but look at the entrance. It's full of people filming. If my dad sees me, I'll be in big trouble. So, I decided to let someone else have the chance to show off. How about that? Am I not the epitome of selflessness? Huh? Yi Yu shot him an incredulous look, shaking his head with a sigh. Do you have a misunderstanding of what selflessness means? TCH, that's irrelevant. Zhou Tao then eagerly asked, where are you guys headed? Home. What? Zhou Tao's expression morphed into disbelief. After 3 years, they were finally free, and they were not planning to celebrate? Indeed, for someone like Zhou Tao, who had been pent up for 3 years, finishing the Gaokao was exhilarating. But for Yi Yu and the others, it had long since faded into the mundane, and thus their hearts remained untroubled. Seeing the unperturbed expressions on their faces, Zhou Tao grew anxious. You can't be serious. Aren't you even a little excited? Look at the other students. They're already going wild. Paper airplanes are flying everywhere. That's the true spirit of graduation. Yi was at a loss for words. What are you trying to say? Hee hee. Zhou Tao rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin on his face. Let's go have some fun. Get lost. I don't have time to indulge in your antics. Yi firmly rejected him, turning to enter the car. Hey, wait. Zhou Tao chased after him, grabbing hold of Yi Yu's sleeve. Yi Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tao, paused for a moment in silence, and eventually spoke slowly. Where do you wish to go? Upon hearing Yi Yu's agreement to take him out, Zhou Tao nearly leapt for joy, exclaiming, you know what I mean. Chapter 136, Jealousy Get Lost. Yi rolled his eyes and quickly provided the address. Whether you go or not is up to you. If you're not coming, don't waste my time, as I have to get back. Come on. I say, brother, you really lack enthusiasm. Zhou Tao grumbled, then earnestly suggested, how about KTV? The two lovely ladies won't object, right? Shun Xinyue initially intended to shake her head, as she was rather indifferent to KTV environments and had never been. But before she could voice her thoughts, Chu Menghan had already chimed in, sure. Great. Zhou Tao grinned, winking at Yi Yu. Cough, cough, brother, look. Even the campus beauty Chu agrees. If you don't go, you'll be letting her down. Yi Yu shot him a disdainful look, then let us go. I knew you would agree. Zhou Tao smirked. Yi Yu, uninterested in engaging further, headed straight to the back seat, opened the driver's door, and settled into the car. Just as he made himself comfortable, a knocking sound echoed from the window. Turning to look, he saw Chu Menghan standing there, her face full of discontent. Yi raised an eyebrow and lowered the glass. What's the matter? Why are you sitting in the back? Chu Menghan pouted, feeling aggrieved. She was the driver, and Yi sitting in the back only meant that Shun Xinyue would benefit. Glancing at the secretly pleased Shun Xinyue only deepened her displeasure. Where else would I sit if not the back? Yi retorted. Of course, you should sit in the front seat. Chu Menghan blurted out, then seemed to realize she had overstepped, hurriedly adding, Zhou Tao is small, and Shun Xinyue, sitting in the back won't take up much space. Zhou Tao was taken aback. Am I small? Well, that does make some sense. Yi sudendi understood. Responding nonchalantly before opening the car door and stepping out to the other side. Just as he was about to sit down, Shun Xinyue halted his movements. I think it's fine for me to squeeze in the back with you. I don't mind. Shun Xinyue smiled, her sparkling eyes glinting with mischief. She was well aware of Chu Menghan's intentions to separate her from Yi Yu, and that was simply unacceptable, although she generally did not engage in conflicts. She was unwilling to yield on matters concerning Yi Yu. Chu Menghan was momentarily speechless, and the air crackled with tension as jealousy filled the space between them. I say, he should sit in the front. Back seat. Front. Back. The two women argued like children, each unwilling to concede an inch. Yi could only facepalm, realizing that these two women were entirely disregarding their own images. Observing the surrounding onlookers, he noticed their curious and envious gazes fixed upon the trio. This is quite the spectacle. Two uniquely charming beauties squabbling over a man. How very novel. It was a scene only found in the pages of a novel, something mere mortals could scarcely imagine. Thus, the crowd was thoroughly entertained. This guy is extraordinarily fortunate. To have such beautiful women vying for his attention is simply the pinnacle of existence. I see he looks quite troubled. Should I step in to assist him? Haha, I'm afraid if you did, he would be truly liberated. Zhou Tao observed with a dazed expression, patting Yiyu's shoulder in sympathy. You've got it tough. While it was undoubtedly delightful to have someone contend for your affections, the situation seemed to border on overwhelming. Yiyu shot Zhou Tao a resentful look. Do you think this is all my doing? If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestion, would I be in this predicament? Now, whichever choice he made, someone would be offended. Hey, don't pin this on me. You chose to sit in the back. I sat in the back because you suggested we go sing. Zhou Tao was left speechless, realizing it was indeed his proposal to go to KTV. No matter how he spun it, he couldn't escape responsibility now. All right, I have an idea. How about we walk there? At that moment, Yiyu suddenly spoke, catching both of their attention. I'm just being considerate, not unreasonable. Chu Menghan bit her lip, attempting to clarify. Sure, Yiyu si mirkit nonjomital. Then, how about you sit in the front? Yiyu, after calming down, Shan Xinyue realized she had acted somewhat out of line, especially with so many people watching. She did not want to put Yiyu in a difficult position. Chu Menghan was taken aback by this unexpected concession. She pouted, feeling that it made her appear inconsiderate. Then you should sit in the back, Chu Menghan reluctantly suggested. There was no helping it. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yiyu. Just when Yiyu thought the tension had eased, he was suddenly struck with a headache upon hearing the two women's suggestions. Are you both not merely acting for my benefit? Having just been embroiled in contention, they were now yielding to one another. He held his forehead in exasperation. Where should I sit? Front? Back? The two chimed in unison. Yiyu took a deep breath, exasperatedly asking, Are you two done yet? The two women resumed their bickering. Xinyue is right. The back seat is spacious. You should sit back there. Menghan has a point. It's more comfortable for Yiyu to sit in the front. Yiyu. With a look of resignation, he glanced at Zhou Tao, signaling for help. However, Zhou Tao was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, unwilling to intervene. This is too entertaining to miss. Yiyu cleared his throat, interrupting the two. Finally, they settled down and turned their attention to him. Give me the keys. Huh? Chu Menghan looked puzzled, unsure of his intentions. The keys. Oh. This time, she understood and quickly handed the keys to Yiyu. You two sit in the back. Yiyu directed at the two women, beginning his distribution of seating. Then he turned to Zhou Tao. You sit in the passenger seat. Zhou Tao pointed at himself, uncertain. Who is driving? I will. Chapter 137. You can't. You need to practice. Ultimately, under Yiyu's arrangement, Zhou Tao took the passenger seat while the two women obediently settled into the back. Well, now no one needs to argue. Chu Menghan pouted, feeling a bit outsmarted, having not anticipated that Yiyu had already obtained his driver's license. How infuriating! Shan Xinyue maintained a calm demeanor, sitting quietly, yet deep down, she felt a twinge of regret. After fastening his seatbelt, Yiyu glanced ahead, preparing to start the car, but was unexpectedly halted by Chu Menghan tugging at his sleeve. What's wrong? Can you handle this? Chu Menghan questioned suspiciously, eyeing him. Yiyu felt his masculine pride wounded. Do you doubt my abilities? What kind of disrespect is this? He was a man who had mastered the art of navigating tight corners. Surely all those years of watching Initial D weren't in vain. With a smile, Yiyu chose not to respond, igniting the engine, shifting gears, releasing the handbrake. And with a swift push on the accelerator, the car surged forward at an exhilarating speed. Accompanied by the roar of the engine and the screech of tires against the pavement, a shadow darted away in an instant. This exhilarating rush of acceleration. Whoa, Yiyu! Slow down. The car sped along, the scenery rushing by on either side, causing Zhou Tao to scream in panic, clutching the door for dear life. Yiyu, can you please drive slower? Come on, man, please don't speed. I have a low tolerance for thrills. Zhou Tao nervously glanced out the window, feeling as if he were teetering on the brink of life and death, unable to restrain his cries. Yiyu shot him a glance, casually replying, Weren't you just enjoying the show? I thought you wanted to feel the wind in your face. Zhou Tao felt embarrassed. I was just trying to avoid awkwardness. This is your personal matter, and I didn't want to intrude. Oh, I see. Yiyu nodded, suddenly accelerating the vehicle. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the atmosphere inside the car instantly grew tense, thick with an urgent sense of immediacy. Outside the window, the speed surged, the road appearing to flash past in a blur, leaving behind a cascade of indistinct scenery. Towering skyscrapers sliced through the skyline like arrows, while the trees and lights along the streets danced, creating a vibrant tapestry of light and shadow. Passers-by transformed into indistinct silhouettes, mere fleeting figures in a hurried procession. Yiyu. Zhou Tao squinted, his expression contorting in distress as he shouted. Yet, Yiyu remained unfazed, his fingers deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, subtly adjusting the trajectory of the vehicle. Each turn tilted the car's body, yet he remained as steady as a mountain, weaving through the crowded streets with effortless poise. His gaze remained unwavering, as if the vehicle and he were one. Yiyu, are you insane? Yiyu, please slow down, I'm terrified. As Zhou Tao's panicked voice echoed in his ears, Yiyu shook his head, bemused. If one didn't know better, they might think he had done something dreadful to him. Zhou Tao was even more skittish than a girl. Glancing at the two stunning women in the rearview mirror, he noted their nervousness, yet they exuded far more composure than this fellow. Particularly Chu Menghan, who sat in the back seat, arms crossed, silent as the grave. Shen Xinyue appeared more ladylike, her hands tightly clutching her skirt, yet she maintained her grace. The two women exchanged little dialogue, evidently stilted by earlier events, rendering the atmosphere somewhat tense. Nevertheless, it was hardly a matter of great significance. After all, they had never shared much in common. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in an open space, the engine's roar abruptly silencing. Yi released the steering wheel, while Zhou Tao's trembling hands were slick with perspiration. The moment the car came to a stop, without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the door and leapt out. Ugh! He ran a few steps before crouching by the roadside, retching violently, a rainbow mosaic of his meal emerging. This guy is utterly pathetic. Yi shot him a look of exasperation, turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and faced the two women in the back seat. You may exit now. Shen Xinyue had already opened the car door the moment he turned off the engine, now leaning against the car, her face a shade pale. Chu Menghan fared slightly better, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, though she seemed to be feigning calm. Did they truly think they were unshakable? Observing their reactions, Yi couldn't help but smirk. Hey, are you both all right? He inquired tentatively, with a hint of schadenfreude. It was evident that Yi was intentionally toying with Zhou Tao, and clearly he sought to impart a small lesson to the two women as well. After all, they had been quite disobedient earlier. Chu Menghan ignored him, merely leaning against the door handle, her head bowed, her eyelashes fluttering faintly. Zhou Tao, upon hearing Yi's query, lifted his head to cast a mournful glance in his direction. He had been pampered since childhood and had never endured hardship. This wild ride had nearly cost him his life. Furthermore, tonight he realized that Yi, usually so unassuming, possessed remarkable driving prowess. Ugh, I swear I'll never ride in your car again. Zhou Tao groaned, clutching his stomach as he stood, glaring at Yi with gritted teeth. Mark my words, this isn't over. Is it my fault that you're so weak? Yi shrugged, disdainfully patting his back. Zhou Tao nearly retched again, hastily leaning against a nearby pillar, gasping for air. Observing his condition, Yi frowned. You ought to take better care of yourself. Zhou Tao felt like crying. Had he known better, he would have relished Zhou Tao's misfortune earlier. This fellow was undoubtedly seeking revenge. Absolutely. Cough, cough. Chu Menghan gently cleared her throat and approached slowly, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment towards Yi. How dare he mock her as well? It was excessive. Noticing that the two women had mostly recovered, Yi changed his tone. Feeling better now? Humph. Chu Menghan snorted coldly, turning her head away, clearly unwilling to engage with Yi. Shen Xinyue, however, was less petty, though her cheeks still bore a hint of crimson. Mifine. All right. Yi decided to let bygones be bygones, unwilling to dwell on the past. Shall we head inside? Ugh. Zhou Tao rose slowly, appearing utterly drained, leaning on Yi's shoulder. What have you brought us? As the group looked up, the sight before them was unexpectedly astonishing. Chapter 138. The Unfamiliar Yi. A magnificent modern edifice stood before them, resplendent and imposing, evoking the illusion of a royal palace. Moonlight streamed through the grand stained-glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the marble floor, reminiscent of a vibrant, exquisite painting. In the center of the hall loomed a grand bronze statue, tall and dignified, as if guarding the very soul of this palace. The silver-white beams and intricately carved decorations enhanced the opulence of the hall, while the walls were adorned with golden-threaded embroidered hydrangeas, the delicate patterns depicting lavish designs. A colossal crystal chandelier hung from the lofty ceiling, twinkling with a brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky, imbuing the entire structure with an air of mystery and dreamlike allure. At the entrance hung a vast plaque, inscribed with the words Imperial Pavilion. The Imperial Pavilion was one of the most renowned entertainment venues in Jiangbei, often deemed the most extravagant locale in Jiang City. Of course, for the average person, the opulence here seemed far removed from their reality, as the costs were prohibitive, a realm inaccessible to ordinary folk. Let us go. Yi Yu beckoned, leading the way into the Imperial Pavilion. Hey, Yi Yu, are you sure we can afford this place? Barely having taken 2 steps, Zhou Tao halted him, disbelief lacing his voice. Zhou Tao was somewhat of a minor affluent heir, yet he had never ventured into such high-end establishments. After all, this was a veritable den of indulgence, and no amount of wealth could withstand the temptation to squander. He certainly did not wish for his friend to unwittingly become a scapegoat. Perhaps we should choose another place? Zhou Tao suggested, glancing at Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan. He was well aware of Yi Yu's background and was unwilling to squander his friend's money. Sun Xinyue and Chu Menghan exchanged knowing smiles, understanding Zhou Tao's concerns. Yet they harbored no such worries regarding Yi Yu. It was essential to realize that Yi Yu was no longer the impoverished individual he once was. Not to mention the gambling debts owed by the Su family. Even the profits from his current collaboration with Li Jiangguo were beyond mere numbers. Rest assured, we'll enjoy ourselves here tonight. No need for concern, Yi Yu replied with a reassuring smile. Hearing Yi Yu's confident assurance, Zhou Tao reluctantly steeled himself to follow along. Upon entering the lobby of the Imperial Pavilion, a welcoming hostess approached with enthusiasm. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Please arrange a VIP room for me. Preferably a quieter one, Yi Yu responded succinctly. May I inquire how many guests will be joining you? 4, thank you. The receptionist's sweet voice continued. Please follow me. I will arrange your accommodation shortly. All right, Yi replied, following the receptionist. The Imperial Pavilion comprised several levels. The ground floor housed standard guest rooms, while the middle level featured VIP boxes. Only the upper floors offered true luxury, with each level equipped with its own exclusive elevator leading to the penthouse suite. The receptionist guided Yi Yu and his companions to the 3rd floor, directing them to a presidential suite named Violet. As she opened the door, she announced, "Here you are. This is your room. Wishing you a delightful time." With a smile, she departed. Yi Yu stepped inside, the room spacious and well-lit, basking in splendid illumination. Wow, is this really the fabled presidential suite? Zhou Tao exclaimed, marveling at the expansive bedroom. In truth, this is not an extraordinary occurrence. The Emperor's Pavilion is the largest entertainment venue in Jiangbei, where only the affluent or the elite can gain entry. Although the prices are somewhat exorbitant for certain individuals, such sums are merely trifles, especially in such upscale settings. Yi Yu, such an expansive presidential suite must cost at least 100,000 for a night, right? Zhou Tao gulped, his face etched with astonishment. Indeed, approximately that. Yi Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, when did you become such a tycoon? Zhou Tao's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. He felt as though he barely recognized Yi Yu anymore. The person before him seemed somewhat unfamiliar. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? Yi Yu chuckled it. No, how could that be? I'm just so shocked. How did you amass such wealth? Zhou Tao shook his head, perplexed. What is so shocking about it? It's merely a stroke of good fortune, Yi Yu replied with a smile, disinclined to embellish the truth, as doing so would risk revealing his secrets. Good fortune? Zhou Tao furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about Yi Yu, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Stop overthinking it. Just enjoy yourself, Yi Yu urged, plopping down onto the plush sofa. Zhou Tao shrugged. Being naturally carefree, he chose not to pry further. No matter how Yi Yu changed, he would always regard him as his brother. Meanwhile, Shanxia stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, captivated by the vista outside, which felt remarkably refreshing to her. Yi Yu, look, Jiangbei is truly beautiful. The city at night is absolutely enchanting. Indeed, it is splendid. Yi Yu turned to gaze out at the nightscape, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was his first time witnessing Jiangbei's nocturnal beauty from such a height. The city appeared as a colossal beast, with towering skyscrapers rising majestically, aglow with vibrant neon lights, and bustling streets teeming with a constant flow of traffic and throngs of people. In his previous life, he seemed to have been just another face in that crowd. And now, he found himself as an observer of the scenery. No wonder people are drawn to ascend heights. It truly offers a broader perspective and a more expansive heart. Yi Yu. Chu Menghan's voice pulled Yi Yu back to the present. What is it? I was asking you, what song do you want to sing? Chu Menghan looked exasperated. She had been calling him for some time without a response. Yi Yu paused, shaking his head. Whatever. I'm just here to join the fun. As long as you all enjoy yourselves. He had little interest in music and was somewhat resistant. If not for the circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered joining in. Before long, the accompaniment began, its melody soft and exquisite. Uncertain if it was intentional, Chu Menghan chose to sing Lost You. Her melodious voice filled the air, and as she closed her eyes, it felt as if she were immersed in a memory. The surrounding clamor fading away, leaving only the somewhat melancholic melody that invaded her ears, mind, and soul. Her lips parted, and a deep, sorrowful tone emerged, tinged with sadness. In the air, only breaths remain. Tears have turned to mud on the ground. In my sight, your traces have vanished. The cold wind carries echoes, making one feel so entranced. Calling your name, I always think of you in every dark night, mocking myself for being foolish, for failing to cherish you, so easily losing you. I will wait for you at the next intersection. It matters not if there is no news. Encountering you again, I shall hold you tight. Chu Menghan's voice, usually so clear and enchanting, now bore a hint of sorrow and pain, with her emotions intensifying significantly by the end of the song. Yi felt a peculiar sensation, as though she were singing directly to him. Yet, knowing her, he found it hard to believe that this sentimental Chu Menghan was the same person he had come to know. She had always been decisive and assertive. Even now, though she seemed less cold than she would later become, her inherent pride remained unchanged. This display of emotion was unlike her, for reasons unknown. As the melancholic melody resonated and the lyrics of regret washed over him, Yiyu's heart stirred, touched by something deep within, regardless of whether he wished to admit it. His inner tranquility had been disrupted. Beside him, Zhou Tao shook his head repeatedly, clapping enthusiastically while meaningfully whispering in Yiyu's ear, "Brother, you and the campus belle weren't together before, were you? Is this the unresolved tension after a breakup?" Indeed, without some sort of story, most individuals could not convey the essence of such a song. Hearing Chu Menghan's voice made it difficult for Zhou Tao not to speculate. Yiyu shot him a glance. "You're overthinking it." He hadn't lied. They had never been together. And as for the future, although the room was filled with music, Shun Xinyue caught snippets of Yiyu and Zhou Tao's conversation. She understood that while Yiyu claimed there was nothing between them, the reality of their relationship was far more intricate than Zhou Tao could imagine. She was acutely aware of the song's significance to Chu Menghan. Watching Chu Menghan, who held the microphone and expressed genuine emotion, her gaze shifted. She too felt a sense of unresolved feelings. Shun Xinyue clenched her fists, her resolve strengthening. "What's wrong?" Yiyu glanced at Shun Xinyue, who was quietly seated beside him, noticing her subtle fidgeting. Shun Xinyue suddenly realized, her cheeks flushing. She hurriedly waved her hand. Nothing. Nothing. I just think Menghan sings beautifully, even better than professional singers. Indeed, these days, even those who scramble at the last minute can become rappers, surpassing the quality of their performances. Zhou Tao wholeheartedly agreed, contemplating whether he should also perform an original piece titled Hungry, or to take out. Yi was momentarily sidetracked by this interruption, choosing not to delve into Shun Xinyue's unusual behavior, merely nodding in agreement with Chu Menghan's singing. Shun Xinyue cautiously glanced at his profile, exhaling a sigh of relief. As Chu Menghan concluded her song, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, punctuated by exclamations of admiration, largely fueled by Zhou Tao's conspicuous enthusiasm. Without his efforts, this gathering would have lacked a great deal of joy. "Thank you, everyone." Chu Menghan bowed in gratitude, then turned to Yiyu, her cheeks flushed. "Yiyu, how did I perform?" Yiyu responded, gazing at her expectant face, and somewhat insincerely remarked, "Not bad." Chu Menghan immediately pouted, casting him a reproachful glance. "Humph. Just not bad?" She had specifically chosen this song for him, pouring her heart into it, nearly moved to tears. How could he act as if it were nothing? This was outrageous. Secretly, her expression grew more mournful. Though she had erred in the past, her current feelings were genuine. Why couldn't he warm her? Yiyu observed Chu Menghan's expression, inwardly astonished. This woman was truly inscrutable. He couldn't discern which version of her was the real one. Zhou Tao, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected. As Yiyu's good friend, he was pleased that a girl liked him, but as a man, being fed dog food made him feel somewhat neglected. And let us not forget, there were others present. As both a supporter of Yu and Hanyu, he felt it necessary to maintain equilibrium. How could he allow Chu Menghan to steal the spotlight? That being said, the campus belle sang exceptionally well, but Zhou Tao's words caught the attention of everyone, including the previously disheartened Shun Xinyue. But what? Chu Menghan furrowed her brow, filled with perplexity. Hee. Zhou Tao chuckled, turning to Shun Xinyue, and remarked, "Our classmate Shun Xinyue is equally remarkable. Isn't that right, Shun Xinyue?" Upon finishing his sentence, he raised his eyebrows, seemingly urging her to put on a performance for Yiyu to witness. A typical onlooker reveling in the spectacle. Shun Xinyue had not anticipated being called out so suddenly. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze to meet Yiyu's expectant eyes, hurriedly waving her hands. No, no, no. I can't sing. She was genuinely startled. How could she sing with Yi Yu present in such circumstances? How embarrassing. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she tried to evade the eager gazes of those around her, feeling increasingly flustered. However, Yi Yu seemed to harbor a flicker of anticipation. As Shen Xinyue had always been of a quiet disposition, making it difficult to imagine her singing. Why not give it a try? Yi Yu suggested tentatively. Hearing this, Shen Xinyue looked up at him, her heart stirred by the hope of fulfilling his expectations. Then I shall give it a try. Chapter 140. A life or death proposition, summoning her courage. Shen Xinyue resolved that under normal circumstances, she would never seek the spotlight. Yet today was different. Firstly, she wished to present her best self to Yi Yu. Secondly, with Chu Menghan having set the stage, she could not afford to appear timid by refraining from singing. She was determined not to concede defeat. Shall I sing then? Shen Xinyue inquired nervously, lowering her head. Having made up her mind, she deemed the quality of her performance irrelevant. What mattered most was not disappointing Yi Yu. Go for it, Shen Xinyue. Zhou Tao cheered enthusiastically. Yi Yu nodded in enjoyment. And Chu Menghan observed curiously, eager to discover what song Shen Xinyue would choose. With a firm nod, Shen Xinyue approached the stage, took a deep breath to steady herself, and began to sing. I once encountered a beam of light. Ahead of me, I soared upon the wings of the wind. How many layers of obstacles must life traverse to grasp the direction of happiness? The hand of time gently nudges toward the heart, outlining your visage. I gradually unveil my dreams to you, as happiness takes shape. I once encountered a beam of light, your light. I behold the faith in my palms, blossoming once more due to your innocent smile. Thank you for being by my side. Shen Xinyue's voice was sweet, imbued with a touch of languid softness, her tone flowing gracefully, reminiscent of a nightingale in a serene valley, captivating all who listened. Yi Yu and the others were utterly entranced by her performance. Her voice carried a subtle melancholy that surpassed even Chu Menghan's. The song, deeply lyrical, resonated with sincere emotion. And Shen Xinyue's distinctive voice was unforgettable to those who heard it. Chu Menghan frowned slightly, taken aback that Shen Xinyue had chosen a ballad to sing. Setting aside their competitive dynamic, she found herself genuinely moved by the emotions conveyed in the song. Yet, this did not imply she would concede defeat. Glancing at Yi Yu, who appeared somewhat dazed, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. How could he be so popular? Shaking her head, Chu Menghan forced herself to dismiss such thoughts. After all, she had relinquished her chance first, and regretting it now was futile. Seemingly casually, she asked Yi Yu, did she sing well? Who sang better between us? Yi Yu, still savoring Shen Xinyue's earlier performance, took a moment to respond, caught off guard by her question. Who? Are you referring to Shen Xinyue's song? Yi Yu finally grasped her inquiry, looking at Chu Menghan with uncertainty. Seated on the sofa, Chu Menghan turned to give him an exasperated look. Who else could it be? This. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a life or death question, presenting only one path forward. You mustn't say they both sang well. Chu Menghan accurately anticipated Yi Yu's thought process. All right, now even that one path has vanished, Yi Yu lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. However, he was even more flustered when Shen Xinyue approached him, her face brimming with hope, clearly seeking his evaluation. Yi Yu, what did you think of my singing? Shen Xinyue looked at him expectantly. Yi Yu's lips twitched. It was quite good. Really? Who do you think sang better? She pressed on, her clear, transparent eyes fixed on him. Naturally, Shen Xinyue shared the same sentiments as Chu Menghan. Both were eager to gain an edge in their competitive relationship and cared deeply about Yi Yu's opinion. At that moment, Chu Menghan wore a teasing smile, observing Yi Yu with amusement. Faced with the intense gazes of both women, Yi Yu found himself at a loss, awkwardly clearing his throat. I think he was never particularly articulate, and when confronted by astute young women like Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue, it was even more challenging to navigate his way through. What do you think? Zhou Tao, the noticeable interloper, could no longer contain himself. Just as Yi Yu was caught in a bind, Zhou Tao's timely interruption provided a much-needed diversion. After so many instances, this was the first time Yi Yu found Zhou Tao to be reliable. Thank goodness for that. Yi Yu quickly directed his gaze toward Zhou Tao, relief flickering in his eyes as he shot him an approving glance. Well done. Huh. Continue. Don't stop. Zhou Tao, oblivious to the situation, sensed the trio's attention had shifted to him and reminded Yi Yu. Chu Menghan, Shen Xinyue. Yi Yu had nearly reached his limit. But Zhou Tao's comedic interjection had successfully rescued him from the awkward predicament, allowing him to escape unscathed. Yi Yu silently exhaled in relief. Since Zhou Tao wanted to be the center of attention, he would simply let him have his moment. Zhou Tao. Yi's smile took on a slightly menacing edge, causing Zhou Tao to shudder in response. What is it? Yi narrowed his eyes, so, who do you think sang better? Zhou Tao. Yi continued, and don't say they both sang well. Zhou Tao. This exchange drew the attention of both Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue. While they didn't particularly care about Zhou Tao's opinion, they were determined not to be outdone in front of Yi, making Zhou Tao's response all the more significant. Chu Menghan, exuding her natural aura, regarded Zhou Tao with an intense gaze that spoke volumes. Zhou, it's all right, speak boldly. Who do you think sang better? The icy demeanor of the young lady sent a chill down Zhou Tao's spine. It's fine, even though we've known each other since childhood. You needn't feel pressured. Shen Xinyue interjected with a seemingly amiable demeanor, though her emphasis on their long acquaintance felt somewhat excessive. Zhou Tao gulped, realizing the price of his loose tongue. Had he known, he would have avoided this whole affair. Desperate for salvation, he looked at Yi with a pitiful expression. However, the response he received was nothing short of genuine encouragement from a friend. To speak your mind, think it through, and good luck. Zhou Tao, Chapter 141, Su's Young Master's Astonishment. The turmoil had successfully shifted to Zhou Tao, with both women recognizing his intentions and ceasing their relentless questioning. This reprieve provided a sense of relief for both Zhou Tao and Yi. Zhou Tao silently wiped his brow, deciding it best to remain silent and speak less. Are you all continuing? Yi inquired, internally hoping to conclude the gathering swiftly, as singing was indeed not his forte. Chu Menghan was about to respond when a commotion erupted from outside the door. Young Master Su, you cannot enter. There are already people inside the violet room. People? Who dares to contest with our young Master Su? A brazen male voice followed suit. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi frowned, realizing that these individuals were truly persistent. Why has that insufferable fellow returned? Chu Menghan cast a disapproving glance at Yi. Today was a rare occasion of joy for her. Yet she found herself confronted by these ungrateful individuals, as if her patience were to be taken for granted. Had it not been for Su Fangzhe, who resembled a gullible fool and could potentially serve Yi on a silver platter, she would have long since taken matters into her own hands to teach him a lesson. As expected, Zhang Haiyang, Su Fangzhe's sycophant, was shoving a waiter in an attempt to force his way inside, flanked by several other pampered youths. Young Master Su, you truly cannot enter, protested the waiter. Get lost. How dare you obstruct young Master Su? Do you wish to court death? Young Master Su is the future heir of the Su family. Who would dare lay a hand on him? The waiters stumbled and fell under their pressure, while Su Fangzhe stood arrogantly to the side, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing him, Chu Menghan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, an expression of distaste washing over her features. Su Fangzhe noticed Chu Menghan, and his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly donned a fawning expression and said with a grin, Menghan, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Haunting presence, Chu Menghan replied, her tone laced with impatience as she shot him a frosty glare. Su Fangzhe remained unfazed, convinced that soon this woman would regard him with newfound admiration. At that moment, he would demonstrate that he was far more suited for her than that impoverished lad. Su Fangzhe chuckled, his gaze shifting to Yi. Is that not Yi? What makes you think you deserve to be here? It was clear Su Fangzhe presumed that their presence in this opulent room was solely due to Chu Menghan. Hearing his comrade being mocked, Zhou Tao could no longer sit idly by. He glared furiously at Su Fangzhe. My temper is rising. Su Fangzhe, do you even know who this is? This is Yi. He stepped forward, fearlessly confronting Su Fangzhe. Yet, just as he was about to clarify, Yi halted him. Zhou Tao looked at Yi in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was being restrained. Yi smiled slightly and replied, Young Master Su, let's not concern ourselves with my qualifications to be here. However, I believe you lack even the right to enter. This is, after all, our room. Would you care leave? Yi's nonchalant words struck Su Fangzhe like thunder, leaving his head ringing in disbelief. He could not fathom that he was being challenged by a mere student. What did you say? He seethed, gritting his teeth. How could this worthless student dare to speak to him in such a manner? Yi elongated his tone, deliberately dragging out the last syllable. I meant to say, if you wish to enter here, you must first learn to knock. Alternatively, you may plead with me to vacate this room for you. Chu Menghan could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach in delight at Yi's wickedness. Shen Xinyue also wore a knowing smile. You are courting death. Su Fangzhe, now thoroughly enraged, charged forward with his entourage. Although this was a private room, it was not without order, and, as they approached, several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses swiftly positioned themselves in their path. The surrounding patrons began to retreat. Su Fangzhe, witnessing the sudden shift in dynamics, felt a twinge of apprehension. You ruffians. I am young Master Su. What do you intend to do? Though he hailed from an illustrious family, at the end of the day, he was merely a spoiled adolescent. Faced with the imposing figures before him, he felt a flicker of trepidation, yet bolstered by his status. He steeled himself, convinced that these hired hands would not dare to confront him. Young Master Su, we are all here to enjoy ourselves. Why must we ruin the mood? At that moment, a man in a casual shirt approached, exuding a warm and refined demeanor that was quite likable. He was Lin Zenon, the proprietor of this establishment, and a young entrepreneur of considerable repute. However, he was far from an ordinary businessman. Su Feng's brow furrowed. He had heard from his father that Lin Zenon was not to be underestimated. In just 3 short years, he had made a name for himself in Jiangbei. Yu scrutinized him as well, frowning slightly. In his previous life, he had not encountered this individual. Yet instinctively, he sensed that Lin Zenon was not easily dealt with. He was different from Su Fengge and his ilk. This was the first person since his rebirth to evoke a sense of pressure in him. Lin Zenon seemed to notice Yu's appraisal and met his gaze, a hint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. He then glanced at the 2 girls beside Yu, deepening that enigmatic expression. Yu found himself perplexed. Do you know him? Chu Menghan whispered in Yu's ear, clearly having sensed something. Yu shook his head. No, this is our first meeting. Olhat, Chu Menghan not that. While Shun Xinyu also assessed the man across from them. Lin Zenon, wearing a genial smile, gestured for several of his associates to separate the young lords. Although the Su family was formidable, he harbored no fear. Once Su Fengge was pulled aside, he remained disgruntled. Lin, you don't understand. It was this fool who recklessly attempted to usurp my rightful place. I merely wished for him to realize the reality of the situation. Lin Zenon, still smiling, patted Su Fengge on the shoulder and replied, Young Master Su, I believe you are mistaken. This VIP suite was booked by that young man. As Lin Zenon's words fell, Su Fengge and his companions stood rooted in disbelief. What? This room was booked by him. Fengze regarded Yu incredulously, unable to reconcile the reality that someone who appeared so unremarkable could afford such luxury. Impossible. Chapter 142, Friend or Foe. Su Fengge shook his head, unwilling to accept the situation before him. How could this be? Just months ago, Yu had been a down-and-out scion. How could he suddenly display such extravagance? Despite losing millions to him, he had never actually handed over the money. How had Yu managed this? Did he owe it all to his father's floundering factory? Su Fengge was baffled, his face flushed with frustration. Mr. Lin, since you are here, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Some individuals have disrupted my enjoyment, and I have lost all interest. Yu regarded Lin Zenon, yet discerned nothing of significance. This is your room key. Keep it safe. Yu abruptly produced a silver-white room card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Very well. Please take care. Lin Zenon nodded, signaling his subordinates to clear a path. As Yu observed the ease with which he was allowed to depart, he found himself puzzled. Was Lin Zenon a friend or a foe? It was challenging to discern. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. After all, he had learned through experience that this world held no kindness without ulterior motives. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the 2 girls and Zhou Tao and said, Let us go. Oh, Zhou Tao quickly caught on, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and followed suit. Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyu naturally complied, adhering to Yu's lead. As Yu advanced, his gaze never left Lin Zenon. The latter mirrored his scrutiny. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with tension, an oppressive aura enveloping the suite. Ultimately, they brushed past each other, and nothing transpired. Lin Zenon, witnessing this, could not help but smirk, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wait. Upon hearing this, Yu instinctively halted and turned back. Is there something else? Do not be alarmed. It is my fault that others interrupted your enjoyment tonight. Please accept this small token of compensation as a gesture of goodwill. With that, Lin Zenon gestured to his associate, who promptly presented Yu with a diamond black card that had been prepared in advance. What is this? Yu glanced at the unique card in his hand, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyu. Chu Menghan, taken aback, was well aware of its significance as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. However, she merely hesitated momentarily, for this item held no particular value for her. The diamond black card represented a symbol of status at the Imperial Pavilion. In Jiangbei, typically only the affluent, influential families, or the captains of major enterprises were deemed worthy of possessing such a card. It was said that those who held this card could enjoy complimentary services at the Imperial Pavilion. Yi was stunned, never expecting Lin Jinan to be so generous. Su Sao, that card. Silence. Su Fengge shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. He had only seen this item by chance at his father's place. never having had the opportunity to touch it. His father treated it like a treasure, leaving him no chance to interact with it. Yet now, the object he had longed for had effortlessly fallen into the hands of a mere pauper. Clap, clap, clap. Truly worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Kyoto Chu family, she is indeed well informed. A token of sincerity, not a token of respect. Lin Jinan applauded with a smile. Chu Menghan furrowed her brows. Did this person recognize her identity? While her status was not a secret, being recognized upon first meeting indicated that this individual had likely conducted a covert investigation. Shen Xinhua was also somewhat surprised. This person was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yu curled his lips. He would be a fool not to take advantage of a gift presented to him. Thank you very much. With that, he turned to leave. However, Su Fengzhe's fury had reached its peak. As the esteemed young master of the Su family, being disregarded like this was intolerable. To be treated as if he were invisible, he could not accept it. The item in Yi Yu's possession should rightfully belong to him. How dare he possess it? His dignity was trampled upon. How could he swallow this humiliation? His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. Yet, Yi Yu paid no heed to his murderous glare and walked straight out. Su Fengzhe grew anxious. Hey, you stop right there. Yi Yu ignored him. It was Chu Menghan who finally lost her patience, shooting Su Fengzhe a cold glare. Su Fengzhe, if you continue to make a scene, I swear I'll ruin your mouth. Su Fengzhe immediately fell silent, though resentment brewed within him. Oof. Chu Menghan scoffed disdainfully and followed after Yi Yu. Lin Jinan, are you really going to let him go? Are you looking to go against the Su family? Su Fengzhe said, begrudgingly addressing Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan cast a sidelong glance at him, replying nonchalantly, Su Xiao, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. How am I going against the Su family? Do you have evidence? Even if you did, so what? Su Fengzhe gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He certainly did not dare to act against Lin Jinan. He simply cannot swallow this bitter pill. Fine, you have some guts. I hope you never fall into my hands. Oof. Send the young master Su off. He.S. drunk. Lin Jinan waved his hand, dismissing him without a hint of politeness. You will regret this. We shall see. With those harsh words, Su Fengzhe stormed out, seething. Oof. Fool. Chapter 143. To take first, one must first give. Lin Jinan's appearance did not leave much of an impression on Yi Yu. As for Su Fengzhe, he was even less worthy of his concern. With the college entrance exams concluded and results pending, there was a brief interlude. This period felt somewhat torturous. Yet for individuals like Yi Yu and Chu Menghan, it seemed rather easy and pleasant, with no anxiety about their results. During this time, the two young women and Yi Yu had nearly finalized the designs for the first batch of samples for their clothing brand. What remained was how to penetrate the market and stand out amidst the competition. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right opportunity. That opportunity, of course, lay with the Su family. That should be sufficient. In a cafe, Yi Yu murmured to himself as he gazed at the computer screen. Before him lay an array of desserts, including coffee, candies, chocolates, and more. Among these delectable treats was a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. What do you mean by sufficient? A gentle and melodious voice reached his ears as Chu Menghan held out a piece of matcha mousse cake to him. Yi Yu looked up to see Chu Menghan dressed in a white shirt, a light yellow knitted sweater draped over it, paired with black wide-leg pants and black leather shoes. With her exquisite features and graceful figure, complemented by her professional attire, she radiated an intoxicating charm, akin to a walking embodiment of allure. Yi Yu shook his head, indicating he was fine. Can we perhaps choose a different place next time? He asked with a grimace. Although this cafe boasted a pleasant and serene atmosphere, he found it a touch too upscale. He preferred somewhere more down-to-earth. Oh, Chu Menghan pouted slightly, having guessed Yi Yu's thoughts, feeling a tinge of regret for not considering his preferences. Picking up her coffee, she concealed her disappointment. Yi Yu observed this and sensed something amiss. But an occasional visit here can still be a delightful experience, he added, his voice low yet audible enough for Chu Menghan, sitting across from him, to hear. She broke into a smile, causing Yi Yu, who had been trying to maintain his composure, to momentarily lose his train of thought. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ahem, almost lost my mind, Yi Yu thought, pretending to cough to mask his inner turmoil. Seeing Yi Yu's awkwardness brought joy to Chu Menghan. Sweet, isn't it? Yi Yu was taken aback, biting his lip as he hesitantly replied, It's all right. The phrase not bad from Yi Yu was a significant compliment in his book. How sweet is it? This question left Yi Yu at a loss for words. How does one measure the sweetness of smile? He silently pleaded for assistance. Observing Yi Yu's conflicted expression, Chu Menghan couldn't help but laugh. I meant how sweet the cake is. What were you thinking? With that, she cast a teasing glance at him. The cake? Yi Yu felt immensely embarrassed, cursing himself for overthinking. Otherwise, what did you think? Chu Menghan mischievously blinked, her curiosity piqued as she awaited his reaction. Yiyu's face flushed crimson. He was too embarrassed to admit his earlier thoughts. I was naturally referring to the cake. Oh, really? Ahem, let's not discuss that. Did you bring me here because there's progress on that matter? Yiyu swiftly changed the subject, redirecting Chu Menghan's attention. Upon mentioning serious business, Chu Menghan composed herself and replied earnestly, "Indeed, I've gathered quite a bit of information, but I need to explain it to you in detail." Subsequently, Chu Menghan shared her recent investigative findings with Yiyu. The Su family, being a prominent force in Jiangbei, possessed deep roots and an extensive network. For what she recounted, the Su family had invested in a large logistics company in its early years, which was dedicated to logistics operations. Over time, they shifted their focus to the business sector, gradually expanding their influence and becoming the affluent family they were today. Recently, they seem to be venturing into the clothing industry, investing significantly, likely committing a substantial portion of their wealth. Yiyu nodded, confirming his expectations. In his previous life, it was the Su family's oppression that led to his family's downfall. Thus, this outcome was anticipated. To take first, one must first give. Since they sought to dominate the Jiangbei market, let them have it. The real drama was about to unfold. Chapter 144. Shun Xinyue is leaving. Young Master Yi, we are now fully prepared. What should be our next course of action? Li Jianguo respectfully inquired as he stood beside Yiyu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As if he could already envision the rise of a new star that might surpass the Su family and ascend to the ranks of the top enterprises in Jiangbei. In just a month, he had firmly established a foothold in Jiangbei, and the Huanan Group had completed its transformation. The next objective was to rapidly launch a flagship product and make a name for themselves, all thanks to the young man before him, merely 18 years of age. Yiyu cast a glance at Li Jianguo, his eyes harboring an inscrutable meaning. Patience. After all, the Jiangbei market remains under the Su family's control. We must not let our guard down. The clothing factory is merely the first step. We shall proceed by gradually encroaching upon their territory. Remember, our ambitions extend beyond Jiangbei. Understood. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall handle everything. Li Jianguo affirmed solemnly before departing. As he watched Li Jianguo's retreating figure, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Yiyu's mouth. Su Fangzhe, he murmured to himself. The conflict between him and the Su family had officially commenced. Yiyu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. The timeline was consistent with his experiences, and he had gathered a general understanding of the Su family strategies in Jiangbei. His own plans were also nearing completion. With the appearance of an 18-year-old masking the intellect of a nearly 30-year-old, he felt somewhat suffocated. It was mentally taxing. Unbeknownst to him, Yiyu drifted into slumber in his office. Meanwhile, Shun Xinyue was beset by frustration, for her escapade had been discovered by her family. Her father had repeatedly urged her to return home. She had procrastinated until she finally completed the task Yiyu entrusted to her. However, this also meant she would soon be leaving Jiangbei. Today, she had come to bid farewell to Yiyu. After searching for some time, she learned that he was at the clothing factory. Yiyu go, Shun Xinyue murmured softly outside the office, having mentally prepared herself for a long while. Yet, there was no response from within. Is anyone there? Yiyu go, I'm coming in. The office door creaked open, revealing a charming visage. Today, Shun Xinyue donned a beige trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding vitality. She glanced around, but did not see Yiyu's figure. Where's he? The manager said he was in the office. Noticing the empty chair behind the desk, Shun Xinyue hesitantly approached, appearing somewhat anxious. Gradually, she drew closer to the desk. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the adjacent sofa, brushing against her ankle, startling her to the brink of scream. Shun Xinyue instinctively covered her mouth, wanting to break free, but she summoned the courage to turn her head. Upon recognizing the figure on the sofa, she exhaled in relief. Oh, it's you, Yugo. You nearly scared me to death. The only response was the sound of deep, heavy breathing. Yeyuge, she called again, slowly advancing, gathering her courage. Are you asleep? Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. MHM, Yi replied drowsily, followed by a steady, elongated breath. Hearing his rhythmic breathing, Shun Xinyue couldn't help but smile. She quietly took a seat, studying Yiyu's handsome profile, his sharp features strikingly attractive. How can one look so good even while sleeping? Gingerly, she extended her hand, trembling slightly as her palm rested against Yiyu's forehead. The warmth of his skin sent her heart racing, and she gently brushed aside a few stray strands of hair to gaze more clearly at his face. Yiyu's forehead was slightly damp, likely due to the warmth. The smoothness of his skin captivated Shun Xinyue further. She found herself lost in admiration for Yiyu's features, marveling at his handsomeness and refinement. His well-defined facial structure, pronounced brow bones, and deep, dark eyes resembled stars in the night sky. I can't seem to get enough of this sight. This was her first time being so close to him. Yiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if sensing Shun Xinyue's gaze. A subtle smile graced her lips. Sitting quietly beside him, she contemplated his visage. Time appeared to stand still, the surrounding noise dissipating under the weight of her gaze, leaving only this familiar yet distant man. Memories flooded her mind, bringing forth the day they first met after her rebirth. It had felt somewhat rushed, yet she was overwhelmingly happy. She had believed she could finally draw closer to him, only to realize she was a step too late. Shun Xinyue sighed softly, aware that farewell was imminent. Though their relationship had yet to progress significantly, she could no longer afford a delay. Slowly, she leaned in closer, gazing at Yiyu's sleeping face, and whispered, "Yiyuga, I'm leaving Jiangbei." As her words fell, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Truth be told, I'm reluctant to go, but I cannot continue to be selfish. Wiping her tears, Shun Xinyue continued. For the future, I will strive to overcome all obstacles. I know you will be heading to Kyoto. I will wait for you. And she glanced around furtively. Since you were asleep, and there's no one else around, I hope you won't mind if I take a small liberty? She continued. You have no idea how much Chu Menghan interferes with me. I'm actually quite unhappy about it, but I fear it would trouble you. Hence I maintain a facade of calm. Yet, deep down, I feel envious. Therefore, you owe me a compensation. Shun Xinyue's cheeks flushed as she murmured. If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. Her cautiousness seemed somewhat self-deceptive, almost like an excuse she crafted for herself. At that moment, the world fell silent. In the empty room, only the sound of intertwined, heavy breaths remained, and the shadow cast upon the wall drew ever closer. Chapter 145. The Peculiar Shun Xinyue. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and inviting. Yiyu awoke, his vision blurred, meeting the sight of a beige trench coat. It was fragrant, quite pleasant. What a lovely scent, Yiyu thought as he suddenly sat up, ruffling his tousled hair. Raising his right hand, he glanced at the watch on his wrist, furrowing his brow in surprise at how long he had slept. You're awake, Yiyu heard a voice say, and turned to see Shun Xinyue, sitting on another sofa, observing him intently. He was momentarily taken aback, gradually piecing together the situation. He retrieved the outer garment draped over him, feeling a bit embarrassed as he returned it to Shun Xinyue. Apologies, I must have dozed off. Did you cover me with this? He asked, gesturing to the coat she took back. Recalling something, she shyly nodded. Yiyu scratched his head, not dwelling on it too much. Thank you. Shun Xinyue didn't respond, but shook her head. This left Yiyu puzzled. What was going on? He couldn't quite grasp why Shun Xinyue, usually calm and composed, was acting so shy today. By the way, did you come to see me for something? Yiyu inwided. Shun Xinyue snapped back to reality, her brow furrowing as she struggled to articulate her purpose. She had prepared herself mentally, yet upon seeing Yiyu, she found it hard to leave, especially with the looming presence of her rival, Chu Menghan. Yiyu sensed something was amiss with Shun Xinyue. What's wrong? Shun Xinyue shook her head, biting her lip. No, it's nothing. I just came to see you. Yiyu smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Shun Xinyue's head, affectionately saying, Silly girl, is there any need for formality with your brother Yiyu? Just tell me anything you need. Upon hearing his words, Shun Xinyue's eyes momentarily brimmed with tears, struggling to suppress the urge to throw herself into his embrace. She yearned to do so, yet she restrained herself, bound by a promise made with someone else. However, she knew it was time to muster her resolve. Brother Yiyu, could you promise me one thing? What is it? Shun Xinyue paused, gathering her thoughts before softly uttering. You will be attending Peking University, right? Yiyu was taken aback, of course. Then I have a rather selfish request. Go ahead, I'm listening. Shun Xinyue lowered her gaze, speaking in a gentle whisper. I hope that on the day you attend Peking University, I will be the one by your side. She then fixed her gaze upon Yiyu, her expression firm, as if awaiting his response. Although her words were not overtly explicit, anyone with a modicum of emotional intelligence would surely grasp her intent. Unfortunately, while Yiyu was astute in many aspects, he lacked the comprehension in matters of the heart. He misinterpreted her meaning, thinking Shun Xinyue simply wished to accompany him on registration day. What's the big deal? We can go together. It will be convenient for you to familiarize me with the school. Shun Xinyue's lips twitched at Yiyu's response, her displeasure evident as she pouted. Her brother Yiyu, as expected, remained oblivious. Upon noticing Shun Xinyue's silence, Yiyu continued, What's wrong? It's nothing, Shun Xinyue quickly denied. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I'm returning to Kyoto. Returning? Yiyu froze, somewhat incredulous, and tentatively asked, What did you say? I'm going back to Kyoto. After all, I've been away for quite some time. Shen Xinyue suppressed her inner turmoil and discomfort, striving to appear nonchalant. Yiyu nodded, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Oh, I see. No wonder I felt something was off about you today. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over him, yet he swiftly brushed it aside. What do you plan to leave? I'll see you off, Yiyu offered. Shen Xinyue shook her head. No need to trouble yourself. Someone will come to pick me up tomorrow. So soon. Yiyu exclaimed, surpriset. Shen Xinyue nodded, gazing at him. Brother Yiyu, remember what you just promised me. Although Yiyu did not grasp her meaning, Shen Xinyue remained undeterred. She wouldn't give up. Chapter 146. Chu Menghan was growing anxious. Just a moment longer, and Shen Xinyue would have truly succeeded. Chu Menghan felt somewhat relieved, thankful that she had returned to the office for a brief moment. Otherwise, Shen Xinyue would have taken the upper hand. If her future husband's first kiss were given to another woman, it would be an irreparable loss. Despite her numerous precautions, she never anticipated Shen Xinyue would be so audacious. Not far from the office, Chu Menghan occasionally peered through the window, vigilantly observing the interactions between the two. Aware of Shen Xinyue's impending departure, she generously allowed them some private time. Of course, had she not been so suspiciously cautious, her actions might have indeed seemed generous. Why would they still not finish talking? She was growing impatient. After all, half an hour had already passed. If she had not been watching them so closely, she might have suspected something taboo was occurring. Standing on tiptoe, she could barely make out their silhouettes inside. How could they talk for so long? She had never noticed Yiyu was so engaging. What could he possibly have to discuss for such an extended period? That infuriating fellow, so double-standard. Shen Xinyue could engage him for merely half an hour, yet he avoided her like the plague. The more Chu Menghan thought about it, the more displeased she became. Pacing back and forth, should she go or not? It was a dilemma, a true conundrum. She felt compelled to discover what the two were discussing, yet feared it would appear petty. Wait, why should I feel timid? Am I not the rightful partner? Chu Menghan halted, as if struck by inspiration, her mind clearing. As someone officially appointed to this position, what do I have to fear? Resolute, she decided to confront them, lifting her foot. However, before she could take a step, she was met with Shen Xinyue's sly smile. What's wrong? Are you anxious? Emerging from Yiyu's office, Shen Xinyue spotted a shadow lurking. Without needing to guess, she already knew who it was. Though slightly displeased that Chu Menghan had interrupted her moment, Shen Xinyue felt it was hard to voice any complaints, given her own culpability. Yet, as she prepared to leave, she could not allow this Chu heiress to seize the advantage. Finally willing to show yourself? Chu Menghan instantly returned to her icy demeanor, disregarding Shen Xinyue's teasing tone, and instead launched into an interrogation. This girl had a thicker skin than she had anticipated. To brazenly approach and provoke her, having been caught in the act, was truly underestimating her. Typically, Shen Xinyue would not dare act in such a manner with most people. But her opponent was Chu Menghan, the very person who had overshadowed her in her past life. She would not back down. Do you think my demeanor should not allow for such boldness? Shen Xinyue articulated Chu Menghan's unspoken thoughts. Their gazes locked, sparks igniting in the air. Wasn't it true? This retort, laced with tension, hung heavily between them. If a lack of modesty could compel you to retreat, then perhaps it would be worth it. Shen Xinyue smiled. Though her smile did not reach her eyes, Chu Menghan mirrored her expression, yet the curve of her lips bore an air of disdain. The two women, her eyes locked in a fierce gaze, a palpable tension thickening the air, as if it might explode at any moment. You shall not prevail. The expected answer. Shen Xinyue regarded the calm-faced Chu Menghan with growing admiration. If only this heiress maintained her previous aloofness, indifferent to all, it would be far easier to handle. Yet now, having shed her lofty demeanor, she was all the more formidable.